Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonial radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis. Welcome you to another exciting episode, interesting conversation, stimulating debate and discussion. Now, folks, we're on a roll here. We took the break off last night. I took a little night off last night to regroup and rethink and stuff like that, so I can get refreshed for a nice Friday night. Friday night fights, whatnot. And this is Thanos, your number one teacher of hate on the internet. So people say, Colin, why do you teach hate? Look, hate is a good thing sometimes. People would say, oh, no, we can't hate. No, hatred is necessary. Because if you don't hate, it's like if your parents, you're growing up, right? If your parents see that you're wetting the bed, they hate that, don't they? Not just dislike, they hate it. So they're gonna try to teach you not to do that. They're gonna tell you don't drink too much water before you go to bed at night because they hate the fact that they gotta um, uh, uh, change your sheets every day and you wet the bed. Your parents will hate you when you get low grades because they know you're gonna flunk out in school and be dependent on them. Your parents hate when you don't have a job. You're sitting around the house. So hatred is a good thing. That's a motivator. So therefore, don't let anybody tell you that hatred is not necessary. It depends on what type of hate. Now, hatred as far as prejudice and bullying people that can't defend themselves, that's a different story. Or picking on people that's less fortunate or weak, that's a different type of hatred, right? But hatred of wrong, hatred of injustice, hatred of lying, hatred of murder, those are good things. Hating a cheater, hatred of an adulterer. That's what keeps the society in order. That people hate these things, and they're going to make sure there's retribution or some redress, whatever. If you love everything, then society will collapse. Society only works because they know certain behaviors are going to be hated. And so therefore, if somebody is hated, there's going to be rules in place to curb that behavior. That's what creates balance and order in a society. So don't let anybody tell you, oh, judge not. The most ignorant thing people tell you, particularly black people, judge not, Colin, least you be judged. Get the fuck out of here. Judge not. Get the fuck out of here. Man, you were judged when you get out of your mama's womb. Some people say you're ugly. So that kid's pretty. That kid's pretty. That kid's pretty. I was judged when I was a baby. People thought I was a pretty baby. I was judged before I even knew how to breathe. People just always took, well, okay, he's a pretty baby. I could have turned out to be a brat or serial killer. But people judge me good. And there are some people, they get judged unfairly. And they got to work a little harder to dispel the myth or change their image. But you always being judged. People are judged. You gain a few pounds and whatnot, people are going to judge you. They're not going to want to hear, oh, you got some illness with your pancreas or liver. They're going to say, get in the gym, you fat slob, and whatnot, you're eating too much. That's just the humanity. That's the way it is. Or if you're not a conventionally attractive person, they'll just tell you, you know something? The genetic lottery or the genetic angel that hands out good looks didn't kiss you, whatever, like that. You didn't get that good luck, and you didn't hit the genetic lottery. Your genes didn't match up. That's just the way it is. And then some people are just born with just really good looks and everything just put together perfectly. People judge them as, oh, you're special. So we judge people all the time. That's just human nature, People don't give a damn about what's on your mind. They don't care what's in your heart. It's all about what you look like, When people look at you and you're overweight, they already dismissed you. They automatically made up their mind you're a loser, you're whatever like that, no matter what you say. That's why the internet is so dangerous, because people can get online and pretend to be something they're not without people having that natural, let me look him up and down, see what he's about. Because if people don't like your appearance, right, no matter what you say, they're going to reject it. That's why people like getting online and talking under the cover of anonymity, like a Jason Black. See, the reason why Jason Black don't show his face is because I seen a picture of him. He's not appealing. What's up, Dark Vigo? He's the guy's butt ugly, you know? It looks like a troll, you know, a little black troll. So therefore, that's why he never shows, he cams up, he never shows image because that would throw people off. He wants you talking about his ideas and everything like that, which is right. You know, we want to look at people for their ideas, but he does not want you to see what he looks like because he knows people would judge him by the way he looks. Oh, that's why you're so angry. That's why you like that. You know, that's why you say this about black women. Look at the way you look. You know, he doesn't want that. You know, I bet you in his mind, he has, I bet you anything Jason Black imagines he looks like, let's say a Don Lemon or something, you know? That's what he probably imagined. I can tell by the way people talk and the way they talk, what they believe in, how they imagine themselves. I bet you he probably imagine himself like, you know, I would say more like a D.L. Hughley. Jason Black probably imagined himself like a D.L. Hughley, you know? That's what he thought in his mind he looks like to himself. Or he wants you to think about. It's like a D.L. Hughley. Well, we got a good show tonight, you know. And continuing Black History Month, right? We only got like 2 more weeks left, less than 2 weeks left. You know, because it ends the shortest month out of the damn year, February. Now, when you got topics like Black History Month, the minstrel age returns, you know it's going down tonight. You know we're gonna get down. You know sparks are gonna fly, tempers are gonna flare, passions will be raised, and we're not as we turn this up in high volume in Colonial School of Hate. You know where you get your hate on. You know where it's okay to hate. You know tonight's a Friday night hate night. You know we talk about what we hate, who we hate, and what we hate. And there's nothing wrong with hating. You know I'm giving everybody permission. You can hate. You know, don't give me this lovey-dovey shit. Don't be a Steven and whatnot. I just loves everybody. I loves everybody. I gets along with everybody. I haven't got an enemy in the world, man. Get the fuck out of here, you know? There's people on this earth, man, I wish I could destroy. You know, I'm just being honest with you, right? Some people, if I had in my power, man, I really would be called Thanos, right? I do a Thanos snap and they all just fucking disappear. Well, that's another show, you know. But there's nothing wrong with hate, folks. Hate is good. Hate is necessary. Anger, hate, you know, vengeance, all that stuff is basically necessary for any people to survive. Anybody tells you to stifle any one of those things and whatnot, they're not letting you become a real person, a real human being. Any human being that does not have that thirst for revenge or vengeance and righteous indignation in you and whatnot, that you want justice, you are no longer a man. You're no longer a human being. How to go about doing that's another story. But this idea that when we look at our history in America and we look at all the stuff that was done to us and whatnot, and we don't even think that we want revenge, whatever like that, there's something wrong with that. I'm sorry to tell you. Don't tell me about fucking I'm a foundational black American. I have not bought into the America idea yet. There's too much blood. And because I am your number one hate monger, right? And the bottom line is I'm sorry, I just hate. The anger and hatred is just too deep for me. I can't forgive. You know, if I put the American flag in my hand, what I'm doing is submitting to another race of people and their authority and their subjugation of my race. But I'm sorry. That's why I'm sticking with the red, black, and the green. I can't be doing the red, white, and blue, you know? Can't be doing the red, white, and blue. So the bottom line, I believe in our heart God's going to deliver us one day and we're going to have a nation, a land of our own. That's what keeps me going. Now, if you've given up and whatnot and you want to tether yourself to America, as an American Negro, go right ahead, man. To each his own. Well, okay, telling me I gotta fucking agree with this shit, you know? Because every time I see a black man with a fucking American flag, I'm looking at a fool, right? I'm just telling you, as I have no respect for that shit whatsoever. But it is what it is. But to each his own, you know. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh well, you know. Just don't tell me I gotta fucking go along with it. Don't tell me I gotta put a flag in my hand and go sing Yankee Doodle Dandy and some kind of stupid, corny ass white shit. I can't do it. No, I just can't do it. I really can't. You know, can't do it. Cannot sing the Yankee Doodle Dandy. I cannot whistle Dixie. I can't do none of this stupid shit. You know, it is what it is. And what I'm saying is, this sort of talk is direct confrontation with the white man. Really, I'm the only one that talk like this. You know, they call you want smoke? Yeah, I want the smoke. You know, I think it's time for us to have that discussion. You know, what are we doing here in this country? You know, what's the future? What's the future? These guys are building a white nationalist paradigm right here in America. After everything, after we trusted these people, after you went out there and we trusted these people with civil rights, our songs, everything from Kool and the Gang to everything, we sung the songs of unity. Let's all celebrate and everything like that. Mike, what's it? Who was that song? That song, Ebony and Ivory. Was that Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney did Ebony and Ivory? Somebody think back. I can't remember that. You know, Ebony, or was it Stevie Wonder? I can't remember who it was. You know, it was back in the 80s, right? Ebony and Ivory. That sounds so good, man. I hope I don't get copyright. That sounds like the real damn thing, didn't it? Ebony and Ivory live together in perfect harmony. We did all this stupid shit all these years, you know, letting our guard down, talk about Ebony and Ivory, Rainbow. I thought about this topic, right? There's a song I remember back in the 80s, right? It was a song called Free Your Mind. Don't be so shallow. Be colorblind. Don't be no. And I just sing that song back in the day. Now I'm thinking about it now. What the fuck was I singing? Free your mind. Now, let me find that song. Who the fuck sung that shit? Man, they ought to be sued for right now. All this bullshit we grew up with. Free your mind. Be colorblind. Don't be so shallow. You know, they say free your mind. Free your mind. And the rest will follow. Who sung that? Okay. That was In Vogue. You stupid friggin'. I wasn't long ago. That was in the 90s. Free your mind. That was In Vogue, you know. No wonder they disappeared, you know. Be colorblind. Don't be so shy. Who the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Free your mind. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Be colorblind. Don't be so. Shut the hell up. Be colorblind, right? Get the hell out of here with that shit, you know? Like I said, this is a colonization school of hate, you know? All us black Americans, man, we need to band together, right? If black America came together, we are a super race, you know? We could probably be the most powerful race on the fucking planet if we had freaking unity, you know? Seriously. But but for the longest time, everybody have Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder can't even fucking sing. Tell us love this and love everybody. You know, I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of Lionel Richies and all these other fucking people have been telling us of love and peace and happiness all these fucking years. And what do we got? We got a full fucking scale war right now. These white Americans at war with us right now. You know. You know, so it is what it is. I had nothing wrong with In Vogue, man. I even liked that song back in the days. But goddamn, I think about it now because I was walking out of the store, free your mind, and it made me angry because I walk around angry all day, right? Hating, full of hate all day. Then I hear this song on the fucking radio in the store, free your mind, don't be so shallow. I was like, fuck you. I yelled out, fuck you. So I thought about that the other day. Free your mind. I was like, man, I gotta talk about that on the show. You know, and this song comes on, man. What the hell? we fucking listening to, you know? She couldn't make that. They couldn't make that song nowadays, man, because the world is just too toxic right now, you know. And so the bottom line is, I'm not backing down. I'm not backing down. It is what the fuck it is, you know. I think it's just time. You know, it's time to have these pretense. Whatever chips fall away they may. If it means America descending into chaos, well, not so the fuck be it. But at least I guarantee you one thing: we'll come out of this free. We'll come out of this with our own direction. We'll have to listen to nobody. We wouldn't have to listen to these Uncle Tom Coon leaders. We wouldn't have to listen to these fucking liberal Marxists. We wouldn't need any more of these so-called social justice warrior white people. These fucking white devils with the goddamn I'm an ally. These fucking white devil allies and whatnot. And these other POCs. If Black America came together, man, we'd be so fucking strong, rich, powerful. We have everything we want. And we all came to fucking together. You know, we don't need anybody. That's what my message is, right? Black America, man, please. Black middle America, come together, man. We're a formidable force on this planet. I just want my unity among my people, my tribe, my race, my nation. That's all. They say, well, what about us? I don't give a fuck about the rest of y'all. You know, I only care about myself and my people. You know, these are the people, Black America. I want to take them out of here. Most of them right now, you know. Well, look, I'm not a pan Lebanese. I'm just saying that the Lebanese in Liberia, Lebanese are way more civilized than the local people there. So why not do business with them? You know, I don't give a fuck what happens in Liberia. You know, to be honest with you, you know. But we could if we can get what we can get out of Liberia, save our ancestry, what they built. That's fine. You know, I'm not Lebanese, Principe. I don't know what you're coming out with. You need to worry about fucking barbecue and all those people on fucking in Haiti, you know. You need to worry about General Barbecue. Princess P. Free your mind. The rest will follow. There's one video I'm gonna play in a little while. This girl, this light-skinned girl, she went to the Netherlands and she said the people there smell so bad. They don't wash their hands after they come out of the bathroom. They just stink, right? She said there's hygiene is horrible and it smells so bad. Every restaurant, it smells like ass. That's how bad these people smell in the country, right? And so anyway, she's like, I'm just sick of feeling nauseous every day being around these people. So I'm like, man, how do we have people going to the Netherlands and live, and they love that shit and they be comfortable? I don't understand that, man. This lady, like, man, I can't wait to get the fuck out of here. These people are so fucking dirty and whatnot, you know. And somebody in the comment section said, yeah, you gotta see white people don't bathe because they think whiteness is cleanliness as itself, so they don't have to bathe. That makes a lot of sense, you know. A lot of white people think thing like that. You know, Obama, I think I have a better way of defeating white supremacy than your nonsense or your if you could show me an example of any success you're talking about in Africa, Baruti, I will listen to you. But so far, you know, I got Kala at 5, Baruti at -15. You know, he has not shown anything yet on the continent as far as like his philosophy or Ubuntu, whatever the hell he says, whatever like that. You know, Black America are the greatest black people, the greatest people on the damn planet. Ain't nothing wrong with our fucking culture. We don't have to change a damn thing. And I stand on that. When any other group of people can produce the music, the science, the art, everything we produce, then we could talk about changing our culture. But until then, man, go someplace with that shit, you know. Free your mind. Don't be so shallow. Be colorblind. Who the hell told him to write that shit, you know? It must be some fucking Jew. some Jew in the fucking some Jew in the goddamn record industry. Free your mind, don't be so. I mean, then again, that was the '90s when everybody was on this kumbaya shit, you know. Now we're on some Kendrick Lamar. They ain't not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. Speaking of which, there was a South African girl that was mocking Black Americans with cotton and whatnot. She ended up unaliving herself because of the social media backlash. I felt bad. But the bottom line is this: look, you don't come for Black America unless you're ready for that shit. You know what happened was there's New Orleans and Mardi Gras have these Zulu parades thing, right? And everybody wears blackface, and that South Africans are upset because Black people in America were wearing blackface, blackening their faces for a thing. And South Africa felt some sort of way that they were being mocked by Black people, so they didn't say nothing about the white people. They just singled out Black people for wearing blackface, even though everybody in the world had the blackface on. They singled out the Black people in New Orleans, like trying to make an example out of them. Talk about, oh, what if we mocked your ancestors? Your girls picking cotton, singing Kendrick Lamar, they're not like us picking cotton. You know, and there was a big blowback because she was mocking our ancestors that was enslaved. She made derogatory things about slaves being sold off and killed and lynched and beaten, making a mockery of our ancestors' suffering. You know, you never do that. Our ancestors must have got to her, you know. Like I said, you don't fuck with our ancestors, you know. Free your mind, don't be so shallow. Be colorblind. Hallelujah. Lord have mercy. Lord, I guess it. Sad situation, folks. Sad situation. Sad situation, folks. So, yeah, folks. So, we got a good show tonight. Tonight, we're talking about the minstrel age returns. Now, before we could talk about minstrel age returns, let's talk about what the minstrel age is. The minstrel age probably began in the 1700s, whatever like that, as a way to maintain white supremacy, the white social order by mocking, one they do, they glorify the white race, the white man, and they denigrate the Black man to a caricature of foolishness, buffoonery, and nonsense. You know, he's a savage, he's silly, he's ignorant, and everything. He's ugly, and all these things like that. It's just like pure mockery and exaggeration, you know. And these minstrel characters would go around, and they would. So, in the mind of the average white person, Black people are not really fully human. You know, there's something to be mocked, something to be ridiculed. That's because they want to justify slavery. They want to justify being able to kill Black people anytime they want to. You weren't killing a human being; you were killing a caricature of a person, of what you think a person is. You weren't really a person. And that right there is dangerous. Because if somebody walks around, you walk around, if somebody has in their mind, you're this beast. Like when Michael Brown was killed, they was like, well, the guy said he lunged at me, right? So the image of a big Black male lunging at somebody, right? That's why Stanley Betty Shelby blew Stanley Crutcher face away. He was a Black man, big Black beast about to lunge at me, you know. So the stereotype of an uncontrolled Black beast lunging at white people and whatnot, you know, to be shot and killed on sight as a menace to society. So stereotypes are dangerous because let me tell you something. Let me give you some background to all this. What the reason why the only reason why police in America have deadly force because about 100 years ago, they believed Black men were able to resist bullets. So they tried to get silver bullets and bigger bullets could put down a black person. They believe that black people were, at the time, Coca-Cola was a thing, but Coca-Cola at the time used to get people high, you know? They believe black men were whole high on cocaine and whatnot. They could not feel pain. So while other people would shoot a suspect as a warning shot to wound them, they would deliberately try to shoot black people to kill them. They said the black people were not going to die. They always died, but they said, oh, okay, we were wrong. But the whole idea was to create this idea of the black beast. That's the minstrel age. This black beast, that's crawling around trying to, we got to protect white womanhood at all costs. Much like Umar Johnson, he tries to protect white womanhood at all costs. So you got Umar Johnson's Stockholm syndrome. He goes around and doing a white man's job for him, protecting the white women. So the idea that black men are out there preying on white women on the streets, whatever like that. So their job is to protect white womanhood, the purity of white womanhood, the bearers of the white race, whatever. I've been telling you the minstrel culture. If you're new to this country and whatnot, this is what we're talking about. It's something Baruti knows nothing about. He'll know nothing about the real racial dynamic of this country. Everything is him. This fool is. We gotta change to some fucking African. The reality is, as long as we live in the goddamn America, people gotta listen to what the college Genesis have to say. Because I'm gonna keep people alive. All that Afrocentric bullshit got us nowhere. So therefore, so you got the white man goes around telling the world that the black man's a beast. He craves white flesh and all stuff like that. He's just nothing but an animal, right? So therefore, when he does kill you or shoot ever, or they know you put a rookie cop in an area where he's scared, and so next thing you know, an accident happens. A guy panics and kills somebody, and a kid gets killed, whatever like that. And people are like, oh yeah, we'll do investigation. Then he's cleared. But why does he have the power of deadly force in the first place? Because white people figured a long time ago that the only people that's probably will get killed in the line of duty by these police officers, young white people, are black males. They didn't imagine that there could be a possibility that white people could be killed the same way. And they were right. It rarely ever happens with white people. I see the clips where this guy was chasing a white cop with a fucking bat. Cop had no stop. Cop would not shoot him. I've seen that shit several times. One guy had a sword. White guy, well, no. The guy was just swinging a sword at a fucking white cop knife, and the guy lived to tell about it. Only white people. But these two incidents with this Renee and this guy, I think his name was Pete, whatever his name is, they got shot and killed in Minneapolis, shook something in white America. You mean to tell me that the same force we thought that could only happen to black people, can happen to us? Yeah, that's how it usually works. Being white does not make you bulletproof. Don't mean that the same thing you subject black people to, which is the being in the life and death mercy of any police officer with a gun and a badge. Now they realize they're subject to the same fucking rules. They saw that at January 6th, where there was a couple of them killed in January 6th. Now the leftists are seeing that at these protests, that white people can die too by the hands of law enforcement. So we're living in interesting times. We are definitely living in interesting times. So, is anybody still paying attention to what's going on in mainstream fucking media? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I got some dirt to tell. Some dirt I came across, right? Come to find out, Miss Erica Kirk ain't so wholesome as the media tries to put out there. A lot of these women in the right wing are nothing but a bunch of hoes, you know. For what they're saying is that she had an affair on Charlie and their daughters might not be his. That before he died, Charlie took her out of his will. So Erica Kirk is a little hoe. Ain't that something? So forget about this image. The white people, man, they just played themselves. I knew. See, we just sat, all of us who were on social media all the time, we knew how this was going to play out. That's why we wanted Donald Trump to win. We wanted him to win because we knew that for once and for all, we're going to have this fucking race war and we're going to have it out. And they're going to come crashing and burning. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a MAGA, you know. Yeah, I got to push myself. I have to, you know. It's Friday night. I got nothing else better to do, you know. We're seeing this MAGA come crashing down right before our eyes. You got Nick Fuentes quitting the fucking white nationalist movement. Nick Fuentes like, man, what am I doing? I'm a young guy. Nick Fuentes probably after the party said, I got money and whatever like that. What the hell am I doing with these fucking incels and losers? You know? Really. The white nationalist movement is a fucking joke. You know? You mean people are beholden to this? A bunch of fucking dudes who attend sausage fests and can't get laid are fucking controlling the fucking narrative in America? Are you kidding me? So Nick Fuentes is like, man, I can't be around these fucking. He said, man, I don't give a. He said, Kid Rock, that whole thing was embarrassing. You know, I was not loving on Trump, man. Shut the heck up, man, Chicago. I was not loving on Trump. You know, I still say he was better than Kamala any day in the week because at least now this racist boogeyman is not hiding in the shadows. They're all out there. They got everything they want. They got both houses of Congress. They got the Supreme Court. They got everything. And watch them all crash and burn, and they're going to be gone forever. See, but the thing is, you know, this, you know. Now, I still, if it comes down to it, I want the Republicans to keep doing what they're doing. You know, keep doing what they're doing, right? Because one thing I want to do is this, Chicago, right? No, this is what I'm saying. I had a hidden agenda, right? My whole thing is, right, I am a black nationalist. I want black people to really, I want the black nationalist movement, the idea of nationhood and stuff like that, to breed a dominant force in black America. I want black people to be so disgusted with this mainstream political party and whatnot that they quit both parties and whatnot and form their own political party that's something like the ANC that's global and that's geopolitical. That has long-term things other than the fucking every 4-year election cycle. So therefore, I want us. Then how do we do that, right? Because Black America is so fragmented. You got affluent Black people, you got middle class Black people, and you got poor Black people, right? Chicago, the majority of the political narrative in Black America, although we're diverse, 70% of Black people in the middle class, right? But 90% of our politics deals with the goddamn poor and the underclass. Every time we go get somebody get the Black vote, it's always about food stamps and fucking social programs that we don't, that 80% of us don't even get. Or we basically talk about immigration. Immigration is not our fucking issue. That's why we said, look, we need a break from the Democrats. Because their whole agenda has nothing to do with us, with Black middle America. So we get rid of them. Now we can deal with the Republicans, you know, face to face. But the Republicans Democrats were getting out there, running them out to the Republicans, right? And their agenda was about the LGBTQ. Their agenda was about the freaking immigrants and whatnot, the Haitians and all these other people. They don't got a goddamn thing to do with us. Feminism and all stuff like this. And also big back husky hyena politics. The Stacey Abrams. We didn't want that shit, we're tired of it. We're tired of friggin' the leftists in this country. We're not, the leftists and the black women who align with the leftists. The black male in America want their own political agenda. All they told us, bro, is just shut up. You don't have no agenda as a black man. You just shut up and vote. Just shut up. So I'm saying it. Just black men, shut up. I'm sick of y'all talking. So black men say, hey, look, okay, we ain't gonna get our vote. Do you understand where I'm coming from now? That had nothing to do with us liking Trump. Trust me, it had nothing to do with that shit. But we're saying we'll give them a fucking another turn. We'll give if they don't fucking start respecting black men, we'll give we'll help JD Vance get in the fucking office. Enough was enough. Same people are so fucking weak out there. They're talking about going toe to toe against ICE, but know who ain't out there? Black men. Big strapping black men are not out there. We just said fuck everybody. So, join us on Patreon and become part of our journey to. I'm getting sick and tired of this narrative that black people in America this is the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. Black people at the bottom of American civilization society, right? How the hell were you here before Columbus? It doesn't even make any fucking logical sense. Why would you be here before Columbus? Just so you can fucking spend the next 500 years getting your ass kicked? We were here before Columbus. Now we in the ghetto. That's what I mean by the neo-minstrel age, the minstrel age. The FBA, these we were already here, these pretendians, these are all part of the new digital minstrel show. Everyone's getting a good laugh at the FBA movement. It's funny. These guys look like clowns or whatever like that. They look goofy and everything like that. So everyone's getting a good laugh at the FBA right now, And I thought about this today. The FBA, what the FBA want is respect, right? But they don't understand something. The reason why Africans don't respect them or Caribbean don't respect them is because the white man has told them these are the people you come here and you don't respect. These are the people that are a joke. These are clowns. These are fools. It's a minstrel show. And Africans want to distance themselves from this minstrel show. These problems, even though I know a lot of these things they say about us are fucking lies and stupid, but enough people believe it that they automatically, preemptively go out there to distance themselves from a narrative that doesn't even exist. And we're left holding the bag, Well, yeah, look, let me say this, Eddie, I disagree, right? I'm not going to let them, you're a little older than me. I'm not going to let them scare me because we've been living with racists. Every last single president that ever held that White House is a fucking racist, all of them. We cannot let them scare us into fucking just going along to get along. If we give them our vote for nothing, the black man will disappear. Already, we don't have any respect in the mainstream America, right? If the people running the Democratic Party really feel like the black male, supposed to be the leader, doesn't deserve any respect, we have absolutely nothing. We'll never recover from this shit. We need to show our young men and whatnot that we're fucking strong and we can take care of ourselves, whatever like that. Going down there and running to the Democrats just because you scared of JD Vance. I got to get my brothers out of this fear, man. Come on. If you were brave like me, we wouldn't have this conversation. I'm fucking brave. I fear nothing. Steve Chicago said our biggest issue is that we've been undereducated in this country. I can care less who's in office. Yeah, yeah. Who's in office don't mean shit to us. We're on the fucking bottom, you know. I want to know what candidate is gonna give us parity in state contracts and government contracts and shit. You know, nobody's talking about that. You got Mr. Eddie Thorne, right, in the state of New Jersey. The state of New Jersey has spends $18 billion a year on goods and services from the private sector, right? Less than 15 cents out of every $100 is procured from black businesses in a democratically run state. So please, those of us who want to get to the next level, I want to see the Democrats destroyed. And I'll put the fucking KKK in the damn White House if I have to. Let's start all over again. And we can destroy the Democratic Party and take it over and build it up from the friggin' bottom up. And then you can meet J.D. Vance and all these other clowns. But to keep going on the way we're going on, and you let them use fear. Maybe that's your generation, my good brother, but just not my generation. We fear nothing. It's like don't call our bluff, don't pull our card. If they're and also all this time has passed by, have they sat down and had a reawakening of the Democratic Party? What did we do wrong? Why wasn't there so many black men? Look, if there's 25% of black men admitted to voting for Trump, I would say about a good half of them actually did. Because I worked in polls, and exit polls are not scientific. People always lie about who they voted for. And then there was low voter turnout. So in other words, there wasn't a strong push to stop the Republicans among black men. Yeah, so the bottom line, yeah, we always get fucking thrown under the goddamn bus. It's enough is enough. Enough is a goddamn enough. Enough is a damn enough. You know? It's all about respect. I'm sick of hearing that racist buzzword. Yo, look, let me tell you something, brother. The white man's a fucking devil. Every one of them is a fucking racist, right? Including Gavin Newsom, Pete, Body Boy, Buttigieg, call him Body Chedge, whatever, Body Boy Chedge. You know, they're all fucking racist. If you got white skin in this country, you're a fucking racist. You know, let's start like there. I'm sick of this. One devil is better than another devil shit. You know, like one devil, two devils, three devils, four, five devils, six devils, seven devils more. Man, get the fuck out of here with all these motherfuckers. You know. A white man's a fucking white man, you know. White man's a goddamn white man. You know, fucking do it. In this system, in this civilization, a white man's a white man. A white man's a devil in a situation, you know. When it comes to his future, his power, everything like that, you know, we're gonna always lose. We're always gonna be second fiddle, whatever like that. You don't give a fuck about us, you know. So let me see what I got on the lineup here. Yeah, part of like the menstrual ages, you got a lot of black women who are just basically just full of hate. Look, I just watched this one video where this white chick or Latino chick said, "Oh, reason why we don't like black men because you guys are the lowest on the totem pole. You guys stink. Blah blah blah." It's hatred. Comment section. Oh yes, I love this chick. When I like that, good looking chick, but she was just basically saying how much she hates black men. You know, we suck, we stink, whatever like that. You know, like, everyone's just coming for us, bro. Everyone's after us. We're not, and you would think, you know, the black we would have. We don't even have a black woman behind. That's why when someone gets up here and tell me, Carla, stop calling, saying things about black women, fuck you and fuck them. The bottom line, this platform is mainly for black men. Whatever else and put now I love my sisters and everything like that, but this platform is not for you. This platform is me reaching out to my brothers, me communicating with my brothers, me advocating for my brothers. Nobody else is doing that. For whatever reason, black women, they're out for themselves. They're selfish, you know, someone wicked, someone down for us, but they don't check these ones that's going around here trying to destroy us. But they like this one chick, I want you to play the video. She was basically like, when she sees black men getting beaten by police, that makes her happy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Black men getting pummeled by police, begging for his life, begging for mercy and whatnot. That makes her happy. You know, that makes her happy. She feels good. Because she said black men have always been, I don't know, attacking her. So all the lie that goes around. She said, that the lie they repeated that every 4 minutes a black woman is killed by black men. They're putting this lie out there that every 4 minutes a black woman is killed by a black man, and these black women are running with this stuff. This is stuff put out there by the Cynthia G's, the Paris Milans, all these things like this. And so therefore, I'm not one of these black men gonna sit here and let these hoes talk about our fucking brothers. Most black men are good men who are good to their woman, good to their children, everything like that. But the white devils, right? The black woman is full of the white devil. You know, look, once a black woman sleeps with a white man and he releases his estrogen, his sperm, and all that, it's almost like she's demon possessed by the white devils. You know, she goes and thinks like him. You could always tell a black woman who slept with a white man. I'm gonna try to find this fucking video. I can't pull up my goddamn. Let me find my damn. Excuse me. All right. Now I'm gonna pull this up here. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I don't know what the heck's going on. You know, I hate when my computer's acting up. My internet's acting up. Well, I don't know. They be swearing we're gonna get unalived by the police. Yeah, what you call they are swearing they call us body bags, bullet bags, whatever. You know, they think we're out here getting shot by police and all stuff like that. That's what they think. These wild fucking ghetto ass fucking bitches I can't stand. You know, they think every black man's living a life for their baby daddies and their husbands and their fucking their fathers and whatnot in and out of jail and shit like that. They think well, that's our life, you know. So the bottom line is this: Hustle Smart, you're right. As soon as these fucking females get that white ski, you could tell it. You could tell when a black woman has opened her fucking legs to a fucking white man. You could tell the way they act. The white man's whole spirit. And when you open your legs up and whatnot, like woman, you open your legs up to a man, forever that man's spirit is in you. There's no coming back from that, you know? That's why I always look at black women. Oh yeah, I used to date white men, but now I'm no, sister. No, I had a female like that. You know, she was like, "Oh, I learned my lesson. I was with white guys for years, whatnot." You know, my son's father, my third son's father was a white guy. No, you can't join my movement. Sorry, sorry. Go back to him. Go back to the white man. You know. But this right here, all this stupid minstrel culture is returning to Black America. It's returning with a vengeance. I don't know. I think they took the video down. I mean, it was just really, really. Matter of fact, let me just play the damn thing on audio. Yeah, you don't need to see this fucking bitch's face. She's all right looking, you know. It's like she's tired, like she's been ran through and shit like that. She's a halfway good looking chick that was ran through. That's all you need to know. So let me play the fucking video. Hold up. This guy, she's playing a video of a black man getting beaten. She's smiling. Hold up. We put the Bluetooth on. All right. Now, she's smiling as in the background, there's a black man getting beaten by the police, pleading for his life. Look. This guy sitting there, this white lady saying, Hispanic lady saying, chill out, whatever. This cop's beating him down, choking him. And he said, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. And cop had him on the ground. Cop's in there punching him while he's on the ground, you know? And she's sitting there, this black woman sitting there just smiling. She's observing it. But look, watch, this gets worse. Follow me.
I know for a lot of Black women, when you see videos like this, you automatically go into compassion mode. You start thinking about your husbands, your boyfriends, the man that you're sleeping with right now, your Black sons, your uncles, your fathers, the Black man that lives next door to you. And you start feeling like, oh, it could have been him, right? But for me, I don't think about those things at all. When I see stuff like that happening to Black men, the first thing I think about is how Black men unalive Black women every 4.8 hours. That's what I think about. I think about how many Black men do the same thing that that cop was doing to that Black man to us. That's where my thoughts go. So you're going to have to forgive me if I don't have that same compassion, because I don't. Because the question that I have for everyone is, where is that compassion when Black men are doing that to Black women? Where's the compassion for us? Because I want y'all to understand this about me. I am never going to put Black male issues above my own. I am never going to care more about what happens to Black men more than I care about what happens to Black women. And see, that's what separates me from most Black women. Because the vast majority of Black women could care less about their own fucking daughters. They will still run to save their sons. They will still run to save the same Black man who just assaulted them. I ain't fucking with it. I am always going to think of Black women because that's what I am. I'm a Black woman. And what happens to us matters to me. I don't give a damn if it doesn't matter to the majority of the Black community. I don't care if other Black women don't care about what happens to Black women. I care. And at the end of the day, the reality of it is Black men do the same exact things to Black women that white men have done to them. And every time a Black man harms a Black woman, guess what happens? The white man turns around and harms him. Do you see how that works? Do you see how karma always turns back around? It's going to always catch up with you, boo. I want y'all to remember that. You don't get away with nothing in this life. So I want y'all to stop acting like you don't understand why these things are happening to Black men. Because I know exactly why they're happening. These other groups of men do not respect Black men as a collective because they see how you treat your own women and children. And until you do right by the women and children in your own community, these police brutalities are not going to stop. And let's be very clear. Police brutality, Black men are the biggest victims of them. Black men. Let's be very clear about that. All right? All right.
You see the venom and the vitriol in her voice? This is an evil woman. Evil woman. Somebody hurt her, whatever like that. So they get online. And what gets me is instead of women checking her, let's see what the comment section have to say about this. We'll say, well, Kyle, why you with somebody? Because TikTok gives me a gauge of what's going on in real life. Somebody they never said, I only care individuals you have to really know you. This is how Black girls should move. My God, society knew nothing. Everybody just freaking making a joke of this guy, This is what you guys call democracy and Western civilization, freedom of speech. It can't happen in change or whatever, I don't know. Everyone just recording though. I'm proud of you, Black woman. A white guy wrote, I'm proud of you, Black woman. A white guy. Newsflash, please. Somebody said, police brutality affects Black women as well. With your mindset, empathy will be absent from your world. Also, domestic violence is popular where there is poverty. Eastern European experience domestic violence. Somebody named thanks you for your content. You're opening the eyes of many black women. So a lot of black women are co-signing this, basically. As a black man, I've never hurt a woman, so whatever. You're desperate. You are separating the divine or divine ruler, not a black right rule. Say well, whatever. You sound clown. You just like a clown. One of those clown simp ass niggas. I'm a good one. I'm a good one. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Somebody named Brave said, "Not my business." Let Maria, Karen, Kim, and protest them. Black women are relaxing. So in other words, basically, you don't care. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't care. That part. Kim, you sent me whatever. You know, I definitely agree. So for the most part, black women are co-signing this. Somebody said, "I love you, sis." Another black woman says, "You have a valid point." Somebody says, "I was feeling something you brought back, especially in South Africa." Wow, these black women in America are poisoning black women all over the world. That's why black women in America need to be fucking stopped. You know. And somebody said, "So the police was a white woman pin you down and choking you out. What should a black man supposed to do?" Nobody answered that. Uh, Lots of cameras. What? The people are just fucking stupid. Uh, there you go, folks. Almost 99% of comments agree with what she said. There you go. There you go. That's it. 90% of comments based like this. So going forward, Eddie Thorne, what the fuck? Tell me again why I should support the Democratic Party, the Stacey Abrams, and all these other fucking people. And a bunch of bitter, fat, bald black women like Ayanna Presley and whatnot. Why should I join together with them? Is that the way they fucking think about us? You see why I do this show? I do this show, and I hope more and more black men that got platforms listen to College Genesis and whatnot, and just start saying it's just all about us now. Fuck black women, fuck the community, fuck everything. Black men needs to unite. Fuck the community. And the community turned its back on us. That's what they're saying. We don't care about what happened to black men. I knew that when I was a young man. I realized when I was in my 20s, right? I was out there on my own. I had to survive on my own. Nobody helping me out. No organization helped me give me a job, whatever like that. And then basically, when I was a young man, I realized us young men, man. That's why I always love the 5% brothers, man. Because we really looked out for each other. Brother get out of jail and whatnot, because a lot of times brothers went to jail because they couldn't pay their traffic tickets when they pile up. Next thing you know, you're driving on a suspended license. It was like a daily occurrence. I gotta go do 90 days for driving on suspended. And where did you go driving suspended? Not running town, going back and forth to work. That's what happened when we were just pushing the poverty and there was nothing, right? But we looked out for each other, man. Okay, brother, when you get out, man, come stay with me. Sleep on my couch for 5 months and save your money and whatnot and get on your own. Whatnot. That's how we helped each other out back in the days, man. I'll never turn my back on my brothers, man. I know who was there for me when I was down. It wasn't the community, it wasn't the NAACP. It was young black men like myself. We band together. We looked out for each other. That's the way I am. That's why I am the way I am right now. The way I think. I've been out there. I know this world's unforgiving. But yeah, so we're back in the minstrel age, right? We're like at our lowest point in Black history. We're back to nothing but a bunch of stereotypes. Thanks to the ADOS FBA, Tariq Nasheed, thanks to the Omar Johnsons, everything. It's a fucking joke. The polites. The minstrel age is back, man. The minstrel age is back, man. The black man is nothing but a buffoon. He has no land. He has no government. He only want a government. These motherfuckers, curse you out one night. The biggest minstrel thing is when you see a black man having an American flag on his face. What the fuck? It's like, goddamn, man. It's like we're back in the minstrel age, right? We're back in Jim Crow, Mantan, and whatnot, shuffling, jiving, shucking and jiving. Where's the black nationals movement, right? Those of us who are black nationalists want a black fucking nation. And no nonsense. What's a black nation? A black man, black woman, black child, black family. That's the core of a black nation. But everybody else is divulged into the minstrel age. Look at the black entertainment industry. Everybody's some sort of caricature, some stereotype. Look at our women. Our women aren't dignified anymore. They're hoes. There's no shame in black America. The minstrel culture, you have no shame. You'll do anything. You perform anything to put on a dollar for the white man. It's a shame. So, that's what we're talking about tonight. That being said, we're talking about the minstrel age, right? Let me get you guys the link in the chat room. If you want to call in and you want to rumble with the Call of Genesis, step right up, step right up. We're on Kicker, we're on Twitch, and we're on YouTube. Coming soon, we'll be on X. As this platform grows and whatnot, step right up, step right up. Dark Mingo, stepping right up. What's going on, Dark Mingo?
Yo, what's going on, Genesis? How are you?
Doing good. What's on your mind?
Nah, yeah, everything's good. I was just gonna speak on the point about how you see he's on TikTok and you're seeing a lot of the bashing towards the black man. I'm on there also, and I'll be seeing it too. It gets to the point where it's like everything they talk about. You know what
But
I
there's
mean? It's
no,
just
it's not even a bashing because people make videos, right?
yeah.
And sometimes if they know there's going to be a blowback, they'll stop the comments, right? The
Mm-hmm.
fact that people do this stuff, right? When they talk about black people, whatever, like this, black Americans, whatever like that, and they leave the comment section open. That means they want a reaction. They want to
Mm-hmm.
see what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're doing this deliberately, you know.
yeah,
So
because I think that gets like the most views. When it's like stuff pertaining towards us, then it gets a lot of
yeah,
views
yeah.
and
So as long as
traction.
you're talking about black Americans, you're gonna do this. This white chick came up with a video, a Latino chick on TikTok today on my For You page. So about, let's talk about why we don't date African Americans because one, African Americans have a smell to them, but just real racist shit. You guys are least desired. So fucking. Also in the comment section is like, oh, that's right, man. I love this chick when these incels, these weirdo incels. You notice how you hear Nick Fuentes says he's not a white nationalist no more.
Oh, you didn't? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because he said, man, he's embarrassed by the movement. Of course, man. We think the guys you with a bunch of virgins and incels and whatnot. You know. I guess he figured that out, man. He said a bunch of fucking losers. He said that
Yep.
that Kid Rock concert just did it for him. That was the most embarrassing thing in hell.
Yeah, I didn't even see that either. It was the
Oh, no,
Super
but the way
Bowl.
Kid Rock looked, his name was Kid Rock. He looked old and whatnot, and he's doing country. I mean, what a fucking clown, man.
Yeah, like a crackhead. Yeah.
Yeah, you heard Erica Coke, man. I got some dirt on her, man. You know,
Nah, I don't really be keeping
it's
up with the stuff
yeah,
like
I know
that.
I don't either,
No.
but this came across my For You. They said that Charlie Kirk, right before he died, took her out of his will because he
Oh
found out
man.
he had a PI investigator found out she was cheating on him. You know,
I believe it. Yeah, that's
and she
crazy.
goes, they said that one of his daughters might not be his.
What? That's crazy.
Man, ain't that some heavy shit, man? God
Right?
damn.
Yeah. They need to focus on them now, right? They probably gonna
Yeah,
get
so, but
off
these guys
us.
going around, oh, look at this, Charlie Kirk. He was Martin Luther King and all stuff like that. He was just, man, his wife was a hoe. You know, his wife was a fucking hoe. You know, like these people, like I said, this is why I said in the chat room, I wanted them to win because I knew once the Republicans, these crazy white people get in power, I knew they would know how to handle it. You know,
Hmm.
I knew all the stuff you see now, they're crashing out. They're crashing the fuck out. You know, they're like, oh man, they thought they were gonna get this reaction out of us. You know, like, oh, we're just so mad at Donald Trump. We're like, we're just sitting back with our popcorn enjoying this shit. You know.
Right? Yeah, we don't really care because Donald Trump keep the gas prices low and everything cool.
Yo, the
Only people
gas
I think
prices
is
is
worried.
down to goddamn $2.75 a gallon.
$2 I'm driving just to drive.
That's all black people looking at. It's shit, you know. And a
Right?
lot of black
Yeah.
people like that do like things like Uber and DoorDash. Business is booming. They're like, man, I'm making money. What the fuck? I care about who's in. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
They, when Biden was in office, there was a shit. It was like, also inflation went
370.
down. They say inflation went down by 9% this
Yeah.
January. So whatever's going on, black people are like, okay, prices are starting to come down. I noticed that too. I was in freaking Royal Farm and I bought some chicken for dinner, right?
Hmm.
And I probably didn't think about the inflation. I didn't dawn on me. I said to the guy, I said, this is like $2 less than I used to pay. He said, I don't know. I said, so that must have been it. It must be the inflation. No, you know what I'm saying? Down.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's why they really want him in office because anytime he's in office, the inflation is low.
So the bottom line is, I don't care. I said, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't care, right? As
We
long
don't give
as the
a, that's how
wages
we
is
got to be.
livable.
That doesn't mean nothing to us anyway, because we're the ones that outside. That's what I said. They gave us nothing to gain. That's why we act like that. So, well, we got the gain. We
Yep.
had nothing when Obama was in office. We had nothing when Biden's in office. When not, we probably had nothing with Trump. But at least we know what we got with Trump.
Yeah, at least we know exactly. We're familiar with this.
We're familiar with this. We can live with this shit. If black people learn how to live with people like Donald Trump, I said, look, fuck it. Let JD Vance. Well, he's a racist. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I
What's
knew what's so funny.
that
It's like,
tell you
yo,
that
they
Black
wasn't
America
even
is
this
getting
hard on Bush. You
checked us out?
remember? I was
Yeah,
barely alive when Bush was out, but I
Bush
knew
was a
I heard he
fucking
was a
asshole.
super racist
That
allegedly,
was
right?
one president, George W. Bush. That was one fucking president I fucking hated. I thought he was a racist. He was just an asshole. I hated that motherfucker so bad. I had Bush
Yeah.
syndrome. I hated that motherfucker. But black people, get this, black people are realizing now that they're pretty much untouchable. You know,
Hmm.
we got a record number of black millionaires in the country right now. The black middle class is exploding without the government. They did all this shit with it. They took away DEI. They took away affirmative
Exactly.
action. We're still doing good.
Still
Like,
doing good, man.
we're invincible, man. There's fucking
Yeah,
immigrants and
and
can't
like, yo, and I've been saying that. I've been preaching that for like a year. I'm like, you already know what the annually what black people spend on goods. It's like $1 trillion
like
alone.
1.6 trillion. Like
Yeah, and
yeah,
and that's just on goods.
yeah.
So that's why I'm like,
Black America is formidable. You know,
exactly.
real
And that's why I
organized.
believe they didn't really keep the economics going in school because if black people were kind of hip to economics and
Oh, we
finance,
were until integration. We were. We had our
yeah.
own banks. We pulled our money together. We avoided white people. Did you hear the show the other night when I talked about the origin of Sears and Roebuck?
No, I didn't really get that part. Nah, I know
Okay,
you said something turned into Sears, right? You said, I think.
okay, Sears and Roebuck. I'm gonna get Kidola on. Kidola, I'll get you in a second. Sears and Roebuck. Roebuck was a black man. Sears was a Jew, right?
Hmm.
Sears had a department store, right? Selling appliances and stuff like that, clothes,
Yep.
appliances. But the thing is, though, in cities, this was started in like the 30s and 40s when the urbanize of America, right? You had black urban areas that were growing that had middle class that could afford things like appliances like irons, refrigerators, stuff like that. But the
Hmm.
thing is, though, black people could not spend the afternoon, going downtown shopping. So what they did was they created this thing called a catalog. That's a robot grade where black people could order this stuff and pay cash on delivery and have it delivered. You know,
Hmm.
And matter of fact, I was we were doing ordering catalogs up until like when I was a kid in the '80s. I remember Uncle had TV delivered. That was much better than going to the store. We
Yep.
avoided going to the store because of racism. So we ordered by catalog.
Oh, that's smart.
And Black
Yeah.
America basically we had our own. Then we did have stores. We had our own stores that we went to when you went to do shopping and stuff like that. But
Yep.
for the most part, Black people in the '40s, '30s, and '40s, Black people used catalog, right? In the '50s and '60s, white people start saying, "Okay, there's too much money. Let them come in the store."
Yep. So it
But
kind of makes sense because, like, we see, like, through every decade, it seems like we just end up adjusting, to whatever they
whatever
throw
these
at us.
motherfuckers throw at us, we fucking
Yeah,
adjust.
we adjust to it. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I don't ever really believe we'll ever, like, like you said, we're invincible. So
Yeah, so
I don't.
that's why when some Black immigrants coming here tell us what we got to do, we got to get the fuck out. We don't have to join shit.
Yeah.
We're not gonna join nothing. Oh, they're coming for you next. Yeah, let them. Where they gonna fucking strip us to? You know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, not even really to put it on black people, but just humans in general. Like, we'll always find a loophole or just some other way around
Because whatever
whatever's blocking
system it
us.
is, I study martial arts. Whatever system you're fighting somebody, whatever technique he has, there's always inherent weaknesses. And you got to
Yep.
know where they are. America, their white supremacy system has a lot of weaknesses, and black people know how to exploit them. Right? For example, when a white man says, "You can't go to the movie theaters," blah blah blah. The weakness was there was nothing preventing us from opening our own movie theaters out, and we made all the money.
Right, and the driving ones that they was having too was a lot of black driving theaters.
Yeah, driving theaters when even to this day,
That was
driving
big.
it was
Yeah,
easy to fucking make. I think we were only made the driving. It
I
was
was gonna
easy.
say that. Right, I'm pretty sure black people invented that. Right, like
Yeah,
I'm pretty
we
sure.
had a lot of drive-ins on the South, the Midwest, and the North. A lot of drive-in theaters and whatnot because that was how we saw things.
Right, and that just seemed like something cool black people would make up anyway. Like
So
exactly
we know
ridiculous.
how to change and adapt.
Yep.
You don't want to see your role stay in the ring. We built our fucking own.
Yeah,
We had
because
black people have
technically.
in Pennsylvania. Black people had built their own little miniature theme park with a roller coaster and everything.
Mhm. Yeah, because I found out a black man invented the roller coaster. I was
Yeah,
watching it the
yeah,
other
yeah.
day.
So it's black
I'm
men
like,
who
that's
pioneered the
crazy.
roller coaster and everything. Country first said not all black Americans. Nigerians undermine black because they kissing the white man's behind. It's mostly Nigerians, but some of the rest of them too. Nigerians basically bought the game of the model minority nonsense. And look at these Nigerians, they're doing so. Get the fuck out of here. They were just using them.
I think it was the Afro beats, man, that it got them hyped up. They thought they was gonna like
They
take
thought they
over
really
or
thought
some
they
shit.
really thought they were taking over with the Afro. So that the bottom of hold up, the one thing they can never say is we never like fucking their Nollywood movies. Them Nollywood movies are garbage, man. I cannot watch. I can't even watch a preview. It's just so terrible. The acting, the design. It was like watching a movie with somebody with a camcorder sitting there in a room. There's
Now
no.
I kind of like some of them, but my only issue is just like
I can't
they got
watch
to get a better
nothing.
sound team like in
Yeah, the
Africa.
sound
Like
effects,
the
everything like
sound
that.
is so bad.
The
Yeah, it
acting
just
when
be
I look,
mad loud.
it's like they'll spend like 3 hours in one fucking set. You know,
Yeah.
especially if the set is good, whatever like that. Like there's a set in a bar, you can say, okay, they spent a lot of money on the set. They're gonna be here for like 3 quarters of the movie. You know,
Hmm. Yo, that might be a good investment, kinda, because you see how the Indians are coming now. Like they stuff getting on Netflix and it's getting real
yeah.
movie
But
kind
the
of
thing is, I
rated.
look at Tubi, right? I have not seen any Nollywood movies on Tubi yet. You know, Tubi,
Yeah.
you got to have your film has to have a budget of at least $350,000. Verified budget, a quality.
Hmm.
For $350,000. To qualify to be on stream on Tubi.
Yeah.
So far, no Nollywood movies have made it on Tubi yet. So
No, yeah, but I got like bigger hopes for them because only because they got an entire
yeah.
nation backing them, so it could possibly
Like
take
I
off.
said, if they good, but they got to start. work on the acting skills. You know, they got to work on
Yeah.
filmmaking skills when they don't have it. I'm serious. The acting skills, the filmmaking
Kala,
skills, and whatnot. There's no Nigerian version of fucking
Kala,
Ryan Coogler. Oh, it was like, oh no.
Kala, better tell you this. If not for Nigerian, other African country would have been Dosa. You don't understand. We try to leave, we try to stop watching you people, Hollywood, those nonsense. We have to tell
Yo,
our own
look,
story.
Ola, it's not
Oh
gonna
no,
happen, man. Ola, come on, Canola.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Kala. Nigeria brought movie to the Nigeria make other Africans to be proud of who they are.
We make
You
Africa
understand me?
proud. We make Africa.
Because let me no. You people, you black Americans are too embedded with the white people in
Oh,
mindset and
come
everything.
no, yo,
You understand
come
me?
on, Ola, man. Come on,
There's no difference between you people and white people sometimes.
Oh, come
Even
on,
the
Ola, man. That
even
hurts.
the white even the white supremacists and all of the you people also have their mindset. So what we have to do, we have to a little bit let the African people to be proud of themselves and who they are as a black people.
So let me
You
ask you a
understand me,
question,
Kala?
Ola. Ola, let me ask you a question. Did you see the movie Sinners?
No.
Watch that movie Sinners and tell me you won't get proud to be black.
No. No.
You know that.
We
Hold
just
up.
did,
Hold up. You know
we,
the lead actor was
you see
Nigerian, right?
you see Black Panther, everything they brought as Black Panther and
That was a
everything.
good movie, man.
We can't even relate to these fake kingdoms they try to create somewhere else.
Yo, kid, Ola,
Nah, y'all didn't
We
like Black
tell our
Panther? Why not?
look,
we
everybody
tell
like Wakanda forever, man. Come on, kid,
Yeah,
Ola.
people had the
we
tribal
tell
garments going to the movies.
Yeah, if
Kala
everybody had
Kala
that Wakanda shit on, man,
Kala
everybody Wakanda
Kala
out, you know.
Kala. If Nollywood, Ghana can relate towards it. Other West Africa can relate towards it. It's a story of your personal life, how you live in Africa. Was never meant to be how you live in the United States. Because Africans do not, because they be bombarding us with all kind of Hollywood, fake 48 hours kind of films, that film, John Way. We have to tell our stories. For telling stories to a little bit making the movies. That's why Nollywood most black Africans,
Look,
they like
hold up.
it.
Let me ask you a question, Kadola. If that's the case, then why didn't Nigerians get behind Tinapa in the Calabar state, that film studio they built? It was a theme park and film studio. Why did Nigerians decide they want to go to Dubai instead of making that to me, Tinapa, Nigerians wanted no part of that. That was a theme park, movie studio. They could have built, they had all the trappings. They
Color,
could have been just like Hollywood there, you know?
color. You have to understand, Nollywood movie is almost like Bollywood. They shoot it in a not as expensive budget, but low budget, but tell the stories that would relate. We get a lot of education through some of all these things, right? And that warning not
Now
to
let me
be
ask you a
all kind of
question.
things.
Has Nollywood in Nigeria started building movie theaters and whatnot? Is everything just direct to DVD?
Nollywood, no. Nollywood, now you can go to movies, cinema to watch some Nollywood movies that are forbid for it for cinema. Netflix was also showing it, a lot. So see what Netflix was trying to do.
Netflix
Netflix was trying to bring,
Netflix has
hold on,
Nollywood movies on.
yeah, only that the Nigerians thought, okay, Netflix come with big money, right? They give these guys big money, right? But Netflix want to dictate, want to control the movie for themselves
Yeah,
alone.
because
And
they know their marketing. They did their research and
yeah.
stuff
But
like that.
then the national music they were showing, it was okay. It looked internationally, it looked too poshy. The majority of you see the Nigerian market is what give Nollywood a lot of money, not these overseas ones. The population of Nigeria alone, they all embedded with Nollywood. We start making poshy and everything. Okay, you can sell to the abroad people, but how about the Nigerian market? They start losing it. You start bringing Bentley out, Rolls Royce out. So the story they show is more like bourgeoisie type of ones. You understand me? So what these guys were doing, they would deliver the international ones in Netflix, but they will also produce the local ones. So now it now become like a competition. So Netflix kind of like, okay, they didn't know what to do because they don't want to be your slave or anything. Even the Afrobeat you talk about is the Burna Boy started writing Bentley already when Nigerians were buying their music. So they were not really chasing the ASA market. It was when the international started saying, okay, these guys are doing well. That's when they started pumping in. If those guys were like looking like some other countries, I, I call it Afrobeat singer like from Zambia and all those other places, they're not looking good. They don't make money. All these guys already start living large. Don't fake one, no. They don't rent no cars to shoot some of this video. These cars are their cars. These boys were already pumping in Africa, in Nigeria market. You know, start all these the Two-Face, all these other guys. If the money is not there, Western world would not ever come to let's just jump into this thing. It's because the same money was there. That's why they jump into it. They want to make money out of it. That's just the truth. That's why you can never hold a Burna Boy as a slave in the music industry. But they will run and leave you. They will run and leave you and come to Nigeria, be doing concerts, and be making their money there. They don't need Western world because the people really buy their music are Africans in London, Africans in United States. That's how the taste spread. It was never really that, oh, Black America will like the music. That's what they want to say. They jump into it because they want to make money from it. It's all business, you know. And Nigeria are very good at doing the business part. The other ones not. They want you to help them as a friend. You know, check our history of music. People like the Sonny Ade, Fela, and all these guys. We already know the business part of music way back to our ancestors who start singing. They were living large, you know. Go and check Sonny Ade living. Powerful. Right from 60s, even 50s, you know, even 1920 something, they were singing our life, you know, before Fela changed the tune to be something else. So we should not just get. And one thing I want to say, Carla, now Donald Trump came to power. There's some people in the internet, right? These FBA people in the internet. From is it Florida or something like that? There's a Colombian man who came to one woman show, started calling that guy running for governor in Colombia a tether, a tether, you know, calling him all kind of name. And this lady was smiling. Yeah, they're not part of our lineage. You just imagine in Africa brought a white man into
Oh, you talk about
a show, right?
you talk about Byron.
Yeah, this is
Byron
Colombia do. Yeah, who came to one lady who also see the show. The woman is even confused about herself, of course, like Indian sometimes. So Donald Trump brought out some other things also. It's good. He will leave, but there's always going to be a mark. And why I'm happy Donald Trump came to power, some of these Africans who live in United States, who take that place as a home, what they have to do, work hard, come and build your houses in Africa, come and bring your investment there. The day of exit point, you take it rough there, you just carry your bag, you leave. Any guy that make it in United States, also make it in Africa or Nigeria or Ghana, Donald Trump is like a blessing, this guy. But he always have a business going on, he have his mansion, he's doing well for himself, his money is in Africa. He will just pick his bag and say, goodbye. That is exit point. But well, you can say, oh, I'm an American. No, you are not an American. Until the white man make you an American, that's why you're American. You can also say, you're no longer American. You carry your bag and leave. As long as he did come to your territory, if you come to your territory, you will fight him there. That's just the way Africans have to think. And their children also, you know, because their children also look spoiled also when they come to Africa. They have to put now in their mind, hey kids, people are here. Make your money. We already invested in Africa. Also
So let me
invested
ask you a
there.
question, Kidola. Um, well, you said something interesting. You said Nigerians, Nollywood wants to make Africans proud, right? We always thought that we exporting a lot of film movies to Africa, and they'll be proud by us. So you telling us that we don't make them feel proud?
You see, the media beating us so down all kind of names they call us.
Oh, what
You
media?
understand me? Hold on, Western media. And they have sold a lot of things about Africans to the Western. Do you think it's only Black Americans among the Black diaspora that be brainwashed heavily? No. I
No,
told you
well,
every time
actually,
the
it was white
Jamaicans, the
people started
Jamaicans.
that. White people started the
Okay, let me
negative.
tell you this, Carla. If you go to the Caribbeans also, well, I make an example, because you might not know the word called the Curaçaos and the Surinamese. These are all Black people also. Maybe the Brazilians might be different because they also be diminished, be heavily bombarded with the Black people there. They put it in their face, they suffer there too. But there's some ones that the white people are still kind of like their masters. They say about called, they live in this island, but they're the citizens of the Netherlands. These people, if you come meet them sometime, they will tell you, "Oh, you're African, you don't know that. Oh, you're African, you don't know this." A guy told me, right? I said, why do you people have so many things about Africans? He said in school, this is what they were telling them. Oh, be that Ethiopian period. Oh, you people are lucky, you people are not Africans, because African people are hungry. The girl said she grew up with that mindset when she started dating. Then she dated a Nigerian guy, right? Then he said the moves of this Nigerian guy is so different. You know, these guys can just easily leave about $50 for you. So, oh, you can take that. He said, but their own people will never. They will even delete you just for $50. Or just delete you. Then she now made a mistake and tell the guy, oh, we thought you people were like this. He said, that's the end of that relationship. The guy drove her. Say, get the fuck out, I don't want to see you. This was even in the Netherlands, right? In the Netherlands. So these people that Dutch colonized also be brainwashed also like that. You understand me? Do you know how these scammers become very, very good at scamming? Because the Western people underrate these Africans. As, oh, they're not too educated. They thought they can also scam them too. Or did these Africans started scamming them? Then I said, you see, when you underrate people, you'll be defeated in one way or the other. So that's what I try to tell you, that never underrate nobody. Africans have to, because there's nobody going to do it. Nigerians are the ones that could pump the money in and say, you know what, we can do this. Let's start producing our movie. You understand me? We start showing it to Africans how we live, because
Let
we
me
all
ask
live
you
a
something,
similar way.
Zola. When are Africans going to start making like historical or epic films, not just I don't know, to get
We
our attention over here? You know,
we look, before YouTube, right? Before YouTube, Africa was already making DVDs. And when the DVDs were pumping, they were selling these DVDs were being
the thing
sold
about selling,
sometimes.
man, it's like making look making legitimate films. When I watch a film, they have a setting. You know, they give you aerial view, whatnot, setting of the city, whatnot. They have sound, music score. They have all that
Look,
stuff like that. It make character introduction, character development.
look,
They have a
Hala,
plot. They got a story. They got a
Hala,
protagonist, antagonist, and whatnot. You know, they have action scenes. They have love scenes and whatnot. You know, and what I'm saying in Nollywood films is like I don't see all those qualities. I watch in a film. You know, when I watch a movie. You
Hala,
know,
Hala. You have to understand, in Africa movie, in some Africa movie, you are not allowed to show sexuality too much.
why
To
they?
be
I
brief and
think
short.
talk about
Hold on,
sexuality.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You have to say there are some rules that lead in some certain place also. You're not allowed to start showing naked ass and other things, right? So they have to follow these guidelines. You understand? So what story you have to tell? You have to understand, love films in Africa, they have the way they have to portray it. So if you start showing some serities where the society is not there yet, they wanted to start bringing, the Western people started penetrating Nollywood to start showing gay kissing, gay films. That almost shocking into Nigerian Nollywood. We were very surprised.
No, we
But
ain't
guess
supposed
what?
to hate films. We're just come
Hold
on,
on, hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
what that got
because
to do with?
no, because you people can come in different ways to infiltrate people want to
hold
dilute
on.
culture so that society should be accepted. We reject that anything like lesbianism in films that almost want to be creepy to Nollywood. That's where Nollywood started coming down. The people don't want to watch it. The government, the actors themselves will be threatened. You understand me? Will be threatened. Give them a visa to come to United States. At the end of the day, give them money from the back. So that's showing acceptable. This is started during Obama time. During
When's
Obama time, right? During
when,
Obama time.
when's Nollywood going to produce its first, like, let's say Denzel Washington or Samuel?
No, we don't need those ones. We don't need film like
You
Denzel
don't have
Washington
any
kind of
famous
movie.
actors doing
I know
that.
this. You have to have your own. You have to have your own
Well, I
identity
know that. I'm saying,
to
but
move.
where's the Nigerian version of Denzel Washington?
We don't look. We will produce a one type of movie that will fit into us. If that is our identity, you understand me?
No, I'm
We
not. No,
don't want
this is
like
what I'm saying.
we don't like you. We don't want like boys in the hood.
Where's the
We don't want
Nigerian
like boys.
superstar that you guys put out? He's a famous actor. He started. Where's your
No,
Nigerian?
no, 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 no. That is called media propaganda. They sold to us, them Eddie Murphy and all these guys and all these things. You have to start every movie have to have an identity. You understand me? If that's not what the way you live, you start forcing it. Then to say, what market are you chasing? Who are you? You understand me? There's a watching type of movie. That is the kind of lifestyle you people live in United States. But Africans don't live that kind of lifestyle. Even Nigerian movies sometimes characters, you have to even exaggerate it like the way Nigeria's emotions are to even sell in Africa for you to make money on it. That's why they bring other African countries who cast themselves into Nigerian movie, they have to act like Nigeria way of life. Like, what are you doing?
Yo,
Emotions
well, I
up
see
and
one.
down.
So look, I see one historical piece on Nigeria called "Half a Yellow Sun" with Chiafel Ejiofor. And what's the girl's name? I forgot her name. A light skinned actress from America. I forgot her name. Forgot she played Queen in a slave film. I forgot her name. I forgot she's mixed race. Anyway, that was a good movie. It was written by that Nigerian writer, Chimamanda, whatever her name is, right? But that was set in the Biafra War. You know, that was a beautiful film, right? But it wasn't Nollywood, though. You could tell the difference.
The,
That was a
yeah,
Hollywood.
we can tell kind of movie, but you have to relate to
Look,
Africa
I'll
type
tell
of
you, look, it's
lifestyle.
telling a story in
You
Nigeria
know,
during the Biafra
uh,
War. How is that not? Because they're not talking a bunch of gibberish.
Biafra War. Nobody look. If you have to start bringing Biafra, there are some movie about
Well,
Biafra War.
that's what movies do, Hikadola. It
Yeah,
tells
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I don't think
look,
he knows like what about the movie
you
thing,
don't understand.
Kyler.
Here, well, it's not just a bunch
look,
of you watching a bunch of gibberish or thing.
look,
You're telling a story.
look,
God,
look, look. Other Africans. Let me tell you one thing, Carla. One thing they know African for in the Western world that they are very poor, poverties and everything. We
yeah,
will
I
start showing Africa. Hold on. We will start showing Nollywood movie. But look, what Nollywood movie did to other African people? This is your movie. This is who you are. You poor are not poor. They start bringing the real life of Africans out. That's what Africa embrace. It's not for you to embrace Nollywood. It's for Africa to embrace Nollywood. When I mean Africans, I'm not talking about Morocco and this thing. I'm talking about West Africans and the dark skin of Africa. You understand me? It happened to be the Caribbeans love it a lot, especially the Jamaicans, because they themselves say, "Whoa, we they don't see themselves like so they started liking it." You understand me? The Surinamese that they brought to, who was in Holland, their own people in Suriname started loving it also, because the Hindustanis also control the business part of those people too in their country. So what you see now, in a way, for making Africans proud of who they are, they don't have to be sucked into Western world of, oh, this, that. You understand me? That's why Africans have to love it first before any other person. They were not selling to anybody. They were selling to Nigerians Then the Ghanaians came in, because similar type of language. The other Africans started saying, whoa, this is who we are. For years, the Western media didn't carry nothing about Nollywood. When they start seeing that it's changing the mind of Africans, they're proud about themselves and everything, that's when the Western people came in. Because they were bombarded with Voice of America, BBC, propaganda about us. Oh, the sick, the AIDS, and everything. These are fake. Even if AIDS came to Africa, AIDS came through the white man. That's that disease came. You understand me? Or forging it because you want to, like the way they sell Americans to us, for a very long time. You go there, you make this, people get there, so they get miserable, so they could not even achieve anything. Donald Trump is a disguise, is a blessing in disguise. You check what will happen. Other people now will start thinking about, whoa, fuck, we don't want to be close to this man. They have to make themselves just the way it is at 70s. Make your country good and stay there. Don't be a slave to nobody. You understand me? Africans have already learned. Make your money, build your house, make investments in your territory,
Let
carry
me
your bag, and leave.
let me get DK on. He has respect.
Yeah, we gotta start putting a timer on him.
Yeah, I know he was just rambling about nothing, man. Let's if you're talking about like Nollywood movies, well, it's just not. I mean, first off, making movies, you have to have like a middle class and the economy, because who's going to see those movies? Who's going to pay tickets? You have to have infrastructure. Like the average Nollywood movie, the budget's like what, $50,000, if that. Right?
I don't think that.
Low budget.
Yeah. Maybe a top tier Nollywood movie.
Two
Where,
thousand.
hold on, DK, where do you think their money is coming from? You think their money is coming from America? When they made these movies, do you see where these guys, how they live? You think they're living poor? They're living according to the standard where they're coming from. Can you take that about
No, I
Bollywood?
understand that, but
Bollywood is a
like I
pure,
said,
hold on.
it is not.
Bill,
That's the point.
Bollywood is a
That's the
purely
point. It's not.
Indian. Bollywood is a purely Indian film. You understand me? Purely Indian film. All the Hindustan all over the world are watching Bollywood. That's why the Indians don't watch Hollywood. They watch their films. So every race and ethics have right to watch is some of neither high or low. They don't have to play to your gallery of Hollywood. That's just the truth.
Nah, but Bollywood actually looks good though. Like they have good
Well, when
production.
I was growing up, Kidola, I used to watch Shaw Brothers film out of Hong Kong and Golden Harvest. Those are the two biggest film productions in the world. They put out more films than Hollywood and the rest of the world combined. Like all the kung fu movies from Asia,
Yeah.
in Asia. So I'm like, whatever they did,
Remember, I used to watch those Hong Kong movies like Hard Boiled and movies like that.
I go way back. I go like the Five Masters of Death, Five Deadly Venoms, shit like that. Movies like that. Kid with the Golden Arm. Death Chamber, Shaolin Temple. Movies like that. So I used to watch all these Shaolin flicks when I used to watch Japanese samurai movies when I Japan like this. So it's like no,
If you're looking for like Nollywood to advance, I think generally Nigeria would have to advance. If you can't go one without the other. So
well, what I would say like this: the whole thing is this. Like I was studying this years ago, right? And I saw this 20 years ago when I first really discovered Nollywood. Right, it was back in 2006. That's when I first discovered Nollywood, right? And I saw at the time DVDs were just really coming in, right, for a few years, right? People were still selling Nollywood movies on VHS and stuff like that, and they were like the people like were just making movies, comedy skits, whatever like that for a local office. The way they had a production was they would go out there and they make a whole bunch of DVDs and distribute them one night. And it was, people were willing to buy them and distribute them. They know how to put the cover on them, make it look fancy packaging, and then the movies, right? Even though they were cheaply made, they were starting to influence a lot of people on the continent. People started learning different Nollywood phrases, languages, and stuff like that. And I said this could be big, right? But I thought about it at the time. You can't start with just DVDs. The movie theaters have to go to the whole thing of Kidola. It's a community thing. In other words, when a film premieres, right? That's the film is going to have an impact on your culture and society as authority, right? That means when a movie comes out, for example, when Jaws came out, right? That was played in now every community in America has a movie theater, 2 or 3 movie theaters, right? That's the first place you see a major film.
Nigeria is just not there. They're not an industrialized nation.
Yeah, but
They're just
hold up,
not.
but look. Liberia had film theaters back in the 60s and 70s. The Relda and the Rivoli, in Liberia. People went to go see imported movies from Hong Kong and the U.S. in Liberia. Why is
Liberia.
Africa does not have a movie called? It's all it is, just a bill of film. You put the film up there in a thing with the sound effects, whatever like that, and you bring people in. It's a communal atmosphere. You can sell food there. You sell everything. It's a communal thing.
You're
When you
talking
watch
about
together.
Liberians were created by Black Americans, so that's part of their culture. It's really
That's true.
they don't have that.
I cannot live in a place where we don't have movie theaters. Like I said, I go Liberia when I would like the Relda to reopen, but they got another movie in Mama's Point, but it's always closed. But I was like this, but they're all coming back in Liberia. We got the Rivoli that's in Maryland, whatnot, and they had the Relda. Everybody's going to Relda back in the days and whatnot, And so the bottom line, they brought that culture from America, movie theaters, Saturday afternoon at the matinee, That Saturday afternoon. Nigeria needs that. That's how you build a community, And Saturday afternoon at the matinee. Not everybody's sitting around with a fucking DVD in the handheld device and whatnot, looking at it. Nah, man, come on. Kidola. We gotta think bigger than that, bro. You gotta have action. Look, you need your own, like Nollywood needs his own like Marvel special effects. They had that DK, they had that in
Yeah, like a
Tinapa.
007 or something. He a spy
Yeah,
movie.
they had that in Tinapa. They had this film studio stuff effect, but Nigerians abandoned it. They didn't want nothing to do with it. Nigerians don't even like their own. They're like, man, they built film studios, state of art film studio in Tinapa. I'll play the video,
Oh,
And
they're not even close to doing something like that. They don't even have 24/7 electricity, Kala. You're talking about
but
special
Tinapa
effects.
was his own fucking like place. They had a monorail there, all that. They had the sky thing that take you across on the mountain.
Kala,
Sky cars.
Kala,
Tinapa, that's the
Kala,
Calabar. That's
Kala,
crazy, man.
Kala, you don't know. Kala, you don't even. You don't look. The movie, I don't. Where is this place you talk about? That they built a movie place for
All
Africa.
right, Cadola. Man, you just
Show
did
it.
it. You just freaking did
No,
it.
show it. Show it.
Just,
Once you show that place, I will know the place you talk about. Show it. Because
all
because
right,
you see, Kala, Nollywood come with Afrobeat. All this sound system you're seeing, right? Afrobeat was being improved also in a way. You understand me? When Nollywood newly started, early 90s, even before the 90s, I'm talking about 1999. This kind of movie you're seeing as Nollywood came 80 something. You understand me? Where they were telling stories, the kind of love you talk about, but in African way. What we call as the war-torn type of stories. You understand me? In 1987, 88. Hold up. Deke was kind of like as a war-torn type of things. You understand me? They were showing it. And this kind of like normal life, a girl and a boy fall in love and all these things. Things like that. Clean houses, good-looking guys and everything. That break it down now to what today called Nollywood. No. We have to tell our stories. This love story of like, almost like as a water started turning to be day-to-day type of story that exists in your territory, in your region, and everything. That's how Nollywood actually came about. Then J.J. Rollins love it a lot. As if Nigeria can join, if Nigeria can teach Ghana, let's do what's called intercultural exchange, right? That's how now Ghana slowly come evolve inside 1995, 96 or something like that. It takes Ghana a long time. You understand? You need money to sponsor all these things. We have investors in these things. You think this is just come up like that? Nollywood and Afrobeat go together. This Afrobeat and Nollywood were really made for Nigerians to be, were really made for Nigerians. The other Africans embrace it. You know, some say, whoa, this is for us. So it was never really for Black America to consume. Even when they tried to bring some Nigerians who live in America into Nollywood, it didn't really run because the way they speak, their mentality, they didn't have that Nigeria
Nestled
genius,
between
that
the rolling
behavior.
rivers and high-reaching
You know,
mountains
All right,
of Calabar.
to this place.
all right. Here's what Tinapa. This is where Nollywood should have went through, but they didn't. It
Who?
failed. I mean,
Where is this place? Show
this
it.
is
Play the
Nigeria.
video.
This is Nigeria. This
Play
wait.
the video.
I got the video on. Hold up. Yeah, right there. It's on. You know, this is Nigeria.
Which state is this one? Which state is this one?
This is in Calabar.
You see, this is
hold
these are not.
Kidola, let's watch the video.
This are the estate. This are the estate. Whatever made. These are not made to move.
This is Calabar in the same country you in. You know, let's watch this. Let's watch the video, Corolla.
Lies a sleeping giant, a multi-billion naira vision to make Nigeria a global shopping and leisure destination. It had everything: government backing, world-class infrastructure, and a master plan that could rival Dubai or Singapore. Today, what you'll find are empty walkways, silent emporiums, and a water park frozen in time. This is the story of Tinapa Business and Leisure Resort. How did a venture so full of promise fade into near obscurity? And what does its story reveal about the wider narrative of development in Nigeria? Welcome to the rise and fall of Tinapa. In the early 2000s, there was a surge of optimism in Nigeria's business and tourism sectors. With a booming oil-based economy, many local and state governments were on the hunt for the next big project, something to diversify revenue streams and showcase Nigeria's potential on the global stage. Cross River State, under then Governor Donald Duke, sought to transform the region's scenic landscape into a thriving hub of tourism. One of the cornerstones of this vision was Tinapa, located near the city of Calabar. Governor Duke believed that the future of Cross River State lay in the power of tourism and not just oil or agriculture. He saw an opportunity to leverage the state's lush greenery, waterways, and famed cultural festivals to create a bustling economy that would rival other holiday destinations in Africa. Tinapa was conceived as an all-in-one solution: part resort, part entertainment center, part duty-free zone aimed at investors and tourists alike. The architects of Tinapa envisioned world-class retail outlets, movie theaters, a water park, a casino, and luxury hotels. The business angle was equally ambitious. Tax concessions were given to investors so they could import goods at lower costs and attract big brands eager to tap into West Africa's growing market. Tinapa was to be a shining example of what was possible if state governments took bold steps in infrastructure and tourism. In 2007, Tinapa officially opened its doors. The impressive complex featured 4 emporiums, a functional movie studio known as Tinapa Studios, a water park, a luxury hotel, and conference facilities. Major roads were constructed to link Calabar City and the Margaret Echo International Airport to the resort, simplifying travel for both local and international visitors. Billboards all over the region touted Tinapa as West Africa's first integrated business leisure resort. For many, The opening ceremony felt like a celebration of possibilities. Nigeria was eager to showcase its readiness for the large-scale development. Media outlets across the country covered Tinapa's grand unveiling, highlighting everything from the shopping complexes to the family-friendly attractions. It was a moment of national pride, a hopeful story amid the typical headlines of infrastructure challenges. Here was a project that could, at least in theory, create tens of thousands of jobs, boost tourism, and spark more creative economic ventures. In the midst of all the glitz and celebration, few paused to ask whether Tinapa could truly live up to the hype it was getting. But there were missing gaps all along. As the celebrations continued, a few discerning voices already sensed trouble on the horizon. Construction was swift, but maintaining such a massive resort would require consistent funding, robust management, and a steady flow of visitors. Even before the official opening, some critics questioned the project's long-term viability. How would the resort in Cross River State, far from Nigeria's biggest commercial hubs, attract the kind of international tourism and a retail traffic needed to remain profitable? Although Calabar is historically significant and culturally rich, it isn't as commercially centered as Lagos or Abuja. Tinapa was competing with well-established cities, boasting better flight connections and deeper corporate networks. And while Governor Duke aimed to transform Calabar into a world-class destination, the question remained, was this dream too big for the available infrastructure? For Tinapa to thrive, it needed big-name businesses, international franchises, duty-free outlets, renowned entertainment brands to set up shop. Despite its state-of-the-art facilities, many potential investors hesitated. They wondered if customer traffic could justify the overhead cost, and the resort's marketing efforts seemed inconsistent. Compounding matters, the duty-free status was complicated by Nigerian regulations, creating confusion over importation rules and taxes. Rumors of bureaucracy, corruption, and mismanagement soon clouded Tinapa's image, and the pristine storefronts and walkways never saw the foot traffic they needed to sustain themselves.
Whoa, man, amazing car. When did you become a millionaire?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
But you guys
Okay,
get the
Kala.
idea.
Kala,
Yeah.
Kala, stop it. Kala, stop it. I know this. I think I was having the idea this way you're talking about. There's a place called Calabar. Calabar.
Now that's to Napa in the
No,
Cross River.
I know. Yes, it was being brought by. This is when you brought something that is not culturally fit into the society.
Why is
The
it not
Duke.
called?
Hold on. The Duke was having a big dream, right? It's a guy who studied in the United States and who do a lot of things there. He thought he could bring kind of like a Disneyland to people who are far more family oriented in their territory, right? He went far. It's a good idea. He got a land.
Yeah, but what about all the Nigerians who go to Dubai every freaking day?
No, yeah, but see, that is true. But what you have to understand, hold on, Kala, hold on, Kala, hold on. Nigerians also have other places that are not as big as this, but this is a very big project. What he have the next government that have come to power when he was gone would have pumped a lot of money for other places, state of Nigeria to come there, right? But you have to understand, diaspora, they were expecting more to come. What I mean, Nigerian diaspora to come here, lodge here, have a good time there and everything. But some of these Nigerian diaspora, even the richer ones, they prefer to go to their state or their villages to spend time with family, right? And be there. That go to these places that he just built very gigantic and not there. If this place talk Nigeria to come and be acting a movie in this place, you have to give them incentive also. You know, security incentive to come and start acting movie. Yeah. But where these Nollywood movies are being shown sometimes, some of these houses are people personal houses. These are not special places they put together. This okay, hey, let's use this your house, let's use their house. It's okay, they book 5 houses, right? They will start showing the movies in these houses. These people will the people will back off and let them use their house as a movie set. That's what Nollywood are doing their movies. Now they have a special plan. Okay, let's go to Asaba. Let's go to Lagos. Before it was Lagos, they moved to Abuja. Now the number now to Asaba.
They have film studios and stuff like that.
No, this is just a luxury. These are luxury places that does not fit into. You cannot bring Disneyland, kind of like Vegas, into people. That you see what I said before? I said you have to be culturally fit. Nollywood have to be, for them to make money, they have to relate to the people that live in these certain areas. Whatever Nollywood movie was not made for you, Kala, was not made for people in the Western world, America or London. It happened to be people in the Caribbean because they live a similar lifestyle, like the Africans in Africa. That's why those people embrace it. Like, oh, they were telling us we don't have no fine houses. They were telling us in the media that we don't live good. So Nollywood, what Nollywood did, it give Africans themselves what they call confidence. You understand me? Just imagine
the way they have everybody living in a big giant mansion, and
It give you inspiration. It give you inspiration. You can live large. It give you inspiration. You can live large. You understand me? You don't have to play to the gallery. You understand me? Just imagine how did Afrobeat came to this thing. Afrobeat came because they were feeding us with hip hop, gangster type of movie. Then there's some guys just came from America and said, look, we don't do the rap. It's not for you. Show your own self. That's how Afrobeat came. Afrobeat came slowly, but Nigerians who live in Florida, who live in some certain areas, when Nigeria started going towards rap, early 90s, they knock it off. You know, they knock it off. That's how people that are shoky come with a two-face. Sing our music. They will sell it to the Nigerians in America and London. You understand? It was never really made to say, oh, they don't want nothing to do with rap. You understand me? Then what happened? The Nigerian media, FM, radio, TV, boom this music to people to say this is your music. This is who you are. That's how Afrobeat started growing slowly to what you see now. Then the market was there, the money was there. You understand me? A concert was going on. You know what I'm saying? So when Aro Kelly came to Nigeria, I was there when they met the P Square. He asked them, "Are you the owner of this house?" They say, "Yes." "Is your mortgage?" The P Square said, "No." Bought everything. Say, "Wow, man." So these houses are far more better than the houses in America. These are mud block houses. These are not wooden houses and everything. So we already start living large in our territory already. You understand me? Large already. So we don't really need American market. They happen to be people like it. They transfer them, you know, okay, bring it down there. It's for us to be proud of ourselves. That's just the truth. It's for us to be proud of ourselves. And we successfully made it. You think it's only music? Check Nigeria comedy. Godfrey could not fit into Nigeria comedy. Godfrey was trying to chip in. We could not. They didn't really accept him because he have to his joke. They cannot relate to his joke. You understand me?
Godfrey's an American. His audience is primarily American.
He tried to chip in. We don't move the kind of comedy we portray. When Godfrey started, these guys are living large, living in mansion. Check AY. These guys have all kind of expensive.
Do you guys like Michael Blackson?
Yeah, person like Michael Blassie will fit into the Nigerian so-called. That guy, he really, is deep into his African root. Godfrey is like something else to us.
He's a Philly nigga. That's a Philly nigga, right?
So when Godfrey started saying these guys are living large, they drive Rolls Royce, Bentley, all kind of cars and everything. He started, whoa, I live in US, but I can't even afford Escalade. This guy don't buy cars for credit. That's when Nigeria started exporting their comedy also to African countries, Ghana, Cameroon, all this. Now Nigeria is able to bring in Uganda comedians to come and play in Nigeria. So we set the trend in Nigeria, we make it commercially in Nigeria, then we bring the other ones to say, you want to be part of this thing? Be proud of yourself, because they have lied a lot about us in the Western media and all kinds of. If you recheck other African people, they're not so. Sometimes they're very ashamed even of themselves. Some of them still wear British type of clothes. We wear our traditional clothes and be proud of it. Go to our offices. We wear our agbada. We wear our wrapper. We go to offices with it. We don't wear. Everybody have to wear suit or wear. No. You have to be proud of where you're coming from.
You still wear British wigs in your courthouse.
It doesn't matter. That will come. That will take effect with the beard. You understand me?
That looks
with
more
the beard,
ridiculous
with
than
the
wearing a suit and tie.
It doesn't look. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's not only the French also wear. The French also wear wig. You understand me?
No, they don't.
But the narrative. Okay, check Black American movies. The Black American movie you put play in your place. You put wear white people things too. You know what I'm saying? You put.
Why do you call everybody? Hold on, Kidola. Let me ask you a question. A serious question, right? If Black America take off our clothes, we'll be naked, right? What are we supposed to be wearing?
But
because this guy said they wear wig. This guy said they wear wig, right?
You said Black America is
no. Because it's easy to say, oh, they wear the British wig, right? They're not there yet. But do you know, come a time in Nigeria, they have to dress with suit to even go to office and everything. You understand me? All those things was abolished in the late 60s.
I'd rather wear a suit than a Louis V wig. So I'd rather wear a suit.
So we wear our traditional. If you go to a place like Uganda or Kenya, they're not there yet. If you see something, you don't even see their traditional clothes. You understand me? You don't even see the way they dress, even with their. So I don't even know Kenyan traditional clothes really. But if you check Nigeria, you start seeing the hairstyle. We make fashion out of our traditional something. I thought some Black Americans are even buying it for their prom and everything. We make it cool to be cool with your own clothes and who you are, your identity. You don't have to start moving around.
Your identity? That's what I never understand about Africans. It's like, how you gonna make a piece of cloth your freaking identity?
Yes, because that is your culture. If you start dabbling out of your culture, right? If you start moving out of your culture, you start having problem. You have to create
culture from a very limited lens. Your culture is
no. Your culture is Ghana also wear their traditional clothes. There was even in Zimbabwe, people started laughing. Ghana president wearing his native cloth. All the Ghana started buying the clothes because that is their culture. Because Zambia see kind of like buy second-hand clothes and everything. Do you know where they buy second-hand clothes in Nigeria?
You know about Zambia, right? In Western Zambia, they wear a lot of clothes that look like the African, but my guy Mapupwe told me they're actually Scottish. A lot of stuff you see in African culture people wearing are not even really African.
No, you lie. You don't. They're not like Scottish clothes there. Our agbada.
In Zambia, those clothes that they were the Scottish belt. They have like a little
dress. Our rapa. You can call Zambia. You can call Zambia that because Zambia doesn't have the tradition.
Zambia tell me that. He said these people like
they wear skirts.
There was a lot of people in Africa who love the Scottish, right? And they imitated a lot of their dress.
Which people in Africa? Is those one that is those Africans that
people in Barutsi land, you know, and Zambia. He said they have a thing because they were really aligned with the Scottish crown, whatever like that, in the British Empire. So the kings of the Barutsi land would dress like the Scottish. You know, Idi Amin used to call him the last king. He called himself the last king of Scotland. You know, they love a lot of Africans love Scotland for some reason.
No. What do I say to you? I say Kala, Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Namibia.
Yeah, but Nigeria was the biggest colony of them all, man. Come on,
yeah, but we have our Agbada. We have Agbada came from the Hausas. Another type of cloth, we call it Adire.
Their cloth.
Hold on, came from
northern Nigeria. Their cloth come from Arabia.
They come from the Yoruba. The Igbos have their own something. So we have when you dress in Nigeria with your native clothes, we know where you're coming from each of these states. You understand me? We know that's why even as Nigeria all blacks, we can see tear because everybody want to rock his native cloth, the region state is coming from. You know, so we can, okay, this is this. In marriages, we don't wear white people clothes. We wear our state clothes. If you marry a girl from Igbo, you must show your tradition to that girl in Igbo. Say this who you are, because without that, who are you? That's why we came with our traditional clothes.
The problem is that they have pretty much lost their culture. So what they consider
how do you know? How do you know? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there that say lost culture?
No,
these are you for lie.
You probably pray to white Jesus. So
forget about white Jesus. This nonsense you for have. I want to bury my mother. I have to wear my traditional clothes. What I will wear in marriages, I have to wear to sit with my elders there. You're not even in the place. Oh, they love their culture. Come to Nigeria. Come and marry. You come with, they will first ask why. There's a guy that came from North Carolina. This stupid boy say, oh, they lost their culture. If you live in America, you lost your own culture there. You fucking guys say, oh, pray to white Jesus. You think it's that white Jesus? Do you think it's that white Jesus everything? That's a church. Come to Nigeria. This are you people have what kind of team mind? Then will you come to a place, oh, they didn't accept us because you look straight to them. No. Oh, they lost their culture. Go to Yoruba land. I say they lost their culture. Nonsense. This guy come and say they lost their culture.
Let's not go there, man. Let's not go there.
No. This guy, he said they pretty lost their culture. Go. Don't you see with David Omari? Don't you see with David Omari, he wear his cultural clothes? He performed his cultural rights. Don't come and say, he lost their culture. He lost their culture. If this is what you have in America, you lost your culture. Don't project your nonsense. Don't project your nonsense towards us. Nonsense. Come and say, oh, they pray to white Jesus. You think you see those people? You think we only pray to Jesus? Come to our territory. Come and see culture. That church is church. Deep inside, we bed into our culture. This is oh, they lost their culture. You are not even the place. You are not even embedded with the people. You say, oh, they lost their culture. Come and perform your marriage right. Come and do burial. Come and do family gathering. If you not see culture there, if you not deep culture, rituals.
Let me ask you a serious question.
This guy said he lost the culture.
I'm all for people preserving their culture, whatever that is, right? Can we also agree that that culture can keep people stagnant?
Kala, before this guy started irritating me, because Kala, even Bonner boy that's wearing Timberland sometimes.
Wearing a clothes, that's it. Wearing an outfit.
Yes, it's not about wearing a clothes. Culture is not about clothes alone. Culture is the way you project
your language.
Culture is the way you project who you are and your worldview, your food, your language, your association.
Your religion.
That's how you put.
Oh, let me
your
ask you a
religion,
question.
your
Okay,
language,
the culture.
your
Hold on,
worldview.
culture. When
What is your worldview, Kidola?
DK, let me ask him a question.
What do you believe in, Kidola?
Kidola, let me ask you
Outside
a
of
question.
clothes, what do you
DK,
believe in?
DK, let me ask you a question. Kidola, that's interesting what you said. Let's say I agree with you, right? But I have not seen enough of Nigerians promoting, because when I see a Nigerian singer, Afrobeat star, I don't see them in traditional clothing. I see them in hip hop gear, and I see a lot of now Nigerian women. Look, not Nigerian women, right? They bleach their skin. Number one bleaching place on the world, is Nigeria. I'm saying like this. It looks really sad. The wigs, the bleaching skin, and whatnot. How can we? And then they put on their fucking traditional clothing. So to us in Black America, like our culture
Okay.
tied in our racial identity.
Okay. This guy said, if you check our past and some of these present musicians, right? Check somebody like Sonny Ade, Ebenezer Obey. Even Fela said was even wearing the beats.
Yeah,
You
Fela
understand me?
Kuti was the last.
That's what I want to tell you right there, right? The founder, the grandfather of Afrobeat.
Yeah, Fela.
But see what happened. See what happened there. See what happened later, right?
Her Fela was
See what
inspired.
happened later. See what happened later, Kala.
Hold up, Fela Kuti came to the United States and he became radicalized and indoctrinized in Black America in Harlem among Black people in America.
No, you have to understand. Fela came from a home. The mother is a Brazil returnee. Fela could hold on.
Fela is a Creole. Fela's a Creole. Fela is partly African American descent.
No, it's not.
Yes, he is.
Fela mother is a Brazil.
Fela Kuti
Fela mother
is a
Fela
descendant.
mother is a
Hold up, you don't.
Fela
If you
mother.
understand, hold up. If you understand what Fela Kuti, his family is part of returnees that came from Nova Scotia, Sierra Leone. They're part of the British.
They're from Brazil. His mother is a Brazil returnee.
No, he wasn't from Brazil. No, he was not from Brazil. No, he was from
okay, whatever it is, but it's a slave descender who came to
he's an African
Nigeria. They married to Yoruba man. Hold on, Kala. Married to Yoruba man in Ogun State, right? Fella was made. They sent him to London to study medical science,
and he
right?
came to the United States.
Then he changed to music later. All his senior brothers, Dr. Kuti, he was like a rebel. He was like a rebel inside, right? He was a rebel.
And rhythm and blues in America. He studied rhythm and blues and jazz.
Okay, see what he did. He came, he learned jazz in the United States. Then he came back. The jazz was not selling like that in Nigeria, right? Then he now met a Ghana guy, right? Then he now said, this jazz does not sell in Nigeria. Then he have to now, that jazz system, he started now leaving those jazz guitar too much, started playing what's called our turkey drum. Then he started using this modern instrument to also match into those turkey drum. That's why here Fela would say DKK. Now it's like you hitting the stick right now, right? You start having those rhythm of those drums now. You know what I mean? Then he starts singing what is going on in Nigeria.
He's not from Brazilian parents. Fela Kuti is actually from fucking which we call Sierra Leonean and Nova Scotian, not Brazilian.
Okay. It's a pure African mindset Nigeria guy, right? Because all his mindset, whatever, is his mother. So Fela introduced what we call Afrobeat. He now left what we call juju music and the Ebenezer type of music. We have what we call juju music in Nigeria already. You understand me? That juju music go with with heavy beat and dance. You understand me? What Fela did, he came and slowed down some certain music. You understand me? He slowed it down. Up to today, Fela music still selling because of what he's saying. You understand me? The Burna Boy music are fast for young people and everything. You know, that's just the way it goes. You understand me? Times change.
Give somebody else a chance to talk, bro. Come
Yeah.
on. Give somebody else a chance to talk, right? All right. Now, what I'm going to say about Fela Kuti is that if he was from Brazil, why didn't he connect with the Brazilian aspect? He came to the United States. That's what blew him up. He came to the
It does not matter. It does not matter. If from English country, it's from English country way to England. It does not matter. The United States doesn't make it popular.
Understand? There was actually more settlers that came from Freetown and Sierra Leone than there were Brazilians.
You know, it does not matter where I came to United States. United States is not all that.
The first settlers in Lagos, really as settlements, were from Freetown, you know, and which was part of the British Empire. They were returned for people that basically worked in the British Empire that was from Freetown, you know, Creole people from Freetown. That's where fellows come from.
Fela is a product of this thing. It doesn't matter.
Fela is from Brazil.
No, he's not. No, he's
not.
Yes,
he is.
No, he's not.
African goddess have a similar ancestry to
the people always say they're from Brazil. They're lying. They're from fucking Freetown. They're Creoles from Freetown. You know, they all lie, say they're Brazil. You know how few...
You know the Sarah people?
And those people, like they're from Brazil, they usually carry... I know a couple of them, they usually carry the Portuguese names to this day. They usually have names like Alphonse and Perel, whatever, like Pereira, whatever. They still got those names.
Have you seen Fela Kuti's mother? You seen a picture of her?
I don't know what that, but the bottom line is she was like, basically, they were Creole people, you know? Fellas Creole, you know? Fellas are Creole, you know?
She's Brazilian color.
So the bottom line is, so people say, oh, they're Brazilian. No, they're not. They're from Freetown, you know?
So are you saying that there are no good musicians in Nigeria that he had to come to America to learn your music before you became good?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the history of this. When Fela Kuti came to the United States with the Harlem, remember the Harlem Renaissance? America was a culture capital of the Black world. That's what the truth. That's all the jazz, all the James Brown.
I just looked it up, and I was shocked that his grandparents were from Sierra Leone originally.
I told you, you know.
No, where did they come from? When we say come from Brazil, there was free Brazilians that settled in Sierra Leone. GK, they called it Sarah people.
No, they settled in Lagos.
Jaya Krai, right? Those people. Jaya Krai, all those people, they came from Brazil.
But look, bro, it's almost like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Find somebody that's from fucking Portuguese Brazil.
They would tell you that themselves, Carla.
Carla, go ask Fela. Hold on, Carla. Go ask Fela Kuti where his mother is coming from. The mother said it's not with us. The mother said his people are from Brazil, who married to a native man in Ogun State.
I don't know who told you that.
You don't say this thing. They know where they're coming from. You know, even Ashoyi Kuti would tell you, say the grandmother is from Brazil.
His mother's father and her father's father were born in Sierra Leone. I just looked it up.
They'll tell you they're from Brazil. They're Brazil returnees. You know, they'll tell you that. Doesn't mean anything. The woman was a rebel in Nigeria, was an activist, was the first woman to drive a car in Nigeria. We all know this lady. You understand me? Fela have his behavior, her behavior.
Look, Fela Kuti basically is from African American, or Caribbean, and
put it in the private chat.
I would like to see these Brazilian quarters were not, you know.
Let me read this. His mother, Fumiyalo, whose maiden name was Thomas, was the granddaughter of an Iya shaman captured and enslaved in childhood who arrived in Egba region around Abeokuta on foot from Freetown in Sierra Leone. Boom. There we go.
Okay. It came from Sierra Leone. What does it matter? Have you ever heard about someone called Ajayi Crowder? Ajayi Crowder also somebody who also returnee, who also based between Sierra Leone and Nigeria, who translate this Bible into Yoruba. So it doesn't have to matter. That's West Africa, we're all related. That's why when we do something, we can relate with each other. No matter how you want to spin it, Creole or no Creole, it has nothing to do with us. You know?
They even
That's
know
the
there
truth.
was even a rumor. I don't know if I believe it or not. They said Kwame Nkrumah was actually a Creole from Freetown, originally. Part of his family. And Ghana, that settled in Jamestown. Jamestown was also a resettlement place, People know those resettlement places, not just Liberia. Those in what is now regular Congo. There was resettlement in Cape Town. There was resettlement all over the continent. People don't know that, There was also supposed to be a resettlement in the Congo with George Washington Williams, but that never took root because he passed away. But the resettlement was not anything new. Those people coming from South America, the Caribbean, and America resettling on the continent. They built communities. Why not? Just like Liberia just happened to become a republic.
Okay, I was going to say this, but Carla, I had a good night. If you know what I mean, I had a good afternoon, so I'm in a good mood. But Kwame Nkrumah, the rumors behind him is that he's a crewman from Ivory Coast, because there are crew people in the Ivory Coast. That's why they call him a crewman. That was the rumor. That he wasn't that he was African American or whatever.
No, I said yeah, but I that's the thing I believe. I believe that he was a crewman from the crew coast. That's what I believe. There's some people trying to say no, he was actually a crewman from Sierra Leone that he was mixed with.
Yeah, because there are crews in Sierra Leone too, Carl.
The crew in Sierra Leone are the troublemakers. You're the ones who try to cause war.
What?
No, really. I believe you're from Sierra Leone, Elvis.
If anything, I'm more from Ivory Coast than Sierra Leone.
No, you're probably from Sierra Leone. They're the troublemakers.
Okay, Carl. But African Goddess is saying something here. She said, if his mother name is Thomas, they're my people. And ask African Goddess what her ancestry is, because people know their family more than you think you know them. She's somebody that's read and can trace her lineage. She'll tell you where the people from Sierra Leone came from before they went to Sierra Leone and then went to Nigeria. Why do you think they went back to Nigeria? Because they knew that they came from Nigeria. That's why they left Sierra Leone and went to Nigeria. So his lineage has always been, his mother lineage especially has always been in Nigeria. That's just his mother's side. Let alone his father is from Abeokuta, in Nigeria. And so his father lineage is even more relevant than his mother's. So he's a Nigerian man.
Maybe he still has some Brazilian lineage from his father's side, but he definitely does have Sierra Leone lineage on his side.
African Goddess, the people in Sierra Leone, the Yorubas in Sierra Leone, where did they come from? Did they come from the United States and settle there?
Oh no, they'll recapture and settle there.
From where?
From the Yoruba coast. There were Yorubas that were captured, Igbos that were captured and settled in Sierra Leone too, just like Liberia.
I guess the British Navy put them in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, so to say that they're from Sierra Leone, it's like saying somebody, a Nigerian went to Liberia and settled it 50 years ago, and now they're Liberian. No, they're Yoruba. So you have nothing to do with being Creole or Kala. He's a Yoruba man.
Whatever. Anyway, yeah, the fella who looks like a Yoruba. He looks like in his face like a Yoruba. And so I know I got Yoruba in my family. I mean, not my bloodline, but my Uncle Michael, him and Fela Kuti could be twins. My Uncle Michael, my mom's side. My Uncle Michael could be him and Fela Kuti could be fucking twins. That's how they look exactly like. Anyway, Elvis, what do you think about the Prophet Key situation?
Oh yeah, we just had a show on it tonight. I was on a panel on Focus on Liberia.
I was watching Focus on Liberia, and I'm really proud of that journalism because this is very disturbing. That's
what we're talking about.
What happened?
Hold on, DK. Let me speak on it.
The Buckeye government, right? This has to do with the Supreme Court.
Okay, Kyla. Who put the Supreme Court justice there?
Oh, no. I believe that was a way of pointing.
No, it wasn't. Well, let me say. Well, okay. Let me explain it to you. Right, you're technically right. So in Liberia, as you may know, the Supreme Court justices have to retire when they hit 70. That's the age of retirement. So once you're 70 years old, you have to leave the bench. It's not for life like other countries, right? So we had a female justice. Her name was CNN Ewell. She was from a Gribble woman from Maryland. She was there. but in June of last year, she had to retire because she was 70. So there's this guy, John Yormin Wisse. He's from Nimba County. He was a justice. So there was a court case before the Supreme Court, involving the Speaker of the House. And the court almost had a unanimous decision that they couldn't remove the current speaker, who was Fonati Kofa, who were aligned with the CDC, because he was duly elected. And the support, the member of this current administration, his name was Nangwe Kong, representative from Montserrat County. And he was trying to remove the speaker through a coup by just getting more people, paying them off. They went to the the Kennedy resort, and they stayed there because they didn't want to be influenced. And the government was footing that bill, trying to get the speaker to be removed through a coup. So the Supreme Court ruled that their actions were ultra virus. It's a Latin, law term, meaning it was out of their scope. It was out of bounds. So the Supreme Court almost, I think it was like a 5-1 rule. And the one person that descended is the current Chief Justice. And everybody was like, why would he even descend? Because everybody knew that the CDC lawmaker, the Speaker of the House, was rightfully and duly elected, and they're trying to coup him out. So once the lady retired, President Boyka went and, elected, he chose this guy to be the Chief Justice. So now he came up with a ruling today that, people who don't know Prophet Key, but this guy has a really foul mouth. He's very,
but
very rude.
I've been listening to Prophet Key. I know him. I've talked to him before, for like 15 years. I've been talking to him like 15 years. Look, he says a lot of stuff, but if you listen to him talk clearly and whatnot, the guy really does care. A lot of people listen to him. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of poor Liberians, right, that in the country, they listen to him and whatnot because they really do feel he basically, if you look at Prophet Key, he's the one guy who basically, because be honest with you, right, my whole thing was the reason why I took to him because he dabbles with Nuwapian stuff and Hebrew Israelite stuff, and he do believe that the Black Americans that came here were the children of God and something like that, and he loves Liberia. He really does love Liberia, and so he talks for the people who got no voice, and he does not trust the people who are in power and they pretend
No, but Carla, we understand that, right? But you know what Prophet Key does before he starts his show?
he talks a lot of bad stuff about women. I get it. I saw
Right, right. So that's the point. So the judge ruling.
Elvis. The thing is this.
Carla, you asked me a question. Let me just finish saying what I was saying, right? Then you have the floor. So the judge's ruling. This is our Supreme Court Chief Justice. He put down a ruling that said, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said that because Prophet Key has been insulting prominent people in the Liberian society for years, especially women, he's holding him in contempt at the Supreme Court. And you don't do that. You don't hold a contempt charge in the Supreme Court because people came from.
You're missing out the best part. The Supreme Prophet Key cursed the Supreme Court justice and his mother, right?
Right, but you asking for my opinion. You're not even letting me speak, Carla.
Personally involved, right? The Supreme Court justice should recuse himself
because those are all the things I'm trying to say. I'm not on the side of the Supreme Court justice. We're on the same side here on this issue, but I'm just saying that the Supreme Court justice is effectively saying that he's ruling on behalf of the other people who are not party to this suit or whatever he was. Because number one, libel or slander is a civil matter. You go to a civil court. You don't go in front of the Supreme Court. Also, at the Supreme Court, you don't present evidence. They usually review cases based on the appellate court, and they rule on those cases. Or if it's a constitutional case, they interpret the Constitution to deal with those cases. So how can you call a man to the Supreme Court, start the case in the Supreme Court where he cannot present evidence or appeal your decision being
he had no lawyer,
right? You didn't have a trial, so it was just like a kangaroo court. That's why everybody's angry.
Basically, overstepped the Constitution. There's a reason why the Constitution was written a certain way. Habeas corpus, stuff like that, individual liberties, stuff like that. You cannot just arrest somebody like that. He just threw the Constitution out the door.
Right.
Almost 200 years of history has just been thrown out the door because somebody insulted. Yeah, probably he's a bad guy. Let the public opinion deal with him. You know,
Everybody dislike him because he's so disrespectful to women, especially. But still, we don't want him to be set an example when his arrest is
because
unconstitutional and illegal.
hold on, what next? I go to Liberia one night, I say something somebody don't like, and next thing
Yeah,
you know, I get
that's
pulled up to
that's
jail. Or not.
that's the thing. That's what everybody's afraid of right now. That
Yeah, so that's
descendants of this government are going to be
that sort of
targeted.
stuff is what leads to could lead to another civil war. You know, I'm serious.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
because bottom line, I know this country when they're not gonna sit back and whatnot, and somebody weaponizes it. Next, thing you know, when the CDC get back in power, they're gonna if they do get back in power, they're gonna start weaponizing. It's gonna be a bad situation, you know.
And that's one of the things about the CDC government. Yes, Weir has some incompetencies issues, but he was never a despot. He was never somebody who was, so insecure about himself that if you talk about him, people cuss his mom. Yega Koloba, he cussed out the president's mother, his dead beloved mother that he loved so much, cussed out his mother, said all kinds of crazy things. People cussed out his wife, talk about his sexual life, wrote a book about his wife, all kinds of crazy shit. And he didn't arrest anybody. He was there for 6 years. And Prophet Key and those guys, Yeka, that was all supporting this current administration. And once they got in power, now they're putting a lockdown on them. They can't speak against them. They're threatened. They're chasing after them. So sometimes you drop you leave the pot and you leave the frying pan and you jump in the fire. That's what's going on now. So when I'm telling you things, Carla, you think I'm against this government. There's freedom of speech is regressing in Liberia in this government. They're doing some good things, but the individual freedom of the people is
But
it's being toned down.
that right there is a constitutional. If somebody can usurp the Constitution right there, I think if you usurp the Constitution, I think the military should step in.
Oh, Carla.
I'm red serious. Look, Elvis, right?
Okay, Carla, I hear you. Stop going
Hold
about day like that.
on, all right, I gotta say it again. Elvis, I'm dumb shit. Yo, check us out. You gotta understand what's the difference between African societies, particularly Liberia, and the American society when it comes to Constitution. In America, when you hear scholars debate the Constitution, they always they don't just talk about the amendments and the Constitution change here. Okay, we have this. They always go back to what was on the minds of the framers, right? The framers. I've never heard any Liberians say that. What were the framers thinking about? Because that's a reference point you use. We got to all agree that the framers built the republic that we all live by. That's our republic. The framers are. What were they thinking about? Now, what I discovered, right, in studying the last few days, doing my really Liberian research and history, because I'm serious about this country, right? The framers of Liberia never intended for Liberia to be a sort of nationality, as in, like a Liberianist. In other words, it was supposed to be a safe haven or refuge for people who were not citizens of someplace else. They had a place of refuge. In the 70s, they started creating like a national identity of who's a Liberian, who's not. Before that, anybody who came to Liberia was given refuge. That's what the framers of Liberia wanted. There was no Liberianness,
Was there a refuge for the white man in Liberia, Carla, or
was
only for
only a
Negro men?
or a refuge for black people.
Yeah, just don't say anybody. Say anybody who was black.
And Hillary Teague and the framers of the Constitution, they spelled it out for the descendants of slaves in America and the people of the even Africans, even the people coming from bondage in the hinterland were given refuge. Somebody that there was so many days that came in there and said, "Man, we want to be part of this country." They learned English, divide people, and say they were given refuge. Right? There was no such thing as a Liberian back then. You kept your identity, but you was a place where this land, the government protected you to keep your culture and your identity, and you could live in peace and security. That's what Liberia is. But now it's like it's turned into tribalism and ethno-nationalism. That's going to destroy Liberia. That's not what Liberia was about. So when I go to Liberia, I'm still an African American. I stand by that. I'm an African American. I'm living by what the framers said. I can come to Liberia and be an African American. I don't have to be a Liberian. I don't have to have a so-called citizenship to enjoy the fruits of Liberia, the civilization the framers envisioned. That's what I'm going. When I go to Liberia, I'm thinking about the framers. With all respect to the native people, right? But I'm going by in this land, the framers of this country that defined the borders and everything like that. said this is going to be a place for black men to have refuge. Black men and black women have and be safe and peace. Because all over the world, black people were in bondage. They were persecuted, killed, slaughtered, everything. That was one safe haven in the world. Liberia was a safe haven for anybody black in the world to settle.
Yeah. So the point is that, you know, nobody can hold the Supreme Court to account. Once they rule, that's the final arbiter of our laws.
I didn't even get to this. Is really sad. We got to look at the whole thing. We got to start examining. Like I said, we have to really start examining. If we want this republic to work, man. And I don't know. I don't know anymore. I really don't know about. It's not just
I mean, Kala, it's not the end of the country. Don't be hyperbolic about it.
Oh well, yeah, but
I think they'll probably have a conference behind closed door with the president, and maybe they will kind of rescind it because it doesn't look good for the country on the national level.
I got a TikTok video speaking of history. This is about Liberia. My favorite country.
So, hold on. Who do you support? Which political party do you support?
Well, I'm like, honestly, to tell you the truth, to be honest with you, right? I had nothing against George Weah and his government because that was the first time I went to Liberia. I went to Liberia twice on George Weah, and I had a great time both times. I didn't see anything wrong what he was doing or whatever like that. I just said, now I did notice that when he was there wasn't a lot of foreign investments. Well, I think he got a bad rap, whatever like that. There was a lot of foreigners and whatnot, and then the enthusiast people around him, whatever like that, and me and my prejudice, right?
About 2 years of his presidency was under COVID. Don't forget that too.
Yeah, look, what I'm saying. My prejudice, right? And my
against the natives. Say it, Colin.
No, hold up. I ain't saying against the natives,
against the cool people.
In my prejudice, right? I didn't really want to give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Prejudice against who?
No, I just saw when I saw the CDC, they were young guys. When I talked to them, they were good guys, but I didn't think the responsibility of a state. I was like, but coming forward, right? I'm looking at it now, right? And 2021, I'm saying to myself, these people have nothing, and they're holding this country together. I was like, the airport works, the roads work, electricity wasn't too bad. We had like this. I just said to myself when I left in 2021, I said, if it can't get any worse than that, George Weah, it can only go up from here. I thought, man, I was going
to backhanded compliment, Colin.
No. I really thought I was going to come into a war. I said, oh no, I'm landing. George Weah is president. Oh, I thought there was going to be guns flying, rebel. But they was relatively peaceful. I was like, okay. First couple of days, I was like, okay. There's not a whole bunch of. I said everything's working around. I went to Orange and Lone Star to get a internet box. Whatnot. I was out there shopping. I was like, okay, we got modern stores here. When I said we got shopping malls, shopping districts. I was like, oh, it's okay. And I mean, the first time I went there was a lot of trash. And then the second time I went there, a lot of trash was cleaned up. This time the country's immaculate now. They really cleaned the country up over the 5 years. But even when I went there the first time, it wasn't. It was still a war-torn country. And I was like, I said it's not that bad. And I just attribute to the testament of our ancestors who built it in the first place. That
oh boy.
No, I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying that even if you put somebody like Weah and the CDC in power, there's not much damage they can do. Only thing I thought was the fact that when I was listening to let me put it to you like this. I went to Fusion restaurant, right? The first time I went there. No, wait a minute. No, that was the second time. Second time I went there, Fusion restaurant, 2023. Me and Isabel sitting in Fusion restaurant, and there was this white guy that was in there, right? I don't know what he was. It was a tech guy, right? And a Liberian older man came in, and they were supposed to do some deal, right? The guy said, this is what we could do, some technology, something like that. The guy just said, look, man, let me be honest with you. That sounds beautiful, but this country just don't have any money. We can't afford it. It was like, I was like, yeah, well, you guys can do this. Well, not. He goes, we just cannot afford this type of country. If you got an investment, it's a long term thing. You got to take some sort of risk because we can't afford. I can't. The $3 million you're asking for, that's good. We need that. It's some data stuff, whatever he's doing. And the guy I was over here, I was eavesdropping. I think I recorded it. I was eavesdropping on that conversation. And it was like basically like, yeah, this government's on a tight string. I work for the administration and we're on a tight budget or not. We can't just, there's no money allocated for anything extra. We just on every nickel and dime. So I was impressed by the fact that they weren't so recklessly trying to spend, And it was basically like the guy was like, we just don't have the money. We don't have the money to spare or not. I wish we could put this deal together or not. But if you're worried about depending on the government, that's what I think. People think they could come to Liberia and the government's going to sign off on something, and it ain't like that. It's not like that, So, and there's there's a few other people that went to Liberia and they basically George Weah and them just wouldn't sign.
Let me say this real quick, right? So the previous administration, that was our rebuilding administration under Ellen. So they got a lot of foreign cash and infused into the country. So things were relatively good in terms of foreign investment. A lot of people were working for NGOs. A lot of them were getting businesses from foreigners who were in the countries. So when Ellen left power in 2017, all of those people, almost all of them left. Even some of the concession companies, they left. So George Weah came in there pretty much bare hands. He was the first administration that had to had to govern Liberia by themselves, relatively by themselves, without much international help, or subsidies from the international community. And then in like his second year, COVID, came and pretty much decimated the world economy. A lot of people was not trying to go to Liberia to spend money. Everybody was staying home trying to figure out the economic screens of COVID. So there was a lot of things that happened that was out of his control. But yeah, that was just
Like
what it is.
I have the first time, second time I went there, I had no problem with that. I had no problem with that. I really don't have anything. Like I said, my whole thing is when George Weah was just so careful, right? I don't think he understood. Like a good president, a leader, can understand, can have discernment. They can understand. Okay, this is work. This work. I don't think like Uncle Charles said. He has no sense of whether because his whole thing is I'm not doing nothing because I don't want to get in trouble. So that's a good thing. It's a bad thing. In other words, basically, when John Amos came there with Dr. Kula, and they say, something, President, we're going to basically build a film industry. We're going to train actors. And John Amos and his son was like, we're going to basically build a film studio here in Liberia. And when George Weah just sat there didn't even know what the hell they were talking about.
Well, what do you want to do? Start shugging and driving, laughing, and being all happy because you're the president.
Yeah, they were like, he was just like completely like blindsided. Like,
yeah, he was stoic. Yeah, I mean, he's the president. He's not. They're not even supposed to have a meeting with the president. How many people?
They were just telling him what they're gonna do. They just met him because he wanted to meet John Amos, famous actor. And basically they were just telling him we're gonna, this is what we're doing. We're gonna say we're not having permission. We're saying this is what we're doing right now. We're gonna basically work because Dr. Kula, she made that movie, that Liberian movie, Providence. She on Tubi. You want to watch a movie on Liberian history? It's kind of cheesy, but
I wonder what she's into really because
that's
my
homegirl.
I know, but I'm not going to get into it. It's kind of personal. That's their personal life. But I don't know what her doctorate is in because she's also in the entertainment industry.
Yeah, she knows. She knows.
I don't know.
She knows all the girls from the Cosby Show. She knows Lisa Bonet.
Hey, Cadola, are you sleeping?
Cadola.
Yeah.
No, I'm just listening to Carla.
Yeah, you know the actor Van Vickers, right? The famous
that movie.
Van Vickers.
Yeah, that movie star.
Yeah, so the thing is, Carla, with Dr. Patrice, Clarice, she was managing Van Vicker. He's this Ghanaian actor who was born in Ghana, but he has Liberian roots and heritage. So he was famous. Yeah. And there was this rumor that she had an affair with the dude. and her husband Barton Cooler went on Facebook, pretty much was accusing his wife of sleeping with that dude.
Is Barton her husband?
Yeah, Barton Cooler is her husband.
Oh man,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, I love her so much, but I can't stand Barton. How did they're like opposite night and day? He's a tribalist.
He's not just Barton. He's Dr. Cooler. He went to medical school, Alabama.
I call him Dr. Kula. Dr. Kula. Anyway, Dr. Kula.
He's a woman of high reputation, but he went out there and embarrassed his wife on Facebook and
Dr. Kula
exposed her for having an affair with Van Vickers.
Me and him had
is it when she was married to the man?
Yeah, she's still married to him now. But what it did was because they had this close relationship, and, all the Liberian women wanted to be with Van Vickers because he's like this mixed guy, some guy. So everybody was kind of over him, and she started managing him. But she's a doctor. I'm not sure what a doctor is. I don't know if it's medicine or some other doctor.
You see,
and she started the guy won on Facebook. 1 second, Kadola. He went on Facebook. He had a big following. He's an intellectual in our community, and he wrote that his wife is sleeping with this movie star, and everybody was like, "Why would you put the shit on Facebook?" And he really embarrassed her. So that's what most people know her for, because that whole Van Vicker, alleged affair that he had with her.
What gets me is Barton is a diehard Pelly man, right? And
yeah, his father was the leader.
I didn't know that. He did say his wife was a Congo woman, so he calls.
Yeah, Clarice Ford Cooper, not Cooper, but Kula, Clarice Ford Cooper. But his father, Bishop Kula, his father is from Blount County.
You know what the problem was? I noticed a pattern. All the Liberians that were educated in the Catholic diaspora act like Barton Kula. They hate the friggin'. They still they hate the country.
Oh boy, Colin. He comes from privilege. His father was the head of the Liberian Council of Churches.
But the thing is, the bottom line is Barton Kula, really, no matter what I said, what I did, whatever, I tried to reason with this guy, he has this thing against Congo people and also Black Americans. Right? Barton Kula told me one time, I clown him about this all the time.
But he probably talking shit, so he will say some shit back to you.
He told me, Kala, you know something? I went to Alabama, right? And I always fuck with him every time he say, I remind him when he told me this. He goes, and he met some white Americans, right? They let him in the house, but it said, only because you're from Liberia, I won't let the ordinary. I said,
he said that shit to you.
That's not a flex, man. That's not.
Did that make you feel bad, Carl?
Oh, no, look, because they did the same thing to me. When I moved down here from New York, white people play this psychological game. You're too stupid and feel for it. They'll make you seem like you're a special Negro. They do that. If you take the bait, you're a freaking fool. They look at you like you're a fool because they hate all of us. So Barton Cool, I said, man, Barton. He said, he tried to forget. He said that. I would say, yeah, man, Barton. The white man gave you a sandwich. He didn't give me a sandwich. I said, Barton, you told me he gave you a sandwich and said you better. I didn't have no sandwich. I said I went to his house.
You just an irritant, man. You're an adjective.
I used to
get people adjective.
I used to get off from work, inbox him like 3:00 in the morning, man, starting shit.
Imagine that.
Barton, man, you native people, you Pelly people ain't good for
Oh boy.
I used to fuck with him all the time. We used to go back and forth.
Yeah, I used to be on the panel with him on Focus on Liberia, doing it. He's a smart guy, but he's a know-it-all kind of guy. He knows too much.
I think he blocked me, man. I was saying, ever since I've been going to Liberia, he's been talking to me. He hasn't been in Liberia in years, He hasn't been back in years.
I think his father is still alive, so I think Dr. Kula is still alive.
I met Dr. Kula in Liberia, we hung out for a little while. She invited me to dinner with, I think that guy, the Supreme Court guy. I think that's the guy she was we was going to dinner with, That guy was pretty good. It looks like the guy, she goes, he's a Supreme Court, she's a court justice, right? I think that's the guy. I think that.
Where is she from? I mean, it could be anybody, depending on.
No, they were from. We was in Congo Town. They said we're about to go out to dinner. I said, no, my wife already cooked.
No, it might be the former Justice Cook.
He
was the former Chief Justice.
They all invited me out to dinner.
Kala, can I ask you something?
What?
How are you able to meet these top guys in government? Yeah, are you a multi-millionaire? Let me hold on, Kala.
I'm the college genesis, man. I fly on a diplomatic visa, man. Look, they have,
Power is
Forget
so
it.
important in Liberia, Kadola. Understand that. He's a
you know,
big boy.
so the bottom line.
Kala,
Look, I look.
Kala, Kala, Kala,
Look,
let me just tell you today, right?
look, yo,
All this
Kiddo,
what you
one
call,
day, yo,
all
one
this
day
what you
it's gonna
call
be
America, these people you
one day
call
I'm gonna
America,
be
Liberia.
Nigeria, one day it's
Hold
gonna
on,
be Cameroon, one day it's gonna be Angola.
hold on,
It's gonna be
Kala.
the whole continent.
All this what you call Congo, or whatever it is. They are far more reliable to ordinary Africans, West Africans, than Black Americans. Their mindset is not what you can come and claim. Oh,
No,
they're for how
Liberia,
you all this thing.
actually, yo,
They,
Kidola, actually, Liberia's mindset are close to Black Americans. So trust me.
no, 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 no. Don't get it wrong. Because when I just listen you talk
Yo,
sometimes,
Kidola, let me
I've
say
been
this, right?
wondering,
Hold on,
are
hold
you
on, hold on.
trying to hold
You know
on?
what? Hold on. You know what I heard from a lot of Liberians? They're like, "Yeah, man, I never been to Africa before, dude. This is Liberia. We are in Africa, you know. They think Liberia is some
Kala,
separate place from Africa, you know."
Liberia settings, they might have American something around them at that, white American something around them at that time. These people are purely Africans now. It's like you tell a Brazil returning in Nigeria, it's almost similar thing. Oh, you people look Brazil. Yeah, they might be the Souza,
All right.
but
Well,
these are purely Lagosians. You
okay.
understand me?
Hold on. Let me say, hold up, Kidola. I got a little history book, a history of Liberia and Sierra. Before I play this video, right? How is it that when I hear people talk about Liberia, nobody ever questions the right for British sovereignty and over Sierra Leone? They always talk about Liberia, right?
Liberia has secret
Like it has no
the
legitimate reason
border
to
that
exist.
shaped Liberia and Sierra Leone.
But Sierra
When
Leone,
Liberia
they
declared its
basically
independence in
never
1847,
basically talk about the British occupation of Sierra Leone, even though that most native people wanted to be part of Liberia, not Sierra Leone and Guinea. But they make Liberia like it was just so terrible to native people, even though it was just the opposite history. Okay, let me okay, this is a history of Liberia, the borders.
it claimed vast territories stretching inland from its coastal settlements, territories that had long been home to indigenous communities. The young republic's control, however, was mostly limited to the coast. To the west, the British colony of Sierra Leone, founded for freed slaves in the late 18th century, was expanding inland. The land between the two territories, especially the region between the Mano and Siwa rivers, became a point of tension. Both Liberia and Britain claimed it. Liberia through treaties with local chiefs, Britain through its growing colonial presence. By 1882, the dispute had escalated. Britain, determined to secure its claims, sent Governor Sir Arthur Havelock with warships to Monrovia. He demanded that Liberia renounce its claim to the lands west of the Mano River and submit to British authority. Liberia refused, standing firm in its sovereignty. But Britain annexed the disputed territory in 1883, citing its effective control and influence over local communities. Facing the reality of European colonial pressure during the scramble for Africa, Liberia's President Hillary R. W. Johnson eventually agreed to a treaty in 1885. The treaty recognized the Mano River as the official boundary between Liberia and Sierra Leone, though much of the inland border remained vaguely defined. The vague frontier soon became a practical problem. By 1903, Liberia and Britain agreed to send a joint commission to survey and clearly define the inland boundary. This work laid the groundwork for the formal Anglo-Liberian Convention of 1911. In this treaty, the border was carefully adjusted to follow rivers and natural landmarks, while also respecting local tribal territories. Liberia ceded certain areas, including the so-called Parrot's Beak, to Sierra Leone, while gaining other territories east of the Mano River. Between 1913 and 1914, the two governments' boundary commission physically marked the frontier on the ground, installing pillars to make the line unmistakable. Minor adjustments followed in 1917, and the boundary was finalized in 1930, establishing the border Liberia and Sierra Leone recognized to this day. The final frontier stretches about 299 kilometers from the tri-point with Guinea in the northeast down to the Atlantic Ocean in the southwest. When Sierra Leone gained independence in 1961, this former colonial boundary became the international border between two sovereign nations. The history of this boundary shows how Liberia despite being an independent republic surrounded by European colonies, had to navigate intense diplomatic and military pressure to secure recognition of its territory, and how Britain asserted its colonial power to formalize its claim over Sierra Leone. The border that shaped Liberia and Sierra Leone, when Liberia declared its independence.
See, you get that history? Like I said, it was very also, like he said, the Liberia's got their borders through treaties, right? The British got their borders through the power of the gun, Zongo Bongo says, "Please stop. No bad press towards Ghana." Yeah, look, I've been letting off Ghana tonight, but I'm still mad about that. The way they did Liberia and that ISO speed thing. Who carved the territory boundary? Like God carved the territories up for Liberia. God carved Liberia up with his own hands, and stuff like that. Made the borders of Liberia. Just said there's no such thing as a Liberian. There's just people who agreed to live civilized in a border of a state called Liberia. There's no such thing as a Liberian. Anybody could be, even Kidola could be a Liberian. I mean, could come to Liberia and sit there and whatnot. Like a Nigeria. We got
Liberia is Liberia. The people there are Liberians, right? They make their country.
Kidola, you just don't get it, right? That's the problem. Right? There's no such thing as a damn Liberian. Never was.
I didn't know.
Hold on. This because the framers of the Constitution never created a so-called identity called Liberian. Show me in Liberia in the Constitution where it says you should be a Liberian. There's no mention of being a Liberian in the Liberian Constitution. It's a republic. It was a British and the Liberian agreement to border. British had and also the native people. They could choose which side they want to be on. When they saw the British, how brutal they was, and same with the French, most of them wanted to be part of Liberia. They wanted to be part of Liberia.
Kala, one question: what would have happened if Liberia went to war with Britain to preserve its territory?
Well, like this. Here's the thing. You understand about history, and I think Elvis is getting educated, right? The Liberia had a couple of trump cards. One was Germany. While they was negotiating this, remember something, right? The Germans were very aggressive in the world, right? And Liberia knew how to go to Britain and the United States enemies, right? They went to Spain. Spain was remember something. Spain was at war with the United States during this time period,
Yeah.
So Liberia made relations with Spain and Germany in the Netherlands, but the enemies of Liberia was always France and England. France and the number one enemy. United States was sort of neutral, but because of Teddy Roosevelt and his policies, right? The United States always did what, ever since Roosevelt came to power, anything the British said was like a tack dog. Thank God the United States didn't follow suit in Africa, right? The United States basically did persecute the British enemies in the New World and the Pacific. The British enemies, but it sort of left Africa alone. That was a good thing. So
was it Teddy Roosevelt that sent Marines to Haiti? Was that he the one?
Yeah. He sent the Marines to Haiti. Yes, Marines to Haiti. I think it was him. One of them around that was 1915. Whoever was president in 1915. He sent Marines to Haiti. He sent Marines to Cuba, Puerto Rico, and all those other people like that. America was trying to expand in this hemisphere in the Pacific. They weren't interested in Africa. So that was a good thing for Liberia.
If it was 1915, then it was Woodrow Wilson. He was
Wilson. Yeah, Wilson. Yeah.
He was really racist.
Kala, it's also a good thing now that Liberia passed through what those people planned down was not fair. Okay, they form a country, but thank God they also settle their peace. Kala, the way you talk, sometimes, Kala, somehow you want to undermine the natives that form that country.
Let me just say this.
let me tell you something.
There's nobody that loves it more than I do.
Let me tell you, Carla. 1% cannot form a country. You understand me? 1%.
Well, let me tell you, kiddo. Let me tell you how that doesn't work. Right, the so-called people from the diaspora was actually on the coast of Monrovia, and the settlements they lived in was a collection of settlements, and they were the majority. Right, the territories that they were under the control was part of the republic. Right. Now, they chose to integrate into this society, and they became the majority once they integrated into society, But initially, when Liberia was formed, it was like about 40 different settlements. And then there was two other countries called Mississippi in Africa and Maryland in Africa. Those are two separate countries,
But they're together now. They live peacefully. They are mistake. They corrected everything.
No mistake.
And the mindset of those what you call so-called Congo, they are purely Africans now. They are not like your mindset. These people they intermarry with each other there. They're not. We should. I think we should like to appreciate what Liberia passed through and what they are today. You understand me? They all both learned that.
Hold on. Let me answer Zongo Bongo. He says, "Call the clown for undermining the natives." Look, I am the biggest champion of the natives. I believe the minority black person should have a. Yeah, okay.
You don't bring.
Hold on. We're supposed to go there, give up our idea of rule of law, constitutional republic, and all stuff like that, industry, science, and all the stuff we built when that. It just because.
Who's building Liberia now? Who's building Liberia now? No. People that are building Liberia now are the people that came from that territory. All those houses you're seeing, all those rebuilding you're seeing, all those industry they try to set up themselves, you're seeing, these are being done by people that came from that country. You understand me?
No. The most of the industries and everything like that is still.
It's not black Americans that's building Liberia. Liberia is being built by people that came from that place. You understand me?
Liberia and all people live in the country. But let me give my brother Dave.
We should respect that.
You know nothing about. Worry about Nigeria. You know nothing about Liberia. Go ahead,
no,
Dave.
because no, they're my sister. This is my sister country. We all have the same.
That's
mindset.
right. That's right, Kodola. We're cousins.
Oh, please. What's sister
You
country?
you just hate Nigeria, Colin. We won't take any Nigeria slander on this platform.
Yeah, what's sister country? Nonsense.
Dave, you stay in Liberia, I'm thinking?
Nah, man, I'm out of there, man. I had to go back to the white man job.
Okay.
What's good, Carla?
What's up, Dave?
Yeah, man. You talking about the Minstrel show, man? You had a show like this last year.
Check this out. Kiddos give me a good Minstrel show to our sister country. Man, get out of here, man. You saw they arrested some Nigerians in Liberia.
On some drug charges? Drugs?
We love Nigeria, Carla. Stop it. We love Nigeria.
Carla, you jealous, Carla. Carla, you jealous, Carla. Carla, you jealous, Carla. All the movie stars that are big in Nigeria, Nollywood, you be attacking Nollywood ever since. Let me tell you, Vicky. Hold on. Vicky, one of the most highest paid Nollywood movie stars.
You talking about the low budget ass movies?
Yeah, get over, man. You know the bar so low, man. I wouldn't even look at
Carla, you jealous, Carla. Vicky was one of the highest paid. What was the highest paid Nollywood superstar, Carla?
Straight to DVD.
There was other guys. There were other guys also there. I think for Liberia also very light guy also.
Frank Atus.
Aha. These are hard hitters in Nollywood movie stars. Vivek was trying to gather movie, but it didn't really rhyme the way it is, the way he wanted to do it, all these things. So Carla, these are African people in their mind, Carla. These are not black Americans in their mind.
Zango, Ben Vickers' mother is Liberian, his father is like German. So even though he was born there, his mother left Liberia and went to Ghana. He was born in Ghana to a German father.
Nollywood is horrible.
But he has Liberian roots.
So what about? Is there any movies made in Liberia? movies made for
I mean,
Liberia.
yeah, our industry is not big like Nigeria or Ghana. So a lot of Liberians,
But but
a
but
lot of
DK,
Liberians
guess
leave and
what?
go to
Guess
Nigeria
what?
to join the movie industry.
The movie industry started in Liberia.
I mean, don't please, y'all, let us not make Liberia like the African Americans of Africa. Everything
But
started
it
with us. All the
did,
invention
man.
was with us. Every good thing came from Liberia. Come on, man.
Man, come on, man. So
What was our movie
Liberians
stars back in the days, Dave? Who was our movie stars back in the day when we had an industry?
was started, man, in 1980. Who ended
You
all
got
that,
Sidney
Oh
Poitier.
boy.
You got Sidney Poitier there.
man?
Yeah.
Yeah, but those are
1980.
Americans, not Liberian actors.
Dave.
Man.
You see what Carla is bringing into this thing. Liberia is not like that. What he's trying to portray now, right? Liberia, the Congo is talking about. These are embedded Africans, people who have African mindset. They're not what you
So,
think.
Kinola,
You know,
are you gonna tell you? Are you gonna tell me? You gonna tell me my wife
hold
has
on,
a
hold on, hold on. If you put
now?
the normal Liberia people
Okay,
down
all right,
and
all right.
put you down, Carla, they will relate. They will relate
Okay,
to
hold
more
on. Okay,
Nigerian than to
hold on.
you.
Yo,
You understand me? In their mindset,
I don't
Carla.
know about that.
You
I
know,
will be a Liberian and we,
Just saw the I show when you look at the I show spin string, I saw a lot of Liberians holding up free little dirt, man. I don't know. I saw a lot of free dirt t-shirts, man. I saw them, man. I don't know. Free little dirt.
yeah. So
You only hear that in America.
Dave, when'd you get back?
Carla, I just posted a link in the back chat, right? Because Zongo Bongo doesn't believe me that Van Vickers is Liberian. It's a quick interview, and he's admitting that he's
Yeah,
Liberian.
he gonna say he gonna say he got
Yeah, he's gonna say he's Ghanaian, so he's admitting that he's
just like
Liberian. He grew up in Liberia.
George Weah. We was just talking about just like George Weah. They gonna say he Ghana crew. He not from Liberia. I'm telling you.
Who's BDO? We got Josh Ware and BDO. Who's BDO? Maybe I know, but BDO. You know who that is? Who's BDO?
Never
I
heard of
don't know.
Oh, Ballon d'Or. Okay, the Carla, play that video so Zongo can shut up because they think Van Vickers
Yeah, we
is
believe.
Yeah,
about
they
me.
gonna say they want
I put it in the
all
back chat. It's like a 2-minute video. Interview.
Ghanaians, they want all the good
Actual
stuff,
Ghanaians
man. And
and
even with the
Ghanaians
tribes,
like
man. You know how they be.
mixed people
Want
only.
everything good.
They
right.
try to give George Ware a Ghanaian name. They call him Opong.
Elvis, when George Weah was reigning inside 90s, right? Done by Carla, we all Africa were celebrating him. He was playing for Inter Milan or AC
No, the
Milan or something like
AC
Yeah,
Milan.
well,
Yeah.
that. AC
Pan
Milan.
African.
You know, we were celebrating
Only
George
the
Weah.
Pan African is
We were celebrating George Weahs. Even when he came to president of Liberia, we all cheer for him because he's one of our stars that make us proud.
Yeah.
You understand, Carla? So we know how to celebrate our own Carla.
Listen, Zongo Bongo. Listen to what he's saying.
Can you, first of all, can I do that? Yeah, can I do that? First of all, I wanted to say welcome to as you can see, this is the Liberian Voice local media network, social network, and I will present you our card. I really want you to go ahead and sign up to be to see what it is that we do. This is our card right here. So, first of all, tell us the viewers benefits. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What nationality are you?
Well, I'm part Liberian, part Ghanaian, and part Dutch. That's what I am.
Did you hear that, Zongo? He's part Liberian, part Ghanaian, part Dutch.
Yeah, I heard it.
So there you go, Zongo Bongo. The guy mom is Liberian. She grew up in Liberia. His dad is Dutch, but she fled Liberia. You know, she went to the Ghana. So they want to take all the good things, man.
He's
But we
married
love
to a
Ghana
Ghana
also.
lady. I think he's married to a Ghana woman. You know, I think so. You know.
You know, he had that thing with Nadia Nadia Bubari or whatever Buhari, the light skinned girl.
Aha. These are so Kala is talking like, oh man, Black Americans are their mindset. These are my people. These are Africans. These are Africans, bro. You can do
Look
much
at it.
about
Look at
it.
this Ghanaian. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Condola. Look at this Ghanaian guy. He said we can share Van Vickers as long as we share Alfonso Davies, another Liberian footballer who was born in a refugee camp. Now is a Liberian superstar making
You see
$16
that,
million,
bro?
60
You
million
see that,
euros a
bro?
year. Now they want to claim him too.
They're gonna take him. They're gonna take. I told you, they're gonna take him.
These Ghanaians are shameless, man. We got
Man,
you guys
and
have
leave
what is his
and
name?
leave you with the scraps.
Yeah.
Ghanaians already took Michael Blackson. He's Liberian.
No,
But
Michael Blackson is Ghanaian, right? He just grew up in Liberia, but he's
he
Ghanaian.
grew up in Ghanaian refugee. He's actually Liberian.
No, he's Ghanaian, really. But they came to Liberia for refuge when things was hard in Ghana. So he grew up in Liberia. He have an affinity for the country, but really, his roots is in Ghana. So we don't claim Michael Blackson. You just grew up in Liberia. That's all.
We need comedy, so we claim him.
Okay, Scott.
I need comedy in Liberia. Bring Michael Blackson. I'm gonna try to recruit him to come over. I knew he grew up in Ghana. I didn't know he's Liberian. We all West Africans, we intermarry. That's all beautiful,
Yeah. Tell her to call her African goddess because Carla wants to be a tribalist.
I'm not a tribalist, I am not a tribalist, I am not a tribalist. Look,
Colin, man, what's up with this minstrel show, man? You got Elvis and these guys. They don't understand the minstrel shows, and they don't understand. No, you don't. You don't know the history.
Okay, Dave.
You really don't know the history of this shit. I'm talking about minstrel show, not tribalism. I'm talking about this minstrel show.
The main thing is like this.
Okay.
Right? Let me say this. Look, the main thing I was talking about tonight is this. We're returning into a minstrel age. Minstrel age, you know what minstrel age is? That
I call it
group of people that don't get any respect in the media. They're just a laughing stock, a joke, whatever like that, And they to the point where it breaks your spirit, where you think only thing you can do is be a clown or a joke, whatever like that. And what happens is, let me tell you something. But didn't I tell you guys about deadly clowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later, that clown is going to knock you upside the head. Because there's something in him going to be like, I'm sick of being mocked and laughed at. You could have a clown. Oh, yeah, he's good for laughing. You ever see that one dude, right, Dave? They'll say, oh, he's good, man. That's
when you talk about the deadly clown, I think about the Joker and Batman.
Yeah, you're a clown. Look, every hood got a deadly clown. That dude you laughing at his pants.
Those characteristics.
Like this, that.
Yeah.
And then one day, Boo Boo around the corner, he was chasing him, like that. Boo Boo was asking for a nickel, whatever like that. One day, Boo Boo got a hold to a gun, right? And said, I ain't taking it no more. And he said, I want some damn respect. That's what I mean by deadly clowns,
Like the Joker. That's the story of the Joker.
Even when you look at Liberian history, right? The problem with I was playing a video from Caesar's Beach. You see that video from Caesar's Beach in 2020?
No, I see it.
It was Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Anyway, Caesar's Beach is nice. I played the video, last show. Anyway, I thought about something, right? When the coup happened, right? The Caesars were on that beach. They were like in their own paradise, right? That lagoon, the function on the front part, back part where across the lagoon where all the houses and mansions are. This whole Caesar clan, many generations, cousins, everything lived in that property, right? Their own lagoon, right?
Yeah.
But they had no idea the seething anger of jealousy and envy. Most of the black people that lived on the coast in Liberia, they built these mansions. They had this beautiful life, but I had no idea they're angry because they saw the natives as they didn't oppress them. They just saw them as jokes, as clowns, and they didn't take them seriously,
Mm-hmm.
And that, for one thing, is when the coup happened, then they started taking the native people seriously, right? It was too late, Not saying that it was, but even though I believe the natives had opportunities, right? But it was a certain disrespect, and I see it in a lot of so-called American Liberians, right? There's a certain disrespect, like, not just natives, right? Because I feel they do it to us too over here. There's this air that when they go to come to America, they're like part of an elite class, and we have to break it down. Look, nigga, you're black in this country. You don't know. You may have been son of a senator over there in Liberia. You may have been this. You may have this, but in America, you got to get in the fucking line. And that's what I think a lot of the problems. I say, so if they act like that with us, I can only imagine when they act like that to the poor people in Liberia. Because like I said, I do check some of these American Liberians. The way they act. They act like they're some privileged.
Yeah, they was them powers all those years. They forgot to humble themselves.
Yeah, they weren't humble. They weren't.
I would say they forgot about Black America. That's where
as a matter of fact,
they fought. They forgot about the struggle.
They thought that Black America was people don't know this history. They thought Black America was not in the early age, right? But post World War II, the American Liberians saw Black America as a threat. Especially all the radical stuff they saw coming out of America. They saw Black America as a threat. They saw people like Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, and those people as radicals and as a threat to their hegemony. So Liberia is much more complicated than Kidola tries to get. He basically we're all just sitting over here trying to oppress the natives like that. We all want to make the country work, And Dave, what do you think what I said was about the framers of Liberia? The frame.
No, a lot of people, they don't give a fuck about the framers.
Yeah, but in America, everything's about the framers. Everything.
I will say. Let me tell you something. I make this argument. I will say a Ceremonian or a Fula man care about the framers more than a native man.
Yeah,
the Nigerian that lives the Nigerian that lives in Liberia care about the framers more than the native.
They want to know what was the framers who created this republic, what was on their mind, what they put this together. The framers important. But the native people do not really worry about this. Oh yeah, you got to always go back to the framers. So how did this public was conceived? What was the long term?
But Kyla, that's why I'm one of the biggest advocates of changing the name of Liberia. Give the name back to you. I will say, give the name to Kyla Genesis. And let it move on. Let it move on.
Yeah, if they can't obey the Constitution,
if they give you all the blueprint. Give you everything, the framework and everything, the name, the flag, everything. Give it to you and start something new.
Exactly.
That's it. That's why I'm an advocate for it. You go somewhere else. This new Liberia. We're gonna do it this.
You're gonna do another land.
Oh yeah, This is a new Liberia. And then watch all the native people from the old Liberia gonna come to the new Liberia.
Of course, yeah. They're gonna be like, man, y'all ain't leaving us when I fuck
Carla, what's this conversation in the chat room with Zongo and these people? Who are they talking about? Who are the women that they can't respect anymore? Well, are you guys talking about women on the platform? I didn't hear that conversation.
This video of this Russian guy. What was that? It was so. He sent me. I replied to it. Oh yes, Russian guy was going around Ghana. And he's sleeping with all these Ghanaian women, and bragging about it on social media. And Zongo, rightfully so, was pissed off. I said, yeah, you ought to be, And they were like, how these Ghanaian women make themselves so available to these white men? It's a problem in Black America. It's a problem all over the world where our women are supposed to be the bearers of our fucking children and the virtue. Women are supposed to be the keepers of the culture and everything, When a woman opens her body up to a man, right? Even if it's not her husband, whatever that man.
Do you think white people have this same conversation when black men go into their community and sleep with a lot of their women?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I know them. Their worst fear, Elvis. Their worst fear is an image of a black.
They'll try to hang your ass.
So I'm just saying that because I know that they do have these conversations, but it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, man.
No. I'm saying like this. My whole thing is this. Now I do want to talk to the Lebanese, right? My only impasse is this. I'm gonna talk to them, and I'm gonna say the only problem I have with you guys is, we have to have an agreement about you guys talking to our women, and say with Indian. You got too many young college. You got too many young military age, horny ass men coming to Liberia from different races. That could destroy. You could turn Liberia to Bangkok if you're not careful.
Oh boy,
you don't want that. You don't want Liberia to become Manila.
Kala,
So
why should that white man? If I don't think that white man sleep with all these women, I think.
We're gonna put it
you saw that video?
What about the white guy who gave over 200 Black American women HIV? I think it was in like Memphis.
The white guy because he looks like Jesus.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
In Liberia, we could stop that. We got power in Liberia.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? I'll make a point. Look, nobody's mad because he slept with those women. This was like a mutual consent. The anger comes from the way he approached the woman when they were busy saying they were going to go to a place and they just followed him on the same day. And he got zero game. God damn it, man. He just said, hello, what's your name? This and that.
He's a white man.
Wait, let me finish.
Zongo, he looks like Jesus. So he's going to get played.
Exactly. So I think I'm trying to highlight the issue so that the listeners can understand. African Goddess doesn't know. Hey, what's your name? I'm Russian. I don't.
They're not actually. Look. This is what they're doing, guys. They're basically.
Can I
hold up. They're marrying African women for property and stuff like that. But they also got their Lebanese wife back in Lebanon.
Exactly. So I was going to say
the problem is
there's nothing wrong with that because they're Muslim. They can have up to 4 wives.
No. That's disingenuous. Liberians.
I'm trying to explain to the
okay, Zango, go ahead, bro.
The listeners, right? He said he introduced himself. Then he just said he's Russian. He's just new in the city, in the country. And then he said, "Oh, can you? I like you. You look beautiful. Can you follow me? I want to show you something." Or sometimes the other woman, he said, "Oh, I like you. I want you to come visit my place in the evening." Some women just follow him the same day, man. God damn it, man.
Yeah, but if a guy Zango, I mean, is Africa. If a guy say come visit my place, that don't mean he's going to have sex with that woman.
You get what I'm saying? Like, and he was not spending no freaking money. God damn it, man.
So for you gotta spend money to get a woman to visit your place,
Zango. They were
Zango.
just fucking following him, and that was why a lot of people were just outraged. Like,
but going to visit somebody don't mean you're going to have sex with them, Zango.
Come on, Elvis, don't be naive.
And the guy
I'm being serious, right? Like, have you every time you bring a girl to your house, do you sleep with them?
And that's where a lot of people really has issue with, and also the fact that he videoed everything too when they had sex.
Zongo, are you okay?
Zango's like he's on the verge of tears, man. Condola's over there. I hate to say it in that way, but Condola's over there conquering the Dutch people in Nigeria. Why can't the Dutchmen come to Africa and conquer us?
For the most part, he getting paid on in Kenya. Like, even in Kenya,
Zango, you gotta put your headphones in, man. You're just talking, you're not hearing us.
And she came in me.
Kyle, he's not hearing them. He's just talking.
Conference call, talking both sides. He's talking. Let me see if he's in there.
See, Elvis, poverty.
So, Kyle, can I ask a question real quick? Is this situation in Ghana a part of the Minstrel show? No, I want to ask you something. I want to ask something.
Africa's becoming.
Is this a part of the Minstrel show?
Yes,
the modern day.
Do you mute my mic? Is that what you did?
Yeah, everything is you see right now.
Why are you trying to be controlling?
The FBA.
No, because they don't even understand. Y'all don't even understand what Kyle's subject is. It's Minstrel show.
The FBA.
That's why I gotta come in and we gotta really talk.
Hold on, I'm gonna drop a bomb on you, right? I'm gonna drop a bomb on you, right? I had an argument on YouTube, right? I'm being tired, right? the guy, there's a growing number of black people who are saying that slavery never happened. Show me the slave ships, whatever. Like, that's a minstrel show, right? Because the world's laughing.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
Exactly.
That's a mystery show.
You know what the funny part? I said to the people, I said, if you were already here, right? How did all you jigaboo looking aboriginals with nappy hair would not end up in chains on a fucking plantation, and the red ones with the straight hair, they got to walk around like they always do? How's that? So white man came over here and said, you know, all you jigaboo ones, you know, y'all get back on the plantation. The red ones, y'all can stay right here, you know? That sounds so stupid. They're going around and look now, bro.
But Carla, I sent you that video. Remember, I told you you have to start nipping this in the butt, College.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta start.
You know, part of it. You know what part is? Now it's starting to leak into mainstream America. That's what they wanted, right?
Oh my God!
People out there in conversations and threads of white people, and white people are like, huh? Slavery never happened. We're like this. White people are like, oh my God, these people are that gone. You know, we made them fucking abandon their ancestors and their history because we beat them down so bad. White people are feeling victorious. You know?
Yeah.
It's like if you're a bully, right? What's the best thing a bully could do for you, right? He goes, beats you up, takes your money, whatnot. What a bully wants for you is when next time you see him, not to act angry, but to pretend it never happened. You know? You better
what does that have to do with a Russian guy in Ghana?
Well, why should I? What you tell me? Why should I take Black Americans serious when they even don't know? Look, white people always tell you.
It's not.
Hold on.
It's not all black people, Canola.
Oh, hold on. White people always tell you where they from in Europe. No matter how long they live in the United States, they will tell you, yeah, my mom or my dad.
Most of us know what we come from. That we identify as African Americans. It's online. These people are loud online.
These people are loud online.
Loud online. It makes it seem like there's a lot of like us think like that. It's not. It's a minstrel show. It's a freaking online minstrel show.
You don't understand the history of the minstrel show.
So most black people, look, I'm gonna play a minstrel video, right? And the bottom line, the reason why they play because they want you to think that's how black people are.
You know, back in the day, Kyla, you gotta take like 2 hours and you gotta burn some coke and paint your face and get a script. Now it's just an upload.
Yeah,
it's just an upload.
So now you got black people out there doing a minstrel and it goes through social media. You know, it ain't like you got to sell tickets or anything like that.
Yeah,
on social media, you know.
Kala,
you got to get the best tap dancer.
Kala, it has something to do with the you people mixture, which is you people mix race. Because see, African mysteries claim their fathers from Africa, right? They'll tell you where their father from. But you people mixture are very confused people. And those mixture are the one telling the darker ones that you're not from Africa, right? I've studied them purely good. That who are these people who started this thing? You can see that they are heavily light skinned.
No. You have people who are dark skinned, right? Black.
No, they thought the dark skin.
You got dark skin too. You got dark skin.
You had dark skin.
They thought the dark skin ones. They thought the dark skin ones.
They're Aboriginal black people, or whatever they weren't from.
Yes, because the light skin, the heavy light skin mixed ones.
No, Kidola.
Hold on, Kala.
Kidola, let me say this. Let me stop you right there. My family, my father's side of the family, are very light skinned in North Carolina, right? But they are very, very, very pro-African, right? They always talk about Africa, Africans, whatnot, you know. They're Creole people, you know, in North Carolina, you know, and they're very, very, very African and oriented or not, you know, the culture, everything.
You got a bunch of nut jobs out here doing this stuff on the internet, bro.
The internet is very, very deceiving. It's not like that in real life, bro.
Do you think they really believe that? Do you think they really believe that, Color?
Yeah, they really believe this stuff.
I believe they're starting to believe it. But at the bottom line, you know why? Because they get reinforcement by idiots online. And all this stuff comes out of the prison. You know, the prison philosophy.
That didn't come out of no prison.
It didn't come out of prison, you know?
Ain't nobody walk around in prison saying we really Native Americans, Kyle. Don't lie on prison people.
Get a damn book in their life and whatnot. They got no scientific evidence, no nothing. They say what you want to say. These motherfuckers will say anything, right? And say disprove it. You know?
That crap come out of the conscious community.
No,
that's a New York thing, Kyle.
Most of the conscious community come out of prison, man.
That's the East Coast thing.
No, whatever.
We Egyptians, we Moors, we everything except Africans.
I never fucking believed in all this stuff I saw on the Hudson.
But they're making money. They're making money on it.
It's a conscious minstrel show. It's a fucking.
They're making money on it in YouTube now. So you see the best thing you can get a lot of views there on YouTube. Just continue bashing Africa. Somehow you see some old men come out talk like kids. You know, like, oh, okay. If you're coming to marry my daughter, I will chase you out. You understand me? So what I try to tell you is this.
Kadola, the reason why it keeps growing is because unfortunately we have to live with the reality that people like Dynas, who has a big platform, or people like maybe Afrodamas, Afro Think Tank, Kala. Y'all niggas keep talking about it.
No, I don't.
Y'all give them more shine than they. I would have never heard of none of these people.
My whole thing
if it wasn't for y'all, y'all got to give yourselves a hand clap.
What I do is I rebuke it. Like what other people do is
by rebuking it, you give it more attention.
Yeah, only when it comes up. You know, I try.
If they have that give. If this guy went to jail, brother Polite.
I only see it online. I don't see it on
Brother Polite would also talk to Terika.
Dave, if you scroll on TikTok, Dave, if you scroll on Facebook, you rarely see any of that shit.
Nah,
if you scroll on YouTube and if you scroll on TikTok, where the Africans and the Pan-Africans like to have discussions all the damn time, they talk about it more than anybody.
Okay, the reason why it's on TikTok,
so y'all promote this shit. Y'all the biggest problem.
It's unhappy. TikTok is a dangerous thing because people make a video. Facebook, the reason why you don't see on Facebook is because Facebook is usually
right now. We're talking about these eyeballs, bro. These eyeballs is not. We're not talking about the FBA. We talking about the eyeballs.
Oh, check this out.
I ain't saying no.
That's what we really talking about.
That's what I'm saying. With the exception of watching on YouTube channels of Pan-African.
Now, so eyeballs, I know some real life eyeballs. Them niggas is crazy. They said the earth flat.
Look, we all got mentally ill people in our communities now. You can't take that serious.
The guys told me the earth flat now.
Hold up. You know how you got the guy Rico Miller? No, we don't believe like that, Colin. But I just found a Dave, I'm gonna send it to you right now. I found this fucking and I screenshot it, right? On fucking TikTok, right? Can we say now that FBA didn't come from Africa? So in other words, basically, they want us to legitimize the FBA movement, right? Then they're gonna move the FBA and the Diablos. You know, that's all.
Let me tell you, Kala, what you're seeing now, right? When I start saying this thing about it's not just really Black American, we sort that because Black Americans are coming out in this thing. I told you about if you visit Holland, right? There are some people called the Curaçaos, right? The St. Martins. Okay, not St. Martins. We'll call the Curaçaos.
That's easy people.
Okay, the Curaçaos and the Surinamese. I'm talking about not the jungle, because they have what called the maroon ones. Those won't tell you them Africa. Those are the runaway ones, right? The ones that say they're for Paramaribo, right? These ones will tell you too that, they will tell you about their Indian mixture. You understand me? Oh, yeah. My grandmother was a native Indian. But when you look at them and say, okay, good. They will tell you, you start hearing, they call Africans, Africa pam pam. You mean bumble cloud in Jamaican language, right? And they start before the YouTube, they start fighting the Africans like crazy. They say Africans are dumb, Africans don't know nothing, Africans is this, but you start look at it the way they talk, right? The Africans who look at them like fools. You understand me? Like fools, you know. And guess what? When YouTube came, boom, the people that you saw that were hating Africa, they start changing now. I didn't know it was like this. They lied to us. Blah blah blah. So because of that, if Africans did them, they just what I mean,
Yeah,
just
like
rough.
Kidola. Let me ask you a question. I asked
So
you
it's not really.
I asked you vaguely the other night. I don't think you really answered me, right? You guys, for the last 20 years, right, on YouTube, Africa has had a good run and changed its image, right? You guys showed a lot of big, tall buildings and everything like that. Do you guys think you overplayed your hand or you got overconfident?
No. We just have to. We're not showing the buildings for you to convince you people. The YouTube, we just let you people know that. Hold on. We just let you to see because the war, like that's sometimes you put a lot of the blame on Black Americans. Only when you don't meet other people, also you think, oh, it's Black Americans, just Black. No, it's only the Black Americans. There are also people, the more they stay with white people, because they go to school. Some of these things are schools. I told you this already. A girl that dated a Nigerian guy, but he was being told in school during that Ethiopia time where the world, oh, thank you, Africa people are hungry. So they generalize Africa. You understand me? They didn't know that, oh yeah, boom was in Nigeria, that you can buy a car, you can build a house, they just give you money to go and build your own house. We were living good and everything. They don't know all these things. You understand me? So when they met this Nigerian guy, this guy, they even mistakenly come out and say, "Oh, you Africans, the guy just chased her away," and that guy regret that relationship. So the guy was nice. The guy can easily give her $50 compared to their own men who could not. So the guy changed now. So what YouTube did, YouTube rescued Africa for Voice of America and BBC. That's what YouTube did. It was never to prove anything to you people.
Yeah, but
We don't sleep on the truth.
Let me ask you a question. That be the case, right? Why is it that Africans basically take, because we didn't do that in Black America, right? Because it was like we didn't feel like they need to. We have nice Black affluent neighborhoods in America. Why do most Africans think we live in the hood?
This is the mistake. This is a mistake you say, Kala. Africans in Africa take you for doing pretty good because the movies we're seeing, right?
Yeah, but
the movies we see. Hold on. Because you talk about the movies you're seeing, right? You put drive fine cars. You put dress with. You put dress with suits. Then you put dress with clothes.
Luxury.
So all this Will Smith. Hold on. All this Will Smith movie, like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We see Martians. We see when things started changing slowly. When Minister Society started coming, right? That was a very aggressive, very aggressive film, right?
Anti-Black movie.
The boys to hood. The
worst movie ever.
The boys to hood. The boys to hood. Boys to the hood.
Oh man!
Boys to the hood, right?
Showed you that too?
Yo, say, can you imagine that, yo, Dave? The motherfuckers saw Boys of Hood Men's Society.
Yeah, Africa didn't know what's called. Africa people didn't know what's called neighborhood or in the hood.
Oh,
Boys in the hood started saying, man, you in the hood.
So that's why Africans will always say, go back to your hood.
Yeah, because things there were like fighting, shooting, and everything, running for police.
we don't control. We don't control those images, though.
But we don't know. But the movie we saw is like 80s, like Good Time, like
the publisher, the trademark. We don't control that.
We'll see Good Time, Saffron and Son. It's almost like the way African people live, with family living, and some certain things. But when the Minister Society started coming in, Boys in the Hood started coming in, we like it because of the music and the cars that they were pulling, but we didn't like the killing. That's why I said we didn't like the killing. So that's just all.
It wasn't my life, man. Shit,
Kala, so they just think you just from the hood. You just shooting up the store.
Yeah, man.
That's
That's
what you've
what
been doing all your life, man. Just running them up, running them up.
Gangbanger. I was out there pulling drive-bys and whatnot, you know.
Africa's never see
In my spare time, I was
Africa
knocking
never
over
see
7-Elevens and whatnot, you know.
Yeah. That's how they think. That's how they think you grew up, Carla.
Africa never say Black America poor in Africa. We never say, oh, Black Americans are poor in Africa. They don't even know.
You guys just thought we were savages, you know.
No. You get it wrong. Nobody ever thought about that one at all. Because the movie, through movie you can tell.
Get all it. I say in pleasant conversation, right? You had an Ethiopian president or somebody that said, yeah, see, Black Americans, you know, they don't have fathers and they don't have this. They're all out there. And we're like, how are you going to paint a broad brush? Where do they get these information about us from? They watch a movie.
They watching Don't Be a Menace, don't menace to society.
Yeah.
What's this guy? This guy just came to destroy everything. My mom refused to come to United States. They are dead because of Jerry Springer, right? Jerry Springer.
Oh yeah, Jerry Springer.
Yeah, my mom came to, hold on. My mom came to United States. My mom came to United States 2009, right? It's kind of like, okay, my in-law just showed the movie. You don't see in TV. Then 2010, my mom came back again to visit my baby sister. Then you saw Jerry Springer. They were all Black women. I say, it's my baby daddy. They did it. Oh, it's not. Wow, my mom said, what? This woman don't know. This woman don't know the father of their kids. They will see what happened. Then after 2010, my mom refused to come back to the United States. I said, Mom, why? Mom, they asked you to go. Why are you not going back? He said, it's okay. Then she asked me, you mean the Black people there, they don't know who is the father of their kids?
Oh my God.
Hold on. Ask my mom, why are you asking this? He said, I saw a program. I said, what program? He said, they come and talk. They're crazy over there. They fight. He said, oh, I have to explain my mom some of those things as acting that, it takes me time, but my mom refused to come to the States anymore. He just told me, oh, you people are young, enjoy your marriages there. I'm an African woman. I love my farm. I'm taking care of home in the village. Till she passed away, she never go back. She don't want it to do with the United States. He said, I'm not going back there. Forget it. And she's a retired teacher. She's well educated. She have a first degree in education. So the image they show about Black America later to us was very, very bad. Whoever is doing those things, if they're making money out of it, was a bad image. Especially Jerry Springer.
Of course they're making money from it. Yeah, they're making money from
it. That's what I will tell you, Carla, that we thought you people were very rich, you people having it good, you people were very lucky. I just saw. But later, they give us a very bad image.
War on our image in the 90s and the 2000s. They said, man, Cosby had got too good with the Fresh Prince and his Cosby Show and whatnot. We had rappers like Run DMC that were clean cut. They said, we gotta stop this shit.
They got rid of a lot of our radio stations. We had a lot of radio stations.
We got rid of all our radio stations that was balanced music.
Magazines.
All our magazines were gone, whatnot. They said, they completely remade Black America. This ain't the Black America I know.
Because those was the hierarchy. Those editors and stuff before stuff come out.
Yeah,
they unions and boards. They
people sitting around
controlled a lot of that stuff. They got rid of all those guys, man. Yeah.
We in control over what images our people ate. Even the early days of Sugar Hill Records, before a record got on the radio, there was Black people saying, nah, man, that's just too, I remember when Run DMC came up with my Adidas. They were Black people, nah, man, that's a little too hard. My Adidas, was too hard for them, And can you imagine LL Cool J was too hard for daytime radio back in the days?
Yeah, man.
Now motherfuckers talk about their choppers and the legacies and also the ops and kill this
Yeah,
nigga.
but Kyla, the reason why we are where we are today is because there was a young generation that revolted against the older generation and complained about the older generation, saying y'all don't understand us and y'all should be sorting the poor and the youth and all of that dumb shit. Y'all have black women, black people back in the days literally trying to stop y'all from even doing that shit, going to Congress, going to the government, and then at the end, all y'all did is disrespect the people that tried to stop it.
Me personally, like back in the day, you had C. Doris Tucker, and she was right.
Yeah. How many songs did Tupac mention her? Dolores Tucker, you a motherfucker. Huh?
At the same time, right? Black America, my generation was in a conundrum. Right? We knew what she was saying was right, but the problem was the most powerful voice in Black America back then was Farrakhan. Everybody listened to, right? What happened was after the Million Man March, right, and a year after the Million Man March, Tupac was killed, right? Hip hop basically eclipsed the whole Black nationalist Pan African movement up as a center of activity in Black America. A few months later, Biggie Smalls was killed, right? Then finally, Farrakhan had addressed this hip hop thing and said, "I want to," and he invited that same year, 1998, he invited all these rappers to the Nation of Islam headquarters in Manchester for a rap summit and whatnot. He was saying, "I'm not, I don't like some of the lyrics, blah blah blah." But it looked like, and who was sponsoring that? Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons was like, "I'm gonna get Farrakhan. I'm gonna talk to rappers." But the thing is, though, these rappers were not gonna let the music got worse. It got worse. Snoop Dogg and whatnot. Yeah, like this. It got worse after that.
Kala, what they were doing to us, that's what they would do to people later. When they find Africa and started watching like Bill Cosby, we really like it. We like Ebony magazine. We love those kind of fresh pins. A lawyer having his family. They say we love good time. We love everything. They don't just only show us some of these bad movies, it was lie anyway. They start showing some of poverty. Some kind of like black prostitute on the street. There's a lot of shit that they were just showing to us.
It's called,
that,
like I said, it's called the science of image making.
The image of perception, you change the image of perception of the people.
But we never saw a white prostitute naked walking on the street. Kala, let me give you this thing, Kala. When I was growing up, right, as a kid, 14, 15 to 18, 19, I would just draw a line. I said, black people lie a lot. I said, these blacks are white a lot. I said, this side white people don't lie. You feel me? Until I left Nigeria, right? That I now realized, white people lie a lot too. You know what I mean? So the bombardment of image sometimes is what it is. You understand me? So what they were bombarding us, that also they also do it to you people also. By that making us to see people later part as these Negroes know who you like. See who they are. They start giving us aggressive part of we don't know. All these things above the rim. They slowly started with what we call Fossey Brown, not Fossey Brown, not that Fossey Brown, what we call Sweet Brown Sugar, not that Fossey Brown, the rapper. There's a movie called Fossey. You understand me? It was a different type of movie then. Slowly, they graduated to this very aggressive. This is started slowly 85. Anyway, so we just have to see the imagery. We just have to. That's why YouTube help us a lot to show. Okay, they say we live on tree. We don't live on tree. That just all. Africans doesn't have theater today. They don't have bad image about Black America. They must say, okay, the gangsters. Okay, everybody have gangster. In the society, just bad people roll around. Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, bottom line, we don't control the image that goes on. Let me give you an example. Japan, right? I remember there was this one black lady who, and it was like in the late 80s, right? She went to Japan because there was like this thing about Japanese having sambo dolls, right? And she went to go investigate. And the history of racism towards black people in Japan, they found out that the Japanese basically were told by a white American propagandist to sell racist propaganda. Minstrel shows were popular in Japan post World War II, showing black people as stereotypes and everything like that. And so anyway, this one lady said she went to she was in Japan and she went to see the movie Ghost. I never seen that movie with Patrick Swayze. It came out in 1990, I think it was.
Yeah, Ghost.
Ghost, remember that? Okay,
I
so
saw that movie.
this article came out in the, well, I was in Virginia. That's what it was. So it must have been like 92, 93. I think it's in the 80s. 92. Anyway, she referenced Ghost, right? So I know it's okay, the 90s. Okay. She said, I love the movie, but here it bothered me because she was looking at a whole, she was talking about Whoopi Goldberg's character, you know? And she said the way they portrayed Whoopi Goldberg, loud, you know what I'm saying? I never seen the movie. Have you ever seen the movie, Dave?
Yeah, I seen the movie.
How was Whoopi Goldberg's character?
I don't think she was loud and all of that stuff. I don't think she was loud and all that.
She was like disturbed because it said that's Japanese sucking up a black American culture, and that's what they're getting from. She goes, now I'm starting to see how she said she goes see how the global image of black American state. Then when she did an outreach where she was educating Japan about who we were, and several Japanese said, you know something? They found out that there was a large number of Japanese at the time that loved hip hop. They had rap stuff on, hip hop one night. There was an underground culture. That Japan was like wearing braids. The Japanese girls are like wearing braids, cornrows, stuff like that. African American culture became big in Japan, you know, because they chose the side of Black America. Then there was one Japanese guy said, Japanese love sweet potato pie, right? They said, the guy said, well, we're going to invest in African American sweet potatoes and we're going to get them in the Japanese markets, you know? We're going to build a new bridge between Black America and Japan. Because all these years, we were convinced of what we saw in the movies about the black people, you know? Yeah. So I realized that, okay, Japan, but I had no idea the same image, the minstrel image of Black America would affect Africa. I had never in a million years would have thought that.
Yeah, it would because they don't.
Kala, who do you think is poetry?
I want to explain something. You know, it's just social engineering at its best. You gotta know if you are Africa, they don't know.
Kala, who do you think is poetry? Kala, up to today, right? Who do you think is sponsoring Black South Africans to hit other of their Zimbabwe people they even share the same ethnic kingdom with before they divide them? Who's sponsoring it? A Dutch white billionaire who lives in South Africa. Who's the president? All these Tariq Rashid, who do you think is sponsoring them? All these ODUs, they're out of the blue. Why they could not hit Africa inside 90s? We were vibing towards arrested development. Music, you know, those kind of, you know, we were driving, you know, having
it's
fun
always
with.
been a code in Black America, right?
We were dancing into Betty Wright, you know.
Let me say this. It's always been an unwritten code in Black America, right? I could be from the islands, Caribbean. I could be New York. You from California. We all have our beats. We dip it back. But when it comes down to it, you know, we're all black and we get on code, right?
So, no, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Anymore, man. You know, it's like
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Carla. That's what I'm trying to tell you that now they say Africa doesn't like Black America. It's also it's being portrayed by people who it's a propaganda of a thing, right? And they have been going on for a long time. Don't let them. It's what I call. Don't let them come close together. You understand me? Don't let them come close together. That's what you see now. And sorry, it's not only African Americans that have this. So they also use the Africans also to do some other things also against their own people. Our politicians, what do you think they're doing? You know, carry money away to United States and everything. You understand? How do you know we know a lot of American music?
Every time a movie comes out, and we used to have this back in the days, right? We used to have this is what we used to have back in the days, right? You guys, I was old enough to remember. Anytime a movie came out, right, we would have these black people who would go review it, and if there was a black character in there, it would be talked about in black magazine. Like, yeah, you remember such character, or I forgot. On top of my head, can't think of it was. Yeah. There was like why was he acting like a fucking bug-eyed buffoon in that movie? Right, everybody's talking about it, especially Ebony magazine. If you were cooning, whatever like that, Ebony magazine would get your ass, I remember Alfred Woodard, right? She made some comments and whatnot because she always played actresses.
I was assistant coach. I was assistant coach to a black American guy for Ohio called Tree, right? Tree is a very nice. It's an old man now. He's not 75. He's old guy now. He's married to a white woman. They have kids. Tree don't know me when I first came to work with him, right? But we click. This guy's almost about 6'9" or 6'10". He's a tall dude. We could work together before I left that the club. So what I try to tell you is this, Carla. I don't believe they're both the deep hands. And the more they feel, okay, most Africa like Ebony magazines. I like it. I try to check for the latest dresses, t-shirt, jeans, and everything there, right? I read also health issues and everything there, right? Then the more they do survey, black people don't know how to do survey. White people are very smart. They are very calm, calculative, be looking, survey. Did they like themselves? Did Africa like these black Americans? Boom, yes. They crave towards them. They go towards them. They like to be like them, right? How can we divide these Africans from these people? The best thing to do is movie. Then show bad movie. It can be rap, can be anything video. Then that will didn't work for a while. Then this so-called podcast came out now, Carla. They started seeing people coming out. Oh, I'm not African. Okay, the Africa ever asked you to be African? Carla, early 90s, 92, 93. I was rocking Malcolm X t-shirt. Do you people have it in the US, right? Malcolm X. Malcolm X t-shirt. The t-shirt will have X, big X on it, almost like a Pan-African flag on it. They also have the bowler hat cap also.
Saturday Night Live said, we're going to give out O's t-shirts and hats when I be the only black kid in your neighborhood that has a O to match your X t-shirt.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
No, you were rocking Malcolm X t-shirt, X. You understand me? I still remember one of my friends, during my university time, he went to Chicago. It's an American citizen, right? It's a Nigerian guy. He went to Chicago on holiday. I said, man, will you come in, man? I want to get that Malcolm X bowler hat and the black t-shirt and Chicago Bulls cap, winter cap, we call winter cap then, I said, I want to get those things. And the guy really, when he was coming, he brought them, if you wear this t-shirt at that time, man, you know how much they're selling it in Nigeria was very expensive. So if we hate black Americans, what we'll be rocking, we'll be liking them. We like Malcolm X, like all these guys. We'll be rocking what we call Arrested Development, that musical group that calls Arrested Development. We were rocking. LL Cool J was a very positive musician. He was singing much about love, I was in high school.
Exactly, Cadola, and likewise, if black Americans didn't like why the hell were we walking around with dashikis on, being all super extra Pan-African?
Any black Americans
blasting Miriam Makeba out of South Africa, talking about Mama Africa. Come on now, nobody hated each other. The problem with the divide is that we were never united to divide us.
Social media started all this shit.
And to have that, many African Americans consider Hakeem Olajuwon one of the best players of all time. They wouldn't do that if they.
Thank you. That's what.
And everyone loves Matumbo tall ass. No, he didn't do shit with Iverson when they was together. But come on, damn it, we still love Matumbo, nigga.
And also, let's be honest. So, a lot of FBA people was always around. Remember the Charles Barkley situation? in Angola.
You can go further than that. You had Nikki Giovanni. You had all kinds of people that were pretty much like they weren't saying "fuck Africa" though. That's the new stretch. But
Michael
you had
Jordan,
people that
Michael
was
Jordan.
essentially
Yes,
saying,
I
"Let's focus
remember
on ourselves and let them focus on
Kala.
themselves." And I
Kala.
agree with
I,
that. I don't have a problem with that idea.
Kala. I remember Charles Barkley. You talk about Olympics 1992, right?
Yeah,
I think
something like
Jordan.
that.
Yeah, I think Jordan kind of like tap him to behave. You understand me? Jordan tap him to behave, right?
Charles Barkley is nothing
We
but a fucking. His white was white when that, and the dude is a fucking one of them
I,
bam ass fucking mutts when
Yeah,
not that
he's
love white
usually
women.
from Arkansas or
No,
something.
Alabama. He's from
Oh,
Alabama.
Alabama.
Jonathan,
His
you
wife
can
is so
say
his wife, you see his wife. What the hell, man? Man,
Yeah,
no wonder
man.
he cheats.
he, I think you can call a person like Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson is a Black American dude, right?
Yeah.
I wrote Magic Johnson in 1993, right? That I like his style of basketball and everything. And I've been reading about him, about his house, college he went to, his type of bed and everything. You know what this guy did? He sent me his signature of his flame and and post it to me, man. My best player. Okay, Akim was okay, is there, but my best player was Karl Malone and um not I forget this guy's name, man. Karl Malone and Isaiah Thomas and Dressler. You know Dressler? Dressler. You know this
Clyde Drexler.
Dressler was my. This guy is the one I watch. I get my inspiration from. When I watch them, I'm going to practice it in basketball court. You know what I mean? Before Patrick Ewing was there, it was okay. It was good. Jordan was not really my favorite player, but Magic was my favorite player. The Dressler, the aggressiveness of basketball. You learn all these things. So we were like exchanging culture in a way without we not knowing. You know what I mean? So we this hate that came is being sponsored. The same thing happened in South Africa today. If they take the black South Africans when they come close to the other neighboring countries, they will sponsor the hate with money. Poverty is a very bad thing, you know. And guess what? Nigeria is also not free from it also. Africa is also not free from it also. They use us like the way they want to do anything they want because we don't take surveyor. The white people take what they survey things. That's just the truth. We're not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like I said, yeah, the minstrel image out there right now is returning right now with this buffoonery and nonsense and everything like that. That's we see in social media and everything. I don't know how to stop it. It's like, I thought that we reach a point. Let me say, what's the highest point we're at? I mean, the highest point was at when we had. I was going back to entertainment, right? In the 80s, we had like top black people on top TV shows. We had a lot going on in the 80s, right? Our image of to the world was great, you know. And then in the 90s, right? People aren't gonna like when I say this, right? Somebody discovered, right, that there's a whole side to Black America that can be exploited for entertainment purposes. Like I'm talking about the Boys in the Hood shit, It's like our community changed overnight. Nobody wanted to know about the Cosbys anymore or whatever, Fresh Prince or whatnot. They want to know about Boys in the Hood. They want to know about Men's Society. They want to know about the gangster shit. They want to know about the murder, the mayhem, whatnot. Okay, because it was monetized. White people create the demand because that's what they want to see: black destruction. But in the instead of people understanding that, right, saying, okay, you're gonna get this is what this is made for. It's like somebody watching pornography and thinking that's how women are. That's not. No, that's a demand. Somebody wants that to have a demand for that, right? People put it out there. They make convincing movies or whatnot. That's not real life, right? What you see right now in Black entertainment, Cadola, is nothing but pornography, and pornography is not real. They for the most part, when pornography first came out, they always had to have a redeeming social theme. And then they got away from that. They just do sex scenes. Before, pornography had to be made like a movie, And so therefore it convinces you, people got convinced that this could be reality. This is somebody's reality somewhere. This actually happens. So therefore, that same thing would happen with formula when people use black exploitation movies. It's called exploitation, Ganola. It's exploitation. Pornography is exploitation. Black cinema for the most part was black exploitation, right? And
yeah, I saw that, man. Those female people like the Queen Latifah and this wife of Will Smith and all those chicks in that movie. Tell her, if Black Americans and Africa hate each other, I told you, Kalina, I'm old school. Sotre came to Africa with Sotre, it's the 80s, right? Clubs. Nigeria guys were in the States, brought some of them said were not even in the States, but they were able to bring Black Americans to set up clubs in Nigeria. They call Sotre. They're showing it in TV at the time. FM that came 1990, 89, 90. Who do you know came to set it up? It was guys who come, these Igbo billionaires, right? What they did, some of their friends in America, they brought Black Americans to help them run FM 24 hours, no stop. You know what I mean? TV. We didn't hate each other then. We were together then. But the moment they take a survey and say who's doing this, they say, oh, they're too close. I think
what it is, my honest opinion, is like social media has overloaded the internet with negative images of Black Americans, right? And then what happens is Africans begin to believe these images, right? And tell us, we tell them we try to tell Africans, listen to this carefully, Cadola, that's not us, that's not real, whatever like that. And Africans take the image they see as gospel truth as that's it. That's how you guys are. They don't even look at logic. How can 45 million people be involved in crime? How can 45 million people be on welfare? How can 45 million be failing? Whatever like that. How do you have like 168 historically Black colleges and talk about this? We have the most number of degrees. We generate 1.7 trillion. Nothing logically makes sense. But if you're flooded with these negative images, and people tend to always believe the negative, that's just human nature, And so therefore what happens is Black America is like, okay, if Africans think like that, right? And then we're trying to be like, no, we're not. And then they retaliate by saying, something, screw Africa. I'm going to go believe the worst things about Africans. And it goes back and forth. That's how it is, man. You guys believe that. You don't believe every African lives in Makoko,
Yeah, but Kyla, the only difference between is that one of those is more closer to being the truth than the other.
But we always say like this. We always, back in the days, Jonathan, right? It was Black America that when I was growing up, and then even like that, we would get into fist fights with white people when they always call Africans
starving Marvin, the little poor African children.
We will always have to defend Africa by saying, look, Africa got tall buildings. White people, I don't want to see that. White people, you show white people a picture of a modern African city, they'll look the other way. They don't want to see it. All they know is National Geographic, So
those pictures they will show you people.
Those pictures they will show you people about a child with a fly in his face, right? What kind of stomach? We never saw those. We never saw those videos in Africa in our TV.
Yeah,
we never saw those things.
It doesn't matter what you saw. That's what white America wanted to believe.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened?
It's white people.
What happened to this Kala? There's a group.
Go ahead, DK.
It's white people. You see on YouTube, white people going to Africa doing these what I call African minstrels, showing like this is one white guy.
The bottom line, look, they're all over Africa asking stupid questions and stuff like that, showing the word.
This is one white guy. It's about 24 hours with.
And why Africans are always smiling in their face? They're on the streets and whatnot. The Africans are always like, yes, Mr. White Man and whatnot. You know, and we get angry when we see that. We know what these guys are all about. They don't come in there because they love you.
Yeah, but Carla, see what happened is this. When I found out, what I came to Western world first, I found out. You see, there's what call. They say they're doing good things to help people that are poor in Africa, right? This organization, they will collect money. That's the money you say you give to them, right?
They're mapping out gold mines. They're mapping.
This money was not actually coming to Africa. These people were just using it to enrich themselves. So they were using images. Yeah, they were using images. I don't know where they get those images. Just like when they put Ethiopia, just a small village, possibly having drought and everything. They just saw our Africans are hungry. They just organize some position and see the Loper and all kind of guys. We are Africa. What is that? You know, back in Jazzy, all of them say they're singing for Africa. To us, man, you know, every afternoon, man, I was eating ice cream. Every evening, we have a baker supplying us bread. We're always hungry. My granddad is a farmer in the village. Where is this thing coming from? But we didn't know then that images and propaganda of using TV images can either elevate you or collapse you. We didn't know. You know, it takes us to now, if you're a foreigner, you bring out the car. You know, my wife's a white woman. Even with traveling to the village,
I'm trying to track down.
My wife brought out a camera, Carla, just to film just the food, the yam. I swear to God, if I were not there, it would that be a very big problem for her. The woman, the woman put that shit back, put it back. Oh, no, just want to video.
Let me play this video, bro. You can talk all night.
See, this is the type of African minstrel, like bringing up of
down one of Africa's most infamous cannibal warlords.
Neff proof, gun proof.
Yeah, what do you call it? They say they all the good stuff going in Liberia and whatnot. What gets me is you got people like Elvis swear I'm the devil, you know, and you got these white guys. They come in there when the Liberia should beat this motherfucker's ass for coming in there trying to disparage it. Africans have no sort of respect for themselves, whatever like that.
Making the country look bad. They're making the country look bad.
No. This is why we have to acknowledge Black America has a lot of African in us. Those hood niggas do the same shit.
Right, he's a warrior.
So what I'm saying is this: the war has been over for 20-something years. Why isn't he going there talking about the kids that are surfing, the kids that are building their country and stuff like that? You know,
that's not interesting, Carla. That's why.
What? No, it's not interesting. No, it's just that white people do what white people do. They're fucking devils. You know, as simple as that.
Is that a naked guy?
No. This is from the war. So my point I'm trying to make is that white people, the images.
Wait, they put it on a show for the white guy?
Hold up. Well, you would think with the age of the internet, white people say, you know something? The image of Africa has been fucked up, right? Let me go over there. And you know they know there's good parts because they be partying them, you know. They don't bother showing the good parts of Africa. They always show you
why when he was in Liberia, he's staying in a 5-star hotel. He's chilling on the
he probably stayed in a 5-star hotel.
Yeah, he probably stayed in the nicest hotel, ate nice food.
Word.
All stuff like that, but he'll go to talk about Gerald butt naked. I want to talk about somebody more prominent in the country and people like that's doing stuff and whatnot, you know?
Well, that reminds me when they made that Vice documentary on the Civil War, cannibal warlords of Liberia or whatever. They stayed in a nice hotel, then they went to all those bad areas to show people prostituting, shitting in the streets, shitting on the beach.
Vice News are the masters at doing African stories like that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they masters at that.
They made Nigeria look horrible.
Remember, they got kicked out of. They tried to fucking do Kagame, right? They went over to the Congo and tried to make it seem like Kagame was. They went to Eastern Congo, whatever like that. Then the Tutsi people and all the people that Paul was supposed to be fighting, they told him, "Why don't you get the fuck out of here?" Right? He goes, "Can you tell us it's Paul Kagame?" They wanted to get on camera that Paul Kagame is behind the Tutsis that are called. He said, no, that's not what's going on. It's more complicated than that. And they were like, well, can this statement right here, is that true? They're like, we're not making no statements. You know, they say, I think you better leave. You know, so they said, we're tired of you people coming here with your Western propaganda, and we're not causing division and stuff like that. You know, like what you go, Broman says, just like I showed a video of. I don't love to show the videos of Makoko. It breaks my heart. I haven't shown. When's the last time I showed a video of Makoko, bro? Anybody?
I don't remember that shit.
It's been months. Yeah, I don't like showing Makoko and whatnot. You know, I do that to people like Michael Awali to remind him when he gets out of line. You know, look, man, we could, I can pull him a Makoko card every once in a while, but I don't mock those people. Makoko, they're poor.
Guys like this monetize this stuff and try to make money.
Yeah, butt naked.
You know?
That's why that Prophet Key situation is a dangerous situation.
I know. Because, Dave, what happens if I go over there, somebody gets a hold of one of my videos saying, you know what this caller said, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, I'm getting hauled off the court. We're not, in contempt, whatever,
It's complicated, man. It's like,
but you heard what
I think, you know what I mean? Like, Prophet Key, somebody is, I know the judge too. I ain't gonna lie to you, Colin. I know that judge.
Yeah, you're going in and out, Dave.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, you're right now, yeah.
You hear me now?
I can hear you now perfectly.
Yeah, I was saying, that judge that's prosecuting Prophet Key, I know him. And it's like he one of those judges, he don't play. He put anybody in jail. He don't play.
But that's not his job,
So,
right?
He shouldn't. He's out of line. First of all, you know what I mean? Prophet Key shouldn't even be in jail.
Yeah, check it out. Hold on. You can't hold somebody. You know what a contempt of court is, right? Contempt of court. You're in court, right? A judge give you a directive, and you say no, whatever, like that. Screw you, judge. That's contempt of court. Now, he's prosecuting on statements he said online on a podcast, right?
Yeah.
And so, therefore, it was an adjudicating court. And then on that, he basically didn't have a trial, nothing. It just says you're in contempt of court and you hold them for 6 months. That's illegal.
Yeah, that's illegal.
The Constitution,
but they breaking all laws. You know what I mean? Like I said, but it's like it's crazy. It's like that shouldn't even happen. You know what I mean?
Look.
You basically taking it's like because I thought they said Liberia was freedom of speech.
Yeah,
I thought this was what everybody fought for.
I said, when you look at Article 21 of the Constitution, it guarantees you freedom of speech. You know?
Yeah.
It's great. The framers.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't make any threats.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Colin. It's people, it's rebels still running around in Liberia that kill people, mother, and they ain't go to court yet.
There's so many people
you gonna put them in jail for cursing somebody's mom? No.
Prophet Key never harmed anybody,
No, he don't harm anybody. You don't advocate violence or anything.
You're a good dude, man. I like Prophet Key, But whatever it is, man, Dave, the poor Liberians, they love him,
Oh, yeah.
Liberia, you know what I like about Prophet Key? He seems to believe in the story of Liberia being a homeland for African Americans. He seems to believe that.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he believes that. He believes that.
Liberia Zion, Zion.
Yeah.
And so that's something to live with.
No, he does believe in that. He believes in Hebrew. He's a big Hebrew Israelite. He's a big guy. He said his tribe is he said his tribe is one of those tribes of Israel.
You know what
he believes in that. Yeah, he believes big in that stuff.
You know where he lived for years? He used to live in Morocco for years,
Yeah.
He used to live in Morocco for a long time, man, Prophet Key, No. So, like I said, this is going to be interesting, man,
No, he's not going to do 6 months. I think he's going to do more like 60 hours.
Yeah, they're gonna let him out. You know what? What I do if he's still there when I'm there, I'm gonna send a letter to the U.S. Embassy, and say, "Hey, look, man, we got a constitutional situation here. Look, the framers of the Constitution. Just what Elvis don't even talk about.
It's freedom of speech.
Right?
It's the land of liberty. People don't understand Liberia. It's the land of liberty for the black man.
And also, it was never Dave. It was never supposed to be a so-called Liberian. That's what the problem is, right? It's just supposed to be a land of liberty called Liberia, right?
Okay.
Anybody,
but you do, Kyla, do you know the foreign man understands that more than the native man in Liberia?
Yeah, it's a land of liberty.
The Nigerian and the Ghanaian in Liberia understands.
They try to make it. They try to make Liberia a nationality, like a national identity. No, it's not. It's devoid of national identity. It's just a place where the black race could come and settle, and live. Anybody, that's all. So people don't understand that. They're like, "Oh, Liberia." When you people, okay, I get it. Now you're ethnically Liberians. I get that. You keep that, right? But when I go there, Dave, I make a point. No, I'm an African American. I'm an American in Liberia. Why? Because this is the land of liberty. The country was founded, right? I'm going by the framers of the Constitution. That's what you got to pull out, the framers card, The framers of Liberia. You never hear Liberians talk about the framers?
No, they don't talk about
them. In America, they always talk about what the framers of the Constitution said. The framers. The framers said this, the framers said that, well, not the framers. You got to get into the mind of the framer, what the framers meant, That's very important when Supreme Court and court rulings. What they interpret as what the framers said. They use legal phrase. It's clearly, when you look at the words of Hillary Teague and all these other people, they meant Liberia to be a place of refuge of any black man and woman in the world.
Yeah.
Also, it was a place of refuge for people in the interior that wanted to be part of this republic, that you were oppressed, whatever like that, you can find refuge. If you come from some king or whatever like that, you will be oppressed. This is a place of refuge. And that's what the conflict was about. The conflict was about a lot of native people want to oppress their own people, and we gave them liberty, They don't tell that part of history,
Oh no, they're never gonna talk about that. Never gonna talk about that. I got a couple of those stories.
Right.
People can tell you about that.
Yeah. Now, what is Broman saying? He says wrong. He knows the guy is a black American, and I informed him of this. No, hold on. I used to like Afro Think Tank, but the last week I've seen a side of him I don't like. He is very dishonest. He lied and said that the conservative perspective guy is a Nigerian. I told him he was wrong, that the guy is a black American. I informed him of this, even provided him with a real name, as family's history, as FBA. He's also making videos claiming that immigrants and dude, man, you got to finish what you're saying, bro.
These guys, man, these guys.
Yeah, colonize the country. He's literally pushing the great white replacement theory when he comes to being a Pan-African. What the hell? Yo, bro, man, come up here and explain what you're talking about, man. You could probably explain better than you can write, Come up here and explain what the hell you're talking about, man. You're talking about Afro Think Tank. I got to hear this. Anything to do with Afro Think Tank, I got to hear this, man. I really got to hear it. I got to hear this, man. It's too good to be true, man. You got dirt on Afro Think Tank? Okay, let's hear it, man. Afro Think Tank.
I don't know why everybody against him, man. What's the problem with him, man?
Listen to him today, right? And he just on this, all the Democrats, the Republicans, this is the country. Look, I'm like,
no, he is too liberal.
He's a fucking liberal. He's a liberal posing as Pan-Africanist, posing as a Pan-Africanist,
He's very liberal.
All he does is talk about that.
Gotta lay low of the liberalism.
He's a fucking liberal Marxist commie, I'm like,
so liberal.
I'm not, So in other words, basically, if I say, okay, I'm a black nationalist. Well, we got Pete Buttigieg. I don't want to fucking vote for Pete Buttigieg. You know, I'm not happy. I'm not excited about Gavin Newsom. You know, but JD Vance, I'd rather put fucking JD Vance up there just to make a fucking statement. You know.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the racists in power. You know, because I'm not losing nothing. And it's like, what's supposed to be? Well, black immigrants. So who the fuck cares? You know. Africa said, "Oh, Colin, you personalize things." I'm not personalizing nothing. You know, okay. Afro's think tank comes to me all the time, man. You know, he's always coming. Afro's think tank thinks I'm the devil. You know.
Yeah, he's too liberal for me, man. He got to chill with
And
the
he always
liberalism,
leads with
man.
that. Well, I don't mind people being liberal, but he wears that on his chest. You know, a big
It's too
L
liberal.
on his chest. You know, I'm a liberal on his chest, with his chest out. You know, and he leaves the Pan Africanism for a second. Well, he uses Africa, going to Africa as a cover. You know, that's all I think it is a cover. You know, he's really a Marxist liberal leftist. You know,
No, we can't have that. We can't have that.
all right,
They still talk. They still talking about this war, bruh.
Hey,
I
Dave,
thought they was.
you heard about what you call Erica Kirk, right?
Nah, I overheard you talking about it.
She basically, Charlie Kirk wrote her out of her will. He had her spied on, found out she was cheating on him, right? And like I said, one of his daughters might not even be his. Ain't that
Damn,
Mr.
that's
fucking
crazy.
Mr. White people, white America, white purity, white, you know.
Yo, the way Trump was hugging up on her, I was like, yo, there might be
Man,
something
Trump wants
going
to
on
bend her
between
over,
these
man. Trump wants to bend that shit over, man. They wasn't even talking about JD Vance leaving his wife to get with her so she would look like a good first lady. These people are sick, man.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, they'll talk about that. They'll talk about him getting, and then all of a sudden, which we're going now because he's fighting with Usher Vance, his wife. She stood back. You bore your children, why not? Because they were saying stuff like, well, she can't be a first lady. She's Indian, whatever. So he's ready to throw his wife out the door.
They stand 10 toes down on their race, man. Think about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nick Fuentes quit the white nationals movement. You know, I don't know what happened.
What you mean he quit the white? What?
Yeah, he said, man, fuck people.
He's one of the leaders.
Yeah, he just said, man, sick and tired of.
He worked so hard.
You know what? After the MAGA show at the Super Bowl, he was just so fucking embarrassed, man. You know, he was like, man, this is a joke. This is what we're talking about. He was like, man, all these incels and losers. He goes,
Kid Rock, man, come on now. You know what trying to fuck with Kid Rock.
Yeah, he was just like, man, that was the worst shit I ever seen in my fucking life. He said, and the guy, he said, over fucking, that's the whole thing. We galvanized all this over a fucking Super Bowl halftime show, 15 minutes. How long was a half hour show? Like 15 minutes?
Yeah.
What they say?
That's crazy.
And so he said,
I know. Nick is one of the leaders.
He just saying that. I know he ain't doing that shit. You know, he ain't doing.
Yeah, he's a leadership. I don't think he's gonna give up that.
He just basically.
He probably gonna reorganize. He probably gonna just reorganize. He probably just gonna get into reorganization.
Yeah, restructure. You know.
Yeah, restructuring and
let me get harsh reality on, bro, man. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, before I get into the what's his name Afro think tank, I was going to say with Erica Kirk, her father he was a high leading person in the Israeli defense ministry or something like that. So it doesn't surprise me that Charlie Kirk ended up dead if he was going to divorce her. And in regards to Nick, he always flip-flops in regards to that kind of thing. In fact, he speaks Spanish himself because he's part Mexican.
Yeah, but he's a Spanish guy, right? He's a white Spaniard.
He said he enjoyed it. So, but he flip-flops. He does that kind of thing anyway. So he'll be back to normal next week. But yeah, in regards to Afro Think Tank, I'm seeing he's very sneaky. So he was claiming that channel the conservative perspective, saying, look at this Nigerian guy saying this and whatever, because he says the conservative perspective's a coon. So I thought to myself, well, firstly, why would you, if you really think that guy's Nigerian, why would you highlight that if you're going to be a Pan-African? But more to the point, the guy isn't even Nigerian. His name's Greg Foreman. And the guy had an issue with the Amazing Lucas last year, and he stated that his family is Black American. They come from the South, and they've always been in America. So when I told him this, because Afro Think Tank, usually I support him, and he'll come back anytime I leave comments on his channel. He'll always give it one of those hearts and leave it and say something or whatever. But this time I left it on both his channels. I said, you're incorrect. The guy is called Greg. I gave him the name. I gave him the guy's family history. So he knows, he would have seen it, because I noticed people left comments afterwards and he responded and whatever. So he's seen the comments. He knows the guy isn't Nigerian, but he's deliberately kept it there. So it seems to me like, oh, what, are you trying to push this whole FBA bullshit? Because you know you have a bunch of these FBA people that come on your channel and talk shit. So why are you trying to purposely push that a guy who talks shit about Black Americans every day, that he's a Nigerian when he isn't? So that seems really sneaky to me.
What does this guy say about Black Americans?
He's always saying the same thing. They're stupid. They're lazy. He's one of these people. He makes these videos to
He's the typical Black conservative. You know.
That dude right there. Oh, that dude. Oh, yeah. That dude's a clown. He was on a thing with this white woman. He looked so awkward, defending the Afrikaners being brought to America. He looked so fucking stupid, you know?
Yeah, but my point is, he's not a Nigerian, so why is he lying and saying this and trying to highlight the word Nigerian when he knows the people that will go into his comment section are going to start talking shit about Nigerians over a lie?
Yeah.
So he's seen this, so I don't like that kind of thing. So he's trying to make out like, oh, he's against all this FBA stuff, and it's all about unity. But it seems to me like he's trying to pivot himself. You probably won't, but it just seems really sneaky. Why would you do that? And why would you highlight Nigerian? It's a lie, first of all, but why do you want people to hear that he's Nigerian? It just seems odd. And the second thing, he's making these dumb videos trying to push this thing like he's trying to antagonize white people in the UK, saying, yeah, our people, our Black people, yeah, we're colonizing your country. All the Black people there, the Africans, yeah, they're taking over the UK. And then he's putting in, tagging white people in the UK, England, and all this kind of stuff, making these stupid videos. And I think, well, actually, that's called the Great White Replacement Theory, which white supremacists are claiming. They're crying about this Great White Replacement Theory. Yeah, so why would you, as a Pan-African,
you putting those Black people in the UK in danger? You know?
Yeah, exactly. So why would you, as a Pan-African, right now, in fact, there's this government called Reform, who Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Elon Musk, they've been like, Elon Musk has been pumping money into the Reform Party because they're this party, they want to put an end to immigration and send all immigrants back, that kind of thing. And JD Vance and Donald Trump are trying to support them as well. Like, that's why his name's Nigel Farage. He's always in America. He's always by Donald Trump. So he's pushing the same thing that Afro Think Tank is saying. That's what these white supremacist people are pushing. And I'm thinking, well, why would you, as a Pan-African, be making these stupid videos? Like he thinks he's smart, like trying to antagonize white people, saying, "Yeah, we're taking over." I'm thinking, well, you're saying this all the way in America, trying to tell white people, like, yeah, all that stuff you're saying about Black people and other immigrants, it's true. They really are trying to steal your country. Why would you do that? And I left that comment a few times. I don't know why he's doing that, but he thinks he's smart or he's being funny, but the stuff he's doing is just like he doesn't actually listen to any good advice.
It's very adolescent, man. You know,
yeah,
very childish and adolescent. I know it's
he doesn't see the bigger picture. I used to think there was a certain degree of intelligence, but I'm actually come to the conclusion he's quite stupid. Yeah, he's just selfish and stupid. Yeah.
The thing is, it makes sense because a lot of Black liberals are very emotional and reactionary, so they tend to just say things without thinking.
And bottom line is also you got to think that these people, you are putting those people in the UK in grave danger by talking like that, you know?
Exactly. I said, yeah, it's like you're trying to put a target on their backs. because there's literally no reason for you to, even if you think in your head that you're a Pan-African and you say, yeah, my people, quote unquote, are stealing the country of my enemies or whatever. Why would you then make a video? Why wouldn't you just strategically? It
I'm a
makes
black
no sense.
nationalist and a Pan Africanist, right? I have no desire to fucking go to somebody else's country. I want my own shit. You know, why don't we start doing that? All the black race start doing that shit. We got the land, right? We got the whole big giant continent. We should be building Africa, make a home for ourselves. That's what the whole idea of Liberia. Liberia was like, this shall be a home. You don't give a fuck about the rest of the world. This shall be a home. You know,
it kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me of this. What's this character that came up? The bird song guy who's trying to put the Black Panthers in the crosshairs of ICE and federal government.
Right. These guys come out of nowhere, and I'm glad Black America. We're so on code right now. That's why people can talk all you want. Black America, I know my people, right? Our people are saying we're not marching, we're not protesting, we're not getting involved across the country. Now, when you ever see these once in a while, you see these dudes online, like the one ignorant motherfucker talking about, yeah, we gotta do something about ICE. I said, man, sit your old Grady from Sanford Southern ass down, talking about what you want to do. Man, we already decided, man. That's not our fight. You got these old school motherfuckers that's still with that. Oh, we got like Big Black. Y'all see Big Black the other night? You know, Big Black is back. You know, very glad he showed up or whatnot, but Big Black is out of touch. You know, he's on that.
Carla, can I ask you a question? This is an honest question. When's the last time that black people en masse marched or protested for anyone else, any other group apart from themselves? Can you give me an example?
Like this. Let me tell you something, brother. You got time for me to play, Steve?
I've got plenty of time, yeah.
Every time black people march and protest, it was never just about us. When we had to march to get the money, funds, or support, like that, we had to change certain verbiage, right? We had to talk about black rights. We had to change it to minority rights. We had to talk about black empowerment. We had to turn it to people of color or diversity, right? All these other people wrote in on black people's success, right? The civil rights movement galvanized the country, the country. You know what wrote in on the Civil Rights Act right there? The Immigration Reform Act. That's what.
How long ago was the Civil Rights Act or these marches?
1964.
That was quite a while ago. When was the last time?
That Civil Rights Act fundamentally changed American society from a de facto jury, really a segregated, legalized segregated society, right, to the society you have right now. You know?
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that,
they had immigration reform, which brought millions of people of color to the United States. Before that, people of color were restricted by law from immigrating to America.
Yeah, Carlo, I knew you were going to say all this because that's why I asked when was the last time. Because from my observation, I do see a lot of Black Americans saying, "Oh, we're on code. We're not marching for anyone or whatever." Carlo, can I finish what I'm saying, and then you can respond?
In the 90s or in the 80s, right? We marched for South Africa, right? We brought U.S. sanctions on South Africa, which basically got Mandela out of prison. That's why he came here to thank us, you know, in 1990 when he got out, right? Black America has always been on the forefront of protesting injustice around the world. We protest for the Palestinians, you know, all these people like that. Anytime
the Palestinians, did you say?
Yeah, we were.
What, recently?
Oh no, I'm talking about back in the days, not recently, not now. You know.
So you're saying it was quite a long time ago?
We thought that we were told that Israel was an apartheid state. No, you use that buzzword apartheid, and they were like this. Even though I personally, if I had to choose between Palestinians and Israelis, I'd probably take the Israelis. You know, me personally. You know, and then black people.
Was it just black people? Was it black people with other races as well?
Black people. Look, what we have in America called coalitions, right? You have these white people call themselves allies. You have black people, but the energy, the thrust of all these groups were black people. You know,
can this be quantified? Like, if I go and look at these marches,
back in the days, right? The base.
Carly, you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Look at the activists, right? The activists always Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and all these other people, Vernon Jordan, all the civil rights leaders when they're all black. right?
But the actual crowd, the audience, will you say that the majority were black or other
No,
colors
no,
as well?
I would say the majority of people in the audience were like multiracial.
Okay, so it wasn't just black people; it was black people
No,
with
I would say,
groups
look,
of
there
other people.
was a certain segment of black people. Certain segment
Yeah,
of
it's
black
always
people.
been certain segments. Yeah,
A
that's
certain
what I mean.
segment of black people were all into that. Like, and there was a certain segment of black people who didn't give a damn about that shit, you know?
Yeah.
So
So what
we'll
the
say,
reason? Yeah, Carla, if you could just let me talk. I was going to say the reason I said what I said is because, like for instance, if I think about the big march, it was over George Floyd, and the majority of the people marching were white people anyway. It's just because when hear the black people say that, oh, they're staying on code now and they're not marching now, if I look back at it, a great deal of the marching done was mostly on behalf of black
look,
people.
let me
Over,
say it.
Carla, I'll let you talk, Fraser. I'm barely getting to say anything. Let me just finish my point, and then you can respond to it. So I was going to say, that if I look at most of the marches that of any significance have been in the media, it's usually other groups of people marching on behalf of black people because some black person here has been murdered by the police or something unfair has happened. So when I hear black people now, because it seems because Trump's in power and he doesn't put up with any liberal BS, it seems more like black people would have been too scared to march anyway, because if Trump's dealing with white people the way he is now, black people wouldn't stand a chance of getting real trouble. So it seems the reason they're not marching is because they're scared anyway, and there's nothing in it for them. Usually their marches are over stuff that's going to benefit them first. And if other groups might benefit, then so be it. But there's no reason why black people would march over immigrants right now anyway, because it doesn't benefit them. And B,
Well,
because Trump's in power and he's got eyes out there.
let me say this, right? See, over the time period, right? This was basically when the last 5 years, 6 years since 2020, when all these marches happened, there was a lot of black people online that was doing a lot of soul searching. They were basically saying, you know, something, we're doing all this stuff like that. What's this for? If this is how our life is, we're gonna be marching forever and stuff like that, for the end of time. We're not for this. Now, there were some people who got out there, and remember, so it wasn't just George Floyd, it was Michael Brown. There was riots all over the country, whatnot, and we noticed something. Black people went out there with the honest to God opinion, since Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, that said Black Lives Matter. But we understood that there were people out there with alternative motive, the trans community, the Antifa. These people were bringing violence. These guys were tearing the country up. It wasn't black people that were rioting. It was fucking, like you said, these white kids.
Yeah, it was Antifa. Yeah, because even in Greece, all over the world.
Well, we said like this. So after everything was all said and done, right, and Trump got elected, right, and we're saying, we didn't get our voice heard. We got hijacked by Antifa and everything like that. Well, our voice wasn't heard, and now we're getting blamed for shit that we didn't even do. The riots, the damage of property when that was Antifa, right? So black people said, you know something? We're just gonna sit out and not do anything anymore, right? Because on the table was, a lot of black people just said to themselves, look.
When you say a lot of black people, did any of them tell you this, or are you just
Yeah,
making it
because
up?
I do a show and I talk to a lot of black people. I know the consensus.
A lot. When you what's your idea of a lot?
A lot. I would say most.
Most.
And
so
most
black people have talked to you on your show.
I just tell you how we think, right? Most black people are saying, you know something? We did all that, and all that happened during the last 3 years with George Floyd. We got Joe Biden elected. Most black people were completely disappointed in Joe Biden. We saw that our rioting will not put this man in the damn White House or whatnot. And to us,
you're rioting. You just said it was Antifa that was doing all the rioting.
But we got blamed for it. White people when white people talk about the riots 2020, like Summer of Love and all that, they don't say Antifa, they say BLM.
That's
and
true.
By the extension of BLM, you're talking about all Black America, even though BLM is just a segment in Black America, right? It was hijacked by these radical leftists and lesbians and shit like that, and these crazy people.
Actually, I have to correct myself. It was BLM, and because it wasn't Trump and the right wing trying to say that Antifa is designated as a terrorist organization. So they were blaming. When I do hear, they say BLM and Antifa. So
yeah, but the thing is, though, but the thing is, the real BLM has nothing to do with rioting or not. That was
no, it
people.
doesn't.
Those people that were in Antifa, that was white people that were wearing BLM shirts on. You know, that I can show you. There were people in Virginia, right, that basically leftist anarchists, right? They stopped the highways. All those people that were stopping on highways and protests and saying Black Lives Matter, those were all white people. So black
But wouldn't Tariq Nasheed call that kind of behavior, though? He'd call them riders.
Yeah, well,
Because
hold on. The point I'm trying to make is black people are watching all this, right? And they're saying, we know white people, right? White people know when they get tired of all this or that, they're not going to go after those white people. They're going to forgive them, just like in the 60s. They're going to forgive those white people and give them a chance and give them grace. We're going to be the ones set back. I think that's why when this thing happened with the ICE, whatever like that, we said no. Because if we jump out there in any sort of way, we know these people what these people are capable of. That's why we said we're just going to sit back because it's not our fight.
This is why I asked you the question: when was the last time that black people did anything outright for anyone other group? Oh my God, Carla, it's like you know what I'm going to say, so you don't want me to say it. Let me. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, when's the last time that black people actually did march for anyone apart from themselves? And you were talking about civil rights era, and then the latest one you're saying in the 90s over Nelson Mandela. And I'm saying the reason I believe, from what I'm seeing, is because this ICE thing has nothing to do with them. Now, in regards to BLM and Antifa, yes, Antifa were doing most of the work in regards to the vandalism, but when we think about BLM, we think about that group of people that stole all the money for the funds, because you say, oh, black people didn't get anything out of it due to Antifa, but no, black people got a lot out of it, because all these companies, the biggest companies in the world,
that was
were
like
sending
a handful of black people. That was a handful of black
people. So anyway, these big companies were sending money, even in the UK, all around the world.
but
There were a
what does that
bunch
got
of
to do with
companies. Why don't you, Carla, let me just talk. Okay, you just said, what does this have to do with black people? And that's what I mean. This is the attitude that black people tend to have, and that's why they're not doing anything with ICE, because it literally has nothing to do with black people. And you just made my point. Your attitude right there is the attitude for most black people. And what I notice you tend to do is you say, oh, I know my people, I know black people, and then you speak on behalf of them.
Give me a chance to talk. I'll finish what I'm saying.
You've done 90% of the talking. As soon as anyone wants to say anything, you just interrupt. Why would you interrupt my point when it's like you know? I'll tell you what. I think most people in the audience know what I'm trying to say. They can see you're trying to stop me saying it.
I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, and I'm gonna take 2 minutes. All right, I'm gonna put the timer on.
Let me know when to start.
All right. All right, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, just that what you said there in regards, what does it have to do with black people? That's the attitude I'm talking about. I don't see black people in America marching or doing anything for any other group. What you do is you do stuff for yourself, and then if it benefits other people, because other people might throw in a legislation here or change a word in there, then they get the benefit and then you take the credit. But overall, you guys don't really do anything for any other group. And even just your attitude there just says it all. Now, BLM, when we think about BLM, we think about the group. They got all the money from all these companies. They stole it for themselves and they benefited themselves. So, yeah, so black people did get something, but they didn't have a framework in order to make sure that what they did get was to benefit black people overall. They just stole the money. Yes, Antifa did do most of the rioting and whatever. But then again, usually black people take the credit. They say, oh, we're not just passive people. We're riders. We're this, we're that. But the latest example we see, it's actually white people that are the real riders. And black people are happy to just walk around solemnly marching when it doesn't benefit them. But yeah, anyway, from what I see, you take the credit for everything. You say, oh, I know my black people. I don't think you know them as well as you do, because most black people that speak to you, they disagree with you on stuff. But then you'll say, oh, I know Africans. Oh, I know Nigerians. I know my Liberian people. So you claim to know all black people of all races, all countries and whatever. But I don't think you do. And I think you need to start just have sensible conversations, which you listen to people and stop interrupting them, throwing them off their train of thought. Because literally everyone that speaks to you says the same thing, and it's been over a year I've listened to you, and you haven't changed at all. You still keep doing this whole interrupting thing. Because personally, I think you know when you're wrong, and you just don't want to let people talk because you don't want to have to defend a
All
position
right,
or admit you're wrong.
time.
Go ahead.
Now, here's the thing, right? Now, when I said that black people don't care anymore, right? I said like this. We got nothing out of BLM. That was a few black people, those two, Patricia Kohlers and others. I think she was Haitian too. They benefited along with white things. Let me tell you something how it all started, bro. You don't know this. BLM was started by a friend of mine in Charleston, South Carolina. He passed away. Actually, he was killed in Louisiana. I forgot his name, Sotomayor, whatever. I forgot his name. But anyway, he's the one. If you watch a old video, he was the one who jumped up and tore down jumped up and dragged the a Confederate flag down at a Confederate rally, whatever like that. That was pretty funny. Anyway, him and another black guy started Black Lives Matter right after the Trayvon Martin. Black Lives Matter, right? And what happened was this: it started going, and all of a sudden, all these other people showed up, and the media decided that which group of people of Black Lives Matter they were going to follow. Now, these brothers were about police reform, stuff like that, protection of the community, and whatnot. Other people, when you look at the people, it was a bunch of gays that hijacked the Black Lives Matter movement, right? They were basically came in there and they started talking about, queer life. They started, before the Black Lives Matter couldn't even take shape, they talking about, queer folks, this and queer. So they hijacked the Black Lives and they rode the LGBTQ agenda along. You look at the first Black Lives Manifesto. They want to remove the men from the home, have socialist Marxist indoctrination, all like that. Oh, state pays for this, state for that. It was a socialist organization. That's what the original members the brothers who founded that. There was a couple of dudes that died, mysteriously died. And there was in Missouri with Ferguson, and there was in Charleston, South Carolina. There was in several other places, and they said in Florida with Black Lives Matter. But the media decided what group of people Black Lives Matter they were going to focus. Because these women would go around and crash. They crashed Bernie Sanders' rally, and they basically Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, and it was just like an annoying thing. And the media kept following them around, and then corporations and major NGOs start funding them. Okay, this is Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was never an organization; it was just an idea, right? They made it into an organization and said like this, and then by the time which we call Ferguson and all that was subsiding, right? They started gathering steam and they joined with Antifa. Now, some of the people, although I don't agree with that, they still was like peaceful protests. They were protesting over everything, So anyway, but they were out there. Black Lives Matter, protesting every time there was a police shooting. And then they would
Carly, you've had 2.5 minutes. Just to let you know, but keep going. I don't care about the time.
They were basically invaded by Antifa, right? Antifa. And so then what I'm saying is the majority of black people were not involved in this stuff. They were not. We saw it for what it was because people show up for rallies, right? Why were there bricks laying in the middle of the street? Why were there stuff like that? Why were there people giving black people, and like that one girl in New York City that was bringing Molotov cocktails to a fucking rally? We saw all this as a setup. Why'd they burn the police precinct in Minneapolis? We didn't approve of all this. This was not us. So therefore, after the the riots and everything like that, right? And when the Republicans start to regain steam and everything, we saw how even people who were so-called for us, right, start running for cover saying, oh, I was never Antifa, because they could walk away because they're white. Who would ever know? They could put on a MAGA hat. We knew that we have to deal with this shit now, even though right now we say, something? We know Tinapa fucked up or not, but we got to fight this fight. We know they're going to come for us regardless because we know our history as a country. sooner or later they're going to come for us. Just by the fact that we were somewhat involved with those riots in 2020.
Yeah.
So
So when did Nelson Mandela get released from prison?
He got released in 1990. I think they are
Okay.
not marching
Yeah.
because ICE had nothing to do with black people, said Carl. Right? And after Carl said, "There's not our fight." It's not our fight. It's not my fucking fight. What the hell I need to watch for? Did other black people fought for PLC? Look, the bottom line is black people in America, like the NAACP, right? It's no longer a black organization. Now you have Mexicans, gays, other POC. It's all POCs in there. And they have
actually, Carla, I forgot to say I had something important to say, not related to this. I think about a week ago, I listened to some of your show, and Mary Shy made a comment about something I said in regards to slavery, but she left out the context in it. So actually, I was meaning to call you some days ago, but I've been quite busy. I was going to say, I was responding at the time. Someone left a comment talking shit about Africans traveling on boats or whatever, with the dinghies and that, and they were trying to poke fun. And my joke was, oh no, my family came on planes. Yours are the ones that went to your country on boats, as a joke. But obviously, the way she repeated it is she tried to make it seem like I was just being spiteful and I just randomly said it. But she left out the context of why I said it was in response to someone else. So no one should have taken that seriously, because I hear you say Black Americans say
it wasn't 1995. It was 1994 he became president. It was 1990, April of 1990, no, February 1990 that he was released. I'll never forget that. I was still living in New York at the time.
1990.
1990.
Okay. That was quite a while ago.
It was
Yeah, how long's he been dead?
1994, he became, 4 years later, he became president,
Okay. So that's the last time black people en masse did anything for anyone else. That was quite a while ago,
my whole
Carla.
thing is black people in America, right? It's not even that. It's that we get nothing out of the Democratic vote. I'm serious. We elected Barack Obama, and Biden and whatnot, Biden opened the fucking borders up for illegal immigration. Millions of them coming in. Right? He wouldn't have won if it wasn't for Jim Clyburn and whatnot in in South Carolina. That's what basically gave Biden the nomination. Had he not won, because black people voted for Biden. That's how he got elected. He got the nomination for president. So what I'm saying is this. So therefore, the everything you see, the legal aliens that came here, the millions and whatnot, the people who got DACA, all these people like that. So say the black people aren't helping other people that's not a fair statement.
You're right about the whole Democratic. It's a shame that
the black
like
people,
even
Black America is the base of the Democrat, and the bottom line. But like I said, we don't benefit from that shit. All these other people for the last 60 years, right? We've been voting Democrat, right? And the only people that, like, let me perfect example. Those of us black who are the majority in the middle class, right? We don't benefit from the Democratic Party. Now,
but don't you get like healthcare? Wasn't it Obamacare?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we got healthcare, right? That's the only thing, right? Healthcare and so.
But what have you benefited from the other party?
There's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like we look at our communities and stuff like that, and everything like that. There's a lot of stuff we need in our communities. We're not investment in education. It's like we don't get those things. The Black middle America wants to move up, right? We want to move up to the next level, right? Black lower class America want to move into the middle class. We're stagnated right now in Black America, really.
But would you say out of the two parties, which one would you say is better?
Neither one of them. Neither one of them. Neither one of them are freaking good.
No, I'm not saying which one's good. Which one out of the two is better? Because
me personally, to tell you the truth, I vote as an individual. I don't vote as a group. I'm black people. The way our culture is, right? I don't vote when I'm voting for myself. That's being selfish, right? Because I tend to agree on policy and whatnot, more Republicans, right? But because I'm living in a country where we're not a free people, right? I gotta vote on the party line, which is black people feel that our party always got to be, our vote always has to be centered around the black poor. Even though most of us in the middle class, we got to vote for the party that talks about welfare, affirmative action, set aside, DEI, and stuff like that. Even though black people don't benefit from affirmative action, DEI, or any of this shit like that, right? We vote for that party because the bottom line is this: somebody else that's a minority or disenfranchised. We see ourselves as part of the POC, people of color, disenfranchised, non-heterosexual white male. That's a group. It's not even individuals and black people. If you're non-heterosexual white male, if you're non-white male heterosexual, you're one group, and that's how you vote. But this time in this election, white females, they went and voted for Donald Trump. They broke camp.
So did you, though? Yeah.
I voted for Donald Trump because I wanted to send a message. You know,
what message was that?
No, the message was right when they was campaigning, and I'm saying I want to see who's gonna reach out for my vote. Donald Trump did. He talked to black men. He talked. I said for the word. The Republicans did try to make an outreach. The Democrats didn't do one fucking
How did they make an outreach? What did they say?
Talk about values we talk about. Black people in America, I care about the border and security, right? I care about crime, you know. I care about safe streets. I care about the economy. I'm against that climate change nonsense or not, you know. I wanted
because I do remember when I was listening to you, you said you voted for him because of the whole trans people in bathrooms.
Hey, hold on, yeah, I was getting to that.
Okay.
Right? And also, the biggest thing I voted for was I believe if we have a country where the president and all the other people think it's all right for a grown man to go into a fucking little girl's bathroom and whatnot with his dick hanging out, whatnot, I'm voting against that. I don't believe a man marriage should be between two men or two women. It should be man and woman. So therefore, I was voting my values.
But earlier on, you said that black people should vote for what benefits them. But how often is all this going on?
There's a lot of black people who they feel strongly about that shit. You know, they feel strongly about that.
I suppose in America, then maybe they've got lots of trans people that you're seeing all the time. It just seems like
it's a principle thing. It's like since you asked, let me give you an example, right? This stuff has been going on for a long time. Nobody cared about it. You know, nobody cares what you do in the privacy of your own fucking life, right? But when you go and tell, has a problem, bro. Listen to this carefully. It ain't about trans people, stuff like that. It's just the fact that if I'm sitting like what I do for a living, right? Somebody comes into my office, right, and says, I want to self-identify as a fucking woman. Write me a policy. I say, no, fucking you're a man. Now I'm in trouble, right? But the rules that Trump did was he raised Title IX in the Affordable Care Act. That means what that means is gender is decided by birth. I agree, gender is decided by birth, not by what you feel like. So there was many things that a lot of black people black people do vote their values. We're not always talking about economically. We do vote our values too. You know, we're not all sitting there. We're not immigrants. We're not poor. You know, we don't have any really economic issues. You know, to vote around. So a lot of times it's his own values. You know.
Do you think he's helped the economy?
Yeah, with gas prices are going down, inflation is going down. Yeah, I think the economy's
inflation's going down.
Yeah, inflation's going down really well.
What about the dollar?
Yeah, oh look, the bottom line. He had
bottom line, is it?
Also,
the bottom line.
The prices are going down, so
yeah,
I got no problems, man. You know.
I know from what I see, it looks like he's tanking the economy. But if you're saying that things are going good,
everywhere you look in America,
he's not tanking the economy. He's giving the economy a lesson.
The economy is fucking booming right now, bro.
So the economist's wrong.
No, you hear what I'm saying, bro? The economy got a laxative. You know what I mean? You know, so you ask
in the industry, right? The economy, people are spending money again You know, restaurants are booming. You know, service industry is booming. People are traveling. We had a record number of people. This
people are traveling. Did you say what, to America or away from America?
Around the world, whatever, in America. Most people travel inside America.
Because the traveling industry, they said it's gone down. Like even in
no, it ain't going down nothing. You know, look.
So if you go on Google right now and type into the AI,
man, I'm just telling you, I live in a resort city right here. You know, it's fucking. Look at the highways. You know, during holiday time, and choke with traffic. You know.
Are you saying so? When you're talking about movement, are you talking about movement within the country, or are you talking about people from outside the country?
Most people travel inside the country. We don't need to go anyplace else. You know. We got places like Vegas, New York, California. We got so many fucking places.
They said Vegas was like a ghost town. I saw a report months ago.
I think that was a part of the season, right? And there's a lot of stuff like that going on. But the bottom line, look, let me tell you something, right? The stuff
bottom line
you heard for a little while, that was the result of the Biden economy, you know, the end result of it. Now the economy and everything is starting to come. You start to see the people going out. You're starting to see restaurants fill up again.
Took a loss of this, you know?
Yeah. So it's not.
It's a loss of the economy. Took a loss of this. Now it's about to regroup. It's about to boom.
Regrouping really bad. We still was coming from COVID, all that stupid shit. You know, the last few years and whatnot. Now the economy is going good, man. You know.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue about that. I mean, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But in regards to Mary Shai, you never responded about Mary Shai, where I want Mary Shai to understand that I do apologize if she took offense to my response.
Yeah, well, I think she'll be all right.
To that comment.
I'll talk to her. Say you mean?
Yeah, because the last thing I want, because she actually sounded quite upset, and the last thing I want is her being. I wasn't even aware that she felt that way. To be quite honest, so I do apologize in regards to that. But I have to say, she can be a bit sneaky too, because I did notice, I hate to say this, but while she was saying this, people weren't saying anything negative about me, and it's like she kept bringing it up.
Hold on, inflation is down. Let's Google it. How's inflation doing? You know. Oh, by the way,
you really don't want me to say anything about Mary Shai, do you?
Yeah.
Hey, so what about the dollar? Could you let me know what's going on with that? Is it? Because I heard it's gone down 10% the value.
Yeah, what you call no. What you call it? The inflation is down like 9%. You know.
Of the dollar. Could you tell me what's going on with the dollar?
Inflation, you know.
Yeah, inflation. I'm talking about the dollar. Could you tell me?
The dollar is a currency reserve of the world. It doesn't really matter. The dollar can go up or not. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Hold on. It's a U.S. inflation rate. As long as the dollar's not inflated, that's fine. Stop, stabilize after inflation report. Whatever. So the inflation report, the stocks. You know, like I said, this economy is gonna be a fucking. It says CPI. Inflation slows to a 5-year low. Yeah, this country's back on track, man. You know.
So you're answering your question and giving your answers, but you seem to be avoiding mine. What about tourism? Can you tell me what's going on? Is tourism up or down?
Well, I'm like this. More and more people.
I know the answer to these questions, so don't worry. You don't have to look it up. I already know the answer. But yeah, in regards to Mary Shai, yeah, I'm sorry if you took offense to what I said in my response to someone insulting me. You know, it's just I'm surprised that she didn't bring up the insult towards me. She was just more concerned of me defending myself. But yeah, Mary Shai, I do apologize.
Let me answer this question, right? Ruza says, "When's the last time that other groups have done anything helpful for themselves?" I don't know. You know,
helping for themselves. Well, I can answer that. If they're talking to, can I answer it? I'll say other groups they're doing better than as long as they're not Black Americans, they're doing better than Black Americans. So obviously they're doing something for themselves.
Well, let me ask you a question, right? How many billionaires, Asian billionaires, you have in America?
Asian billionaires? How long have they been in America?
Well,
en masse.
They're doing better than Black Americans, right? How many Asian billionaires?
So you're talking about? Okay, let me answer this actually, because what you said. Oh my
Hold
God!
on,
Why are you
hold on, hold on,
interrupting
hold on,
me? You
hold on.
just asked me a question. You don't want me to answer it because you
We
know
have
I'm going to make you look
billionaires
stupid.
and millionaires in America, right? How many
Oh
Asians
my
are
God. Okay, Carla, if I answer something, let me answer it. Stop interrupting me. It makes you look bad. It's not like you're
No, but
defeating me
this is
and
what
anything. You're just not letting me talk.
doing better than
Okay, let me
look,
talk then.
Bill,
Let me talk.
nobody's
Okay, so oh
doing
my
better than black
God.
people, bro.
Oh my God. So you're going to ask the question and answer it yourself. You don't want me to say
Go
anything.
ahead, say it.
There's a reason for that. Okay, so you're trying to tell me that individual billionaires, which are how many black billionaires are there in America?
All
Tell
10
me.
of them.
Sorry, 10.
There's not one Asian.
Okay. No. So there are 10 black billionaires. Okay, how many black people are there in America?
There's like 40 million of us.
Okay, and how long have you been in America?
Well, it doesn't really matter, right?
It does matter. Why don't you just answer it
Here,
instead of telling me it doesn't
hold on,
matter? The reason you won't answer it is
came
because
here
it's answering
voluntarily.
itself.
Hold on, they came here voluntarily. They talk about the education and show me anybody that
Okay, Carla, you said you weren't going to interrupt me.
hold on.
You
Show me,
just
show me the friggin'
Why are you getting angry for?
show me the equal of High Tower Petroleum in Ohio, or show me the equal of Worldwide Technologies in Missouri.
So you see, this is an interesting conversation.
$1
This is what's going to happen. You're going to ask me a question. If I'm answering it in
No,
a
you
way you
can't
don't
answer me
like,
that question, man.
because you don't let me answer it, and everyone can see it. Everyone could literally see it. There's no reason at all why you'd ask me a question and not let me answer it, unless you don't want me to answer it. Okay, so back to the Asian thing. So you're saying there are 10 black billionaires. You've been in the country for 400 years, and there are 40 million of you. And you're saying why there aren't any Asian black billionaires when there are only 10 black billionaires. Okay, so your whole idea of success is how many black billionaires there are.
How many black billionaires
But
you
if
got?
we look at how many Asians are doing better overall than
No,
black
they're not
people,
doing
would you
better.
say percentage-wise? Would you say?
Hold on. This is where I'm gonna shut you up. Asians actually got a higher poverty rate than Black America does. You know that, right?
In America?
Yeah. You forget the
Really?
Cambodians, the Filipinos, the Laotians.
Oh, you're talking about those kind of Asians. Okay, let's talk about Chinese then.
You can't just talk the top Chinese or Japanese.
Well, let's talk about Chinese then.
Asians here that are fucking impoverished and whatnot. You know.
Okay, how did the Cambodians go to America? What was
I
and
have
how
no
many?
idea, but they're mostly impoverished. They're gangs. They're living in poverty, bro.
Oh, so you're comparing yourself to the impoverished group that ended up there. No. How come every conversation? Why does every conversation have to turn into an argument?
You put the Asian card, and when I fucking
You don't want me to talk. You deliberately interrupted me every time I say something because you're trying to take me off my train of thought. I know what you're doing. I'll tell you what, Carla. You do the talking. Tell us how great Black Americans are, and you do all the talking, though. Okay?
Go ahead, Marsha. Go ahead.
Take care.
Yes, hello. So I was just watching peacefully. I wasn't even saying anything in the chat, but I just wanted to come to defend myself. But yeah, there was plenty of times where Henry had said like different things that was ignorant to African Americans, and I did say that there were comments back and forth. If you watch that other show, I did say that there was African Americans saying ignorant things too. But it was one comment, I forgot what you said. It was so ignorant that that's why I had blocked you. That was the time. So this
Oh,
is
so it
the
was you
time.
that blocked me.
Yes, it was me. It was me that blocked you because you said something so bad. I can't remember what it was. If I
I'm
can go
glad you
back.
said that, Marie, because
Yeah.
I did tell Carla I'd been blocked, and he said, "Oh, well, he would never have blocked me," and he was asking if any of the people he'd given renters to had blocked him, but no one said anything. So
Well,
I think you should have
I
said
must
something at the
not.
time
Well,
to
I
him.
must not been there that day because I would have admitted that I did block you. Because
Oh, okay, I'm sure you would.
there was people that said that I've been blocking them, and the ones that thought that I had blocked them, like I didn't block Jonathan, I didn't block Chantel. I could name you all the people. I didn't block Kwame. I did not block Musa. But there was one person, no, not no, there was three people that I blocked. It was two, and that's the crazy thing, because there was two African American guys that I had blocked. And one African guy, which is you, that I blocked. So you think I'm just picking on African guys? No, there was two
I
African
didn't say
American
that.
guys that I blocked.
I didn't say that.
So
You're saying things I didn't say. I'm talking about myself. I don't care about Africans or Black Americans per se. I'm talking about me. Okay, so all I'm saying is people were attacking me, and I responded. But people don't like my response, and that seems to be the problem. There seems to be this limit, like, oh, if someone talks shit about you, you're only allowed to go this far. Or, oh, this is sacred. You can't say this about. Well, what's sacred about me?
This
You
is what I
know, I'm
say,
just responding.
Henry. This is what I say. Look, I don't mind people don't like Black America. There's a lot of legitimate criticism.
The funny thing is, I actually do love Black Americans. That's the thing. But the thing is, I don't like FBAs. That's my
I'm
problem.
not an FBA. Nobody on this panel
Exactly.
is an FBA. Nobody on my
Carla,
show.
I'm subscribed to you, and I've done everything I can to try and help your channel grow. So even if I have a debate with you, I actually like you. Funny enough, you know. So
I will say, when it comes down to it, right? Like I said, there's people have this idea, right, that they Black America, you know, is this fucking whatever the fuck it is, right? And they think they could disrespect. Now, I'm not for the one that I hate when people have to push me to do this, right? Because I hate being that guy that talks about defending Black. Because if people start calling me FBA, I don't hate have to do that, but I had to put things in perspective. Like when you said the comment about everybody doing better.
Coco, yeah, I understand.
Dude, man, that's not look, Black America.
I don't take offense. That's the problem. I don't. When you do, I don't really take offense to it.
Black America is above the Hispanics in economics and power in this country. We're above the Hispanics, the Asians, all these fucking people. You know, really. You come to the eastern seaboard of the United States, eastern United States. See who's in the position of power every place. The banks, whatnot. Who's on the banks? Who controls the civil service? Who controls everything here and whatnot? It's mostly Black people, Black college graduate, college educated Black people run the eastern United States. You know, Asians are not even nowhere near close.
So you've moved from what Mary Shire is saying to what you want to say.
Look, let me tell you something. Asians, what a lot of immigrants do is they have like 7-Elevens and gas station, whatnot. They don't fucking look. It takes you 10 years to see a dime in those places. I know them, right? They work there. They're like a lot of times they don't make any money. The family works there and everything, and so a lot of people, the business, right? No, we're people that we're civil service people. My family went to New York with civil service. In New York City, you can make $120,000 a year in sanitation. We took that money and built businesses and some of everything, sent our kids to college, everything. We're way ahead. If you see I'll show you parts of Southeast Queens to Long Island, all Black neighborhoods, right? $1 million homes or whatnot. You don't see that. There's no Hispanic equivalent. There's no Asian equivalent in this country. If an Asian wants to live any place, they gotta live in our community. You know, you go all throughout America, bro. We got whole entire Black communities. You know. And white communities got their community. We got a community. Everybody else got to mix in with one of the two. Say, I don't know what kind of America you think this is, bro.
So when you say Asians, you're lumping in Cambodians into like Chinese people, that kind of thing.
You said
because when you're talking about Black people, you make sure that you exclude Africans from Black Americans.
Africans don't count. It's mostly us, you know. Mostly us have been here for years.
Okay, in regards to that, but we're talking about Mary Shire, what she just said. Okay, so Mary Shire, do you accept my apology?
Oh yes, I do. But I've been over that. It's like a new day. I don't hold grudges towards anybody, and if
That's how I felt. But you blocked
it,
me, and then you start talking about me saying stuff like 6 months after I said it. So I'm only talking about this a week after what you said in regards to me. Because I had no idea that you felt that way in regards to what I said. And like I said, when I said it, I was literally just saying it as a response. When I say these things, I'm not even saying it with malice like that. I'm just talking shit back because I do hear Black Americans say Africans have no sense of humor and they need to just roast back. So literally, that's all I did. But that's what I mean. Like, when I roasted back.
Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis. You've been waiting to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to the conversation and the guy kind of heated, so I wanted to come in and chime in. But
go ahead.
Yeah, what's the big deal about Black Americans and Africans that you guys are arguing about?
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying.
I wasn't arguing.
When someone says something like, "Oh, everybody else is just doing well," look. Let me tell you something about America, bro. People that is idea. People are gonna get off the plane, and next thing you know, the next year you're gonna make 6 figures. That's bullshit. Yo, look, to build in America, it takes generations of passing down wealth, passing down knowledge, connections, network, everything, and then you might make it. That's black, white, anything. You know?
Actually, Elvis, I'm glad Elvis is here. Actually, because I did some research yesterday in regards to Liberia, and if you go online on Google, the AI, it says that apparently the Americo-Liberians that went there, they didn't actually they they actually pretty much enslaved the natives of the land. It says in AI,
No,
and
they
I've
didn't.
noticed. No, almost. They said it was quasi slavery
Oh, it
because
wasn't
they
no
said that
quasi
they
slave.
got the
How you gonna slave
natives
somebody? How you
to
gonna
do.
slave somebody and you're the
I'm
fucking
saying what the AI said. I'm
yo,
just saying
hold on.
what the AI.
You
AI isn't
know,
biased. It just says
AI.
it as it is.
Well, yo, a lot of
Humans are
people put
biased.
stuff on AI. A lot of these white nerds put stuff on AI. That's a fucking lie. It's stupid. I'm here as somebody's a
But Elvis has said similar. He did say because it did say in the AI. Carla, you're getting too stressed. Let me just finish
No,
what I'm
look,
saying.
man.
I'm not going to be here
Look,
long. I'm literally
look,
hopping off in a bit.
point is, get the fuck out of here. You're not gonna talk over me. You know, you come here. If anybody comes on my platform saying that American Liberians, whatever the fuck that was, is fucking enslaving them, you're gone. You are fucking gone. You know, I'm not gonna play that game no more. You know, if you've been listening to my show for years and months, or whatnot, if you don't have a story, a deep, accurate story about Liberia, you know, yeah, there's good and bad, there's ups and downs, and whatnot. When you come here and talk about my ancestors enslaved somebody, you're the fuck out of here. You know, as simple as that. Go ahead, Dave. Dave, you're up. Dave Campbell, you're up.
Hello?
Yeah, we switch computers.
You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, we switch computers.
Nah, I was switching. I was just having network issues.
Oh.
If you put your full government name on there.
Hey man, he's like me, man. He don't give a fuck, man. You know, he ain't got nothing to hide, man.
Yeah, nothing to hide.
Yeah, nothing to hide, man. That's what bravery is all about. You know.
But I was talking about this, Carla, like I never agree with the idea that Africans are doing better than quote unquote African Americans because number one, per capita, you can always make the case per capita if you have smaller numbers so it looks more impressive. You can't compare 600 or even 400,000 Nigerians to 40 or 30 million African Americans because by overall numbers, there are more African American doctors, there are more families who have built wealth in this country for generations. So when they start doing that, I always cringe at it because yes, Nigerians are smart people. They're some of the smartest black people we have on the planet. That's true. But to come here and say that you are lapping or you are exceeding what the African Americans is doing in this country, it's just not true. And it's not even me caping for African Americans. It's just those sorts of things kind of rub your success in the face of people who have been here marginalized and enslaved and segregated and all those different things. It's not a smart thing to do.
It's basically, and then also they just using the people, immigrants. They've been using immigrants for a long time. Look, this guy goes free slaves for America. I'm a look, bro, man.
Don't block him, Carla. Let
I'm
people
gonna
play.
fucking block you for fucking
Don't block
bottom
him.
line is this. He's so ignorant, right? Liberia basically did not use native labor. You know, they came there, built the country on their own. They had their own laboring class. There was no such group called American Liberians. You know, I can't say. Look, I just annoying when I fucking when people talk like that. And I thought I educate. What am I doing this for? You know, what am I doing this for? And I forget people. You try to educate people all the time about the country or whatever like that.
Carla, yeah, I mean, it's one thing, right? If you say something fine,
So hold on. He goes, look, they didn't. Well, look, Liberia was not part of the global capitalist system. What the hell were they gonna fucking working for? There was no plantation system under what harsh conditions? Fucking, I don't know. I'm a count to 10. I'm about to block this guy. You know,
don't block him, man. Let me say what I'm going to say, right? If somebody goes on Google and search something and Google give them my information, perhaps it's the wrong or it's an unfinished, biased, explanation from Google. That's one thing. He's not saying that's what he knows for a fact. He's just saying that's what he got from Google
Oh,
or
yeah, that's
AI.
what he's saying. He's saying this is what happened.
No, no, he said he Googled it, and that's what the AI brought up.
So that's what I'm saying. People on thing. Look, let me tell you something, right? This is what I was saying earlier, like this. He goes American Liberians. Well, you notice how he never wants British. The country he's in right now is the British, right? How come he never mentions the British in Sierra Leone, who are very brutal and everything like that? He never once mentioned that. Why is he talking about American Liberians? Because he wants to poke at me, my ancestors, right, and my people, right? So I'm supposed to sit here and take this fucking insult and abuse.
Carl, that's a crazy guy, man.
So why does he basically mention the fact that the British had a brutal colonial administration there and whatnot, and the so-called American Liberians, they had their native people that were part of their country was done by treaty. Indigenous people in Liberia signed treaties. The British took their territories by force. Yeah, they were so what? They were labor. The native people did not labor for the fucking people. The fucking American Liberians worked their own fucking farms. You go there right now. American Liberians didn't use native labor. Native labor were not built for that type of labor. They brought that same labor from America, that backbreaking work. Native Liberians weren't ready for that. Because in Liberia's African society, women did a lot of the labor. They weren't ready for the type of labor that they was needed, They were treated second-class citizens. If I was a native Liberian, man, I would try to fucking. No, we weren't always like that, man. We weren't secular. How's it feel to be a fucking, like I said, Dave, the other night, the oppression Olympics? How's it feel like that to be a fucking victim, Elvis, all the time? You like that?
Look, Carla.
I mean, really.
Hold on.
I'm like this. I tell all the time, man. I was like this. I don't talk about racism in America because I'm like this. We have many opportunities to pull ourselves up, and I did, right? Why is it that in Liberia, man, you guys always with the victim shit? I'm a victim.
Okay, Carla. Let me speak as a Liberian, right? What he's saying has some tinge of truth to it. It wasn't as widespread. There was individuals who was taking liberties and exploiting, certain people, but it wasn't systematic.
Native people who was exploiting people too.
That's what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. Dave, your order.
Native people were just these angels. They weren't hunting each other.
You can't be so defensive all the time. You got to take a step back sometimes from these conversations.
Lies, man, because I know what this is all about. People hate.
Dave, your microphone is terrible, bro. Well, the point that I'm making, Kyla, is that there was what he's saying. There was a tinge of it there. There was a little bit of that. But again, for me, Kyla, can I speak, Kyla? When I make my point and when I make my argument, that's never the things that I point to. For me, my grander thing was about, low representation, taxation without representation, lack of inclusive, including other people in the government. Those are my big things. The other little things that individuals did, I don't really harp on it because those are individual actions.
It seems like right now, it's like you gotta you say what you say. The natives run the country right now. The guy just beat the Supreme Court guy just basically omitted the fucking Constitution.
Yeah, and we're all speaking against it as we should.
So what I'm saying is, when people start saying that now, if he did that now, imagine how they were like 100 years. You think they were going to follow the Constitution? It was a constitutional republic. How were natives ready to follow a constitution? No. The answer was no.
They pay tax. They obey the laws of the other countries.
You're gonna pay taxes regardless. Just your obligation.
I mean, you say so. Is there obligation to have representation?
Well, that's not what it means. You did have representation.
Okay, I mean, let's not go down that road.
Well, every one of your paramount chiefs were represented in the government. What are you talking about?
Not true. They couldn't make laws. They didn't have an input in the making of laws.
They administered their own districts.
No, but they couldn't. They didn't have a national voice.
Hold on. First of all, there was no such thing as a national voice. You guys could have put your own communities up. You guys had your own community.
Carl, you wasn't there, man. Let's let it be. You want to get yourself all worked up. Let it be.
Also, the nation was people living on the coast. They were trying to build a nation. Which I think, hindsight, right? They should have fucking just drew the country in half, right, and say you stay over there, you stay over there, and when they should have never tried to
Yeah,
unite.
but that's what they did. They wanted to have more land,
Whatever like that. I like
so
I
they
said,
brought in more people and took
I
their land and controlled the
always say,
land.
hey, look, all those fucking minerals, y'all can have it. Y'all build it yourself. See what y'all do.
Yeah.
That's what I would did. Or basically, I would say, look, 1945, let's get the fuck out of here and go back to the United States. So that's what I would do. I would have said like this. Hindsight, looking at this thing now, even now with the Supreme Court, man, I'm just like, ugh. Should I even go to Liberia in 2 weeks, man? I'm like ready to cancel my trip, man. Shit.
Carla, stop it, man.
No, I'm just dead serious. I'm just like, man, it's like, damn, man, any more bad news and shit, man? Yo, Supreme Court put Prophet Key in jail.
I don't like that, bro, because like I always say, you got people out here who kill and rape people moms. The niggas is still walking free. Then you gonna put the guy who cursed somebody moms in jail. Nah, fam. Ain't a good look.
Yeah, I'm a fucking advocate for Prophet Key when I get there, man.
Prophet Key might go cut you off for advocating for him.
I'm gonna fucking do it, man, when I get there, man. Fuck it,
Don't be like that American lady that went to Pakistan and got deported for speaking up for the Pakistanis.
Look, I get deported. I'm coming back to the great old United States. It don't matter. Like they deport me to a third world country. Go ahead, Big Black.
Hey, Carla, man. Hey, I was listening a little bit, man. I guess you and the other guy, y'all was talking stuff to each other.
That fucking clown, from the UK.
Like he acting like that Belgium Congo. Carla, why they acting like they was treating y'all like it was Belgium Congo? Do you know
the Belgium Congo,
Elvis?
The Belgium and the Congo
you had to wipe out 30%.
Belgium and the Congo killed 20 million people, and Cuba got rich off of that. Did that happen?
You know that, right, Elvis? When you come in and colonize a people, you have to kill 30% natives to send a message to the balanced natives.
That didn't happen in Liberia.
Dave, I make my point on this.
No, but do you know that under colonization, the
imperial Dave, no need to shout.
Kills 30% of the
look how many people the French killed in the Guinea.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. I've never
do that.
Hold on, Dave. Don't shout, bro.
Under colonialization, imperial army, guns blazing, 30% is wiped out.
They wiped out.
I've never said they did that. That's never been my argument.
Maybe they shouldn't have did it because you act like they did it.
Yeah, so you open it like you and we would have went there with the houses and mowed like millions of you down.
That's what they probably should have did. Come there, okay. We got the cannons, we got the guns blazing.
We had the gunpowder. We had
30% natives are dead.
They had the means to do it
on
too.
spot. You didn't do nothing. We don't.
What's wrong with you guys, man? You gotta calm down.
That's what happens under colonial.
Take a couple of degrees of separation from the situation.
Man, because people
Belgium Congo.
Because why? Because Elvis. I got people, family member, my wife's family when families were destroyed forever over lies. They're living in America. They don't want to be in America. They're in exile because they had to leave the country.
Probably did that. Come in, guns blazing, kill 30% of the natives because we got to.
Liberia would have probably been a better country.
You got to understand law and order.
What's up with that picture on the screen, Carla? What was you showing? The war in Liberia?
That was this DK was showing me.
That's butt naked, man. Come on, man.
A man who used to cut up his enemies and eat them.
Okay, this is a documentary.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is the white people. This is what they think. They go to Liberia and they make a mockery of you. They use butt naked and shit like that, But you guys got so much smoke for fucking us. And all we do is go to Liberia, try to promote the good of the country and stuff like that. You guys never shut the fucking mouth up about what you think that happened in the past. You weren't even there,
Carla, this is you, and I'm in a good mood. I don't want to get angry and start going off. Just relax.
Elvis.
Because I'm always in a good mood, Dave. It's just the people. I want to react to people, disrespect towards me that I get disrespectful. But the point here is that
Hold on. These white people disrespect you all the fucking time, man. You know?
who white people?
There was a guy in the video.
No, this is the guy's reporting on something that actually happened.
Why would he go all the way on the
This actually happened.
Hold on, no. Look, that's his exploitation. Look, he's showing all the filth on the beach right
This is
here.
exploitation.
What kind of question is that? What does
You know
human
that,
heart
right? This
taste
is
like?
exploitation.
Yeah, because the guy used to eat him a heart. He confessed it on national television.
He should be in jail. You shouldn't be talking about that, Elvis. He should be in jail.
I agree with you. He should be in jail.
But you promote it. Oh,
what do you mean I promote Dave? What is this problem with you and I?
You shouldn't be talking. You should be talking about the war.
Elvis, you kind of look like General Butt Naked. That's how I look
at you. That's him. That's Butt
Thank
Naked,
you.
man.
Thank you, big boy. I appreciate that.
Man. A lot of havoc, man.
But no, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. You guys got smoke for me tonight, but I'm gonna go move. It's a lovely day for lovers all around the world. I'm in a great mood. I'm not gonna argue tonight. We're gonna talk.
I just want to say real quick, man.
I don't care.
You know, I think when the guy was arguing with you, I don't think he believed half the stuff he was saying, man. But you sometimes you gotta relax a little bit because you probably got more continental African subscribers than African Americans.
Yeah, I want to hear the real truth from a real Black African American.
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
I got more African followers than I do African Americans. I know that,
No, but what I'm saying that's a big thing. Think about a lot of.
Yeah, but I don't want them to think that. Look, let me tell you something. You got to be real with Africans. Let me tell you, Big Black.
Uh-huh.
When you start sounding like you're weak and you're pandering, you're dead with them. You know what I'm saying?
I don't pander, but what I'm saying is something about with your channel. They respect that about you, the realness, but they also see a fairness that's going on. Also, you see what I'm saying?
I'm fair to everybody. I let everybody talk. Whatever.
I ain't fair to everybody. Cuss everybody.
I am fair to everybody. I let everybody talk. Everybody say their piece, whatever like that. I don't care if you disagree or agree with me or whatever like that. I let everybody say their piece for the most part. The only thing I don't tolerate is when people lie. Go out there. I've been explaining the story of Liberia for years, right? And I told the other day, and people are like, "Oh yeah, well."
Yeah, but Colin, your narrative is not the official narrative. So if somebody goes on Google and search for Liberia and they get something from the Google, that's what they're going to believe.
I know reason and logic, right? Reason and logic is this, right? And people don't seem to understand something, right? Do you believe, and it goes back to the core of everything. The white man believes that the black race is inferior. He never could build anything. He still believes like that to this day. 99% of them believe that. No matter what you say, no matter how many dinners you go to, no matter how many times they give you a visa, they think you're an inferior fucking race, right? And Black America, we know that. We've been fighting that from day one, whether it's building in here or going to Liberia, proving like this. We're fighting for the black race to be recognized and respected. And guys don't seem to fucking understand that. We're fighting for the black race because we know these people don't give a shit about us. And if they could, they would fucking enslave us again. We know that. A lot of African immigrants don't understand that. They think they're dealing with some fair justice.
So who's the real threat here? Is it the white man enslaving you again, or the Africans that come here?
Oh, it's not about the.
You gotta ask that question. My nigga, you already.
I would say this, Elvis. It does get frustrating.
It's a bit of a rhetorical question, Dave.
Elvis, I think Colin's speaking of the frustration. I think because I'm watching the show, right? I was listening to Condola, right? Condola sounds a whole lot different than he did like 2 or 3 years ago. He seems like he's getting more of a bird's eye view of what's going on than like 2 or 3 years ago. I think Colin, sometimes a lot of it's on the Africans. Look at me on the Africans, but as far as like by us, having
And big black.
Technology, we see the world at a more of a bird's eye view than
So
like
knowledge explain to us how Africans talking shit is equally as a threat to you than white supremacy and white people trying to
No, well,
enslave black people
hey,
again.
you know what?
no.
You know,
What happens is here's the thing. It's not. But what happens is a lot of times we get racist whites are good for using buffers. That's the
and
thing.
they always say, "Well, this is what Africans think about y'all," and we got to go out there and say, "No." Then when you see Africans saying this stupid shit online about us, whatnot, that basically gives white people a chance to put out their chest and say, "Look what we did." We even turned. Look, I told earlier how the white people basically turned the Japanese against Black America. There was a campaign of Japanese reaching out to Black America saying, "We want to know about your culture. We want to know about this. We like your foods. We like your soul food." There's soul food restaurants in Japan right now because of that. We like your hip hop. We like stuff like that. The Japanese culture in the '90s was like enamored with Black America.
Kind of like in South Africa, how the colors were used as a buffer class against the indigenous. You see that globally if you study.
You think Africans are a buffer class between you and the white man?
No, not a buffer class.
No. What I'm
like
saying is, a lot of the racists
you're like a go-to class. A go-to class. In other words, basically, when Black people will sit there and talk about racism in America, right? White people will say, "You know something? I want you guys to this all it is. They want Black people to shut up, right? They think American civilization is perfect, did no wrong. And they'll say, look, if you don't like it, see this African right here that's off the boat with a visa or that.
So, Carla, you're a smart guy, right?
Social science.
Let me ask you a question. Can experience be passed orally?
No. It's social science, Carla. That's all it is.
Carla, you got the question I asked you?
Hey, so social science. Social science.
No, it's all it because look. Let me look at it. Let me tell you like this: African people are used to living with other Black people. They're not used to living with white people like us in the West.
That's true.
So they got a different.
That's the point I'm making, Dave.
Can I fucking talk, my nigga? You've been always fucking talking. So they got a different perspective on white people than we do. We see all white people dirty laundry. To get these niggas to see the white people dirty laundry, it's gonna be hard because they used to seeing each other dirty laundry and shit like that. And then if we try to tell them, they're not gonna trust us.
Plus, Elvis,
they just gotta see it for themselves.
Elvis, you gotta understand too. It makes them biased because a lot of them they came from the poverty in Africa, or seen the poverty in Africa and say, you know what, I'm doing 10 times better here. They don't want to. They put their blind. You know what I'm saying? They put their blinders on and ignore it because they know, okay, in the other countries, the country I came from, there's extreme poverty. So it's like, yeah, we see things that are not right, but we want to put our blinders on because we want to get to the bag. A lot of that's going on. But
okay, Big Black.
Hold on. The thing is, there's some that said, and then they said, well, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna keep getting my bag. But what collars and a lot of African Americans don't like are the ones that just talk blatantly against Black Americans. That's the problem.
Right, and I get it. Right, the point that I'm making, and Dave was touching on that point, is that experience has to be lived. Right, true experience have to be lived. A person who hasn't experienced quote unquote racism, take Liberia for example. We've never been under the yoke of white racism, white segregation, or Jim Crow. So it's foreign to us when we come into this country. Now, if you go to Liberia, it's not like Liberia worship white people, no. But when they come here, they don't have a enmity against the white man like Black Americans will, like Dave was saying, because of the history of the country. So you can't expect them just by being Black to have your same experience, because experience is not just transferred through words; it has to be felt. So if they came and they don't see the white man as a historic, ancient enemy of their people, you can't blame them for that, because as a smart person, you will understand, well, they didn't go through the same thing that we did.
Like I said, I get that. What they gotta do is recuse themselves from the conversation. What happens is they come in and say, "Oh yeah, white, like they'll say, oh, we got problems with these people, we got issues." If I like when black people, let me tell you how this is supposed to work, Elvis. Right? The African American community in South Africa is and I talked to a lot of them, right? Like you got Ashley in Africa, several other people, right? They're very conscious of the fact that they're coming from America. They're Black Americans. They got privilege, right? They don't have to go through. They have to live in the shanty towns. They can move right into the push suburbs of Johannesburg, whatever like that. But what they don't do is basically distance themselves from the overall black struggle at any cost in South Africa. We say their struggle is still our struggle, even though we're not going through this, right? Their struggle.
Well, are they fighting to get the lands back from the white people in South Africa?
First of all, let me tell you something, Elvis, right? That thing about getting the so-called lands back, land was given back to black people, right? And stuff like that. But the thing is, though, and I know you're living in a modern state. You understand that? You're not living in a fucking banana republic.
But they can never. That's what I'm saying. They can never feel truly aggrieved like the native South African because they didn't experience it.
I'm not saying we were. Well, I'm not saying they don't are. But I'm saying is the fact that like I said, when history happens, right? History happens. South African, the Zulus were defeated by the Boers, right? That changed everything. And then you had the Native Lands Act of 1913, right? All that stuff like that is history. Black South Africans basically, they weren't defeated really by the gun. They were defeated by civilization, modern civilization. They decided they wanted to become modern people, modern civilization, everything. And the bottom line is one race of people had the upper hand. They had backing from the British Empire and stuff like that.
They were defeated by the gun.
Yeah, and the gun, but it was mostly civilization, The gun and civilization defeated them, So therefore, you're living with the after effects of those decisions. Had they basically been prepared for the white man, they had time to prepare for the white man. They saw them gathering in Cape Town and whatnot, but whatever they were doing, they were so busy fighting each other, they were not ready for the white man. They should have studied his military tactics and whatnot, and they should have wiped the Cape out, whatever. But they gave
it was the Swana tribe in Botswana that stopped the Dutch from moving past.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the bottom line is this: the Zulus were defeated. They were fucking defeated. They were crushed. By the Boers of all people. So that's what you're living with. You're living with Afrikaner settlers in the country, and they're not going nowhere. That's just reality. And some of the Africans got to understand something. Wars and history have consequences.
And what we're looking at is like, we just want y'all to take a step back and say, okay, there got to be a lot of truth to what we're saying, because the same countries that participated in slavery and sending us all throughout the Americas are the same countries that colonized you all. So, you know what I'm saying? Just take a step back. Use the wisdom.
Also, Big Black, this thing is you still have, when we go to South Africa, right? Black people, for the most part, will talk about things like Mandela, the Sharpeville Massacre. They're very into the culture, even when a lot of Black South Africans have forgotten a lot of stuff. Black people there are very, very conscious of the history of the country, right? Although we're not getting into the whole land thing, whatnot, the thing. What Black people were fighting for, Elvis, was not the land back for the most part, even though that's like economic people like Julius Malema, that fake Julius Malema. They're talking about rights as a dignity, as far as like being South African, their right to vote, their right to dignity and stuff like that in the country. They want to be a part of the country, So therefore, and against racism and apartheid, right? That's the struggle we join. The other struggle about their land returning, that's not our fight. As far as like them being citizens of the Republic of South Africa and economic opportunities, we're joining together with them and building economic reality in South Africa, because that's where we feel their struggle is our struggle. We join this struggle. We're not going to side with the Afrikaners and the whites and over them. Those are our people.
But they're living next to the Afrikaners. I'm sure to do business with the Afrikaners in South Africa.
Yeah, but they do business. But the bottom line is, I guarantee you one thing, like Mark Blanton, the Black South Africans are included.
Yeah, but
It's whatever, right? But the black South Africans are definitely included in anything we do.
yeah. So the point here is, Carla, if those people are doing business with the white South African, it doesn't mean that they are against the black Africans.
No road to visit. What I'm saying, we don't strict the show. In other words, basically, this is how it is, Elvis. Right? Let me give you an example. I'm sitting in a bar in Cape Town. A white South African man, Afrikaner man, comes up to me. Hey, man, trust me, I go through this all the time, right? With white people, you're so different from the rest of them. I get that. I've been getting that all my fucking life. You're different from the other black people. I've been getting that all my fucking life, right? But I don't fucking play into that shit, right? I go to South Africa, I'm sitting in a bar, and the Afrikaner guy, oh man, I wish these blacks here were like you guys. Oh, I'm like, oh, let's stop the fucking conversation right there. See, that's me. But what happens is Africans in America, they'll sit there and engage white people in that conversation. Oh, you're better than them one night, like Barton Kula, yeah, the blacks in America. Oh, yeah, you're right. Like that. That's the betrayal we're talking about. I'm never going to betray the brothers and sisters. Even though I see if they're doing something bad, I'm never going to, in front of white people, give them that satisfaction. That's the difference.
Yeah, this is a race-based planet, no matter where you go. So if you
I had a situation where a guy told me I was like, man, I was working at one place. I was like, man, I need a little bit more money, man. As far as I probably need to get another job. White guy said, well, you can always sell drugs and you can always sell crack. I said, I said,
was that a white guy that told you that, Big Black?
Yeah, he said, I won't sell no crack to my community.
Did you smack him upside the head?
No, but this is what I told him. I said, why would I sell crack to my own community? He's like, oh, you're a smart one. But it's a backhand compliment. That's what I'm saying. They know how to give backhand compliments, and that's what Colin was saying earlier. When they'll pit one against the other just by giving one.
Carla, let me say this right, Carla. You know me, right? We bullshit. Sometimes we have legitimate spats. But I never co-sign anybody talking down to African Americans. I go on panels and I check people for doing that shit.
But I would say the majority of Africans and Caribbeans here do. Because they think they're going to get points, cookie points from white people. They think, oh, white people are going to favor me. And they get all puffed up. Then they get on social media, put their chest out. Black America this, Black America that. That's all it is. They had a conversation with white people, and white people probably gave them a compliment. Oh, yeah, you from Aruba? I went there like, y'all so nice people, whatnot. You ain't like the niggas out there, whatnot. Y'all ain't like these people right here. And so that puts it in their head. That's where you think this is all coming from. White people put that in their head that they're different or they're better. See, us black people in America, we already know that shit. They tell us we're better than the people in the hood, the ghetto. We know that fucking game. When time I fell for that shit, right? I found the same white person called me a nigga behind my back.
The white teacher's been doing that in the classroom since I was the first grade.
Yeah, they always want to play that shit.
They do that shit to the kids in the school. You know that, Colin?
But Colin, I'll tell you this, right? When we went to school, right, and I don't do this shit. I don't talk about African Americans, but I did observe it, right? The kids in the school that was the most disrespectful, the most aggressive to the teachers was usually the African Americans, the African kids.
We're aggressive.
Elvis, that's kids though. Like you can't.
I'm trying to say. So when a teacher says something to you, like, at least you Africans, you don't act like that. You're not aggressive. You're not going to ISS every week. You're not trying to fight teachers. You're not cussing at the teacher mom and slamming her doors and walking out of class. It's not necessarily coming from a place of untruth. There's some truth to it. I won't co-sign them and side with them, but observing it, they see that shit going to school in America.
Yeah, but do you understand that was a form of brainwashing you?
Nigga, Big Black, I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be brainwashed?
No, what I'm saying is it's a form of brainwashing. You're better than them. It's still a form of brainwashing.
Yeah, bruh.
Just in terms of behavior and decorum, we didn't purport ourselves to be disrespectful and outwardly aggressive to the teachers, which is true.
Why is she pointing that out to you?
I mean, who likes to be disrespected?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta
remember what I just said. The teachers even do that to the kids in the school. That same blueprint Colin was explaining. Yeah, they run it on the kids in the school. They was running that shit in the first grade. I saw it. Trying to play us off on each other. Oh, you better than this. You sit down before this other one. You know what I mean? They do that. Play everybody off on each other.
You went to school. You went to school with Continental Africans, right, Dave?
Yo, it don't matter. Continental African, Spanish, they do that to us to play us off on each other.
I want to ask you because we can see the mannerism of a continental African because in your household, your parents will tell you they don't want to get a call from the school that you're being disrespectful, that you're misbehaving. So African students, they tend to be well behaved. They tend to respect the teacher as authority in the classroom. But my African American classmates were more disrespectful. They cuss out teachers. The first time I heard anybody cussing out an adult was in the seventh grade when somebody cussed out the teacher, slammed the door, and walked out in the hall.
Yeah.
I've never done that. I never seen any other Africans do shit like that.
Here's the thing, of course, right? Because y'all just come to the country. Hell no, you don't want to get kicked out that motherfucker. Your fans ain't gonna tell you that. But what I'm saying is, a lot of us don't do that. There's a couple. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple, maybe like a handful of bad seeds. Everybody knows them in the class, the ones that always get in trouble.
And they coming from bad homes.
They coming from bad homes. The majority of the kids are just
sometimes those kids live by themselves.
Yeah, the majority is just
not like to the point to where like their parents always working and they just home by themselves.
So like I went to a school where we had there was the cool kids, but there was like the super bad.
Yeah, the super bad.
They get whooped.
Well, they happen to be of a specific ethnicity almost all of the time.
No, I went to an all-black school.
Okay.
But
I went to an international baccalaureate school, right? It's a school for relatively smart kids, and the students there was a lot of smart students. But again, like I said,
have you ever went to a private school?
I mean, when I was in Liberia, I went to a private school, but here now I went to
a private school in the United States, right? And you got the black kids there. You think them black kids are acting up in that private school?
Most likely not, but I've never gone to private school.
Why they're not acting up?
So I'm only telling you my experience. I said most likely not because they probably came from a well-to-do family. They have good home training.
But if their mother and father is spending that money, to get them in that private school, they're not taking that shit. You see what I'm saying?
And that's why people think people should start paying tuition for school like they do in Africa because then you have something to lose. If your mother is paying $1,000 a month, you're not going to try to get kicked out of school or miss days through suspensions and things like that. Right?
So it's depending on, what I'm saying? What I'm saying is depending on the parents, what I'm saying, the background that they come from as far as like the family structure. When you got like the super bad kids, in my 7th and 8th grade, we had kids that were stealing cars, but I wasn't out there stealing cars. Majority was stealing cars. But
I had a friend. That I used to be cool with. He stole a car in what was it, 9th or 10th grade. Went to jail for like 6 months. Another Liberian kid that was with him got deported. Well, he didn't get deported, but his mom sent him back to Liberia, self-deported him. So a lot of stupid shit was happening. And I had a good sense of discernment to stay away from those friends. I cut off my friendship from that group. So I mean,
but like I said,
you just got to be smart.
When you talk about like kids again, I can understand like you probably believe because you're a kid. But if you heard that as an adult, you probably would think like, okay, you would suspect the reasoning behind her saying that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, but why are you telling me this?
So what do you think? And again, not online like that. I know Kyle's online often, but what is the initiator for these conversations when Nigerians will go on TikTok or on YouTube and profess themselves to be better than African Americans or to have more educational achievement? What is the initiator? Are they responding to something, or do they just go out there and start bragging about their education?
No, it probably is. Some of it, right? It is probably like how they may have been treated when they was kids. But do you see? My question is, do you see the adults doing that? We talking about kids. I understand trauma, childhood trauma. But the adults never, you know what I'm saying, going back to the 60s, 70s, they never treated y'all like, okay, the get out my way, you African booty scratcher. Y'all wasn't hearing that from adults. You know what I'm saying? You heard it from kids talking to kids. But again, those jokes were jokes we would say to ourselves, and
So Big Black, with all the things that Colin has said on this platform, some of the most derogatory things, some things that probably he himself watch and listen to and kind of cringe. Do you think that's grounds for me to hate African Americans and go all out against them because of some of the bullshit that Colin says on this platform?
no, I don't know. I don't think.
Right. So the same thing goes when Africans are talking crazy. As a smart person, you don't just take that one person or those two people words and then start hitting the African, which is what the FB is kind of built off of.
Yeah. No. I don't subscribe to the FBA stuff at all. That's why I don't get charged up with just I see one or two YouTube videos or TikTok videos or saying disparaging things against African Americans. I know that they're stupid as hell
So
doing.
African God is a saying that is part of Nigerian culture to brag. So perhaps you don't know Nigerians. Maybe that's just something that they do. They're
It's
flamboyant
one
when
thing
they
to
brag
brag.
about their
One thing is
education.
it's one thing to brag, but it's another thing to put somebody else down. You can brag without putting somebody else down.
I mean, what do you think bragging is, Big Black? Say,
I'm
I'm the
saying,
man. You ain't shit. I'm the man. Things like that.
when you're talking about a specific group, now that's something different. You see what I'm saying? If you directed it to a different group, you're targeting somebody, which is different than saying, "Oh, I got a biz. Look at this. Look how much money I got." That's in general. Now, when you target a certain group, your purpose is totally different than just bragging. You want to put down a particular group.
Right. And what's the most effective way to combat that kind of argument, right? You have a lot of smart African Americans. What you do, you bring, information, you bring data, you do comparative analysis, you show that this is the statistic that African Americans are actually more successful per capita or per, you know, and you can prove that no, Nigerians are not outpacing African Americans when it comes to education and achievements. Come out, be scholarly about it, and then you can kill that argument and squash it. But
So
instead, you grow this hatred in your heart, and you want to get back to get back at the Nigerians or all Africans by
that's
forming
wrong.
organization and hate groups. It's stupid.
The problem rises when you start hearing people say that and they want to, such as what's this lady that played Harriet Tubman? She had bad things to say about African Americans. It's bad when you're a public figure, like you're a celebrity, when you represent your people and you're out there talking negatively about African Americans. That's worse. If you're just a regular person, I don't think people care.
And let me say this: I know FBA. That's some psyop type of stuff, man. Because even when they first started, right, you know, I would barely see those type of videos or sound bites or whatever. But I noticed that Tariq used to personally go and scrub the internet to find any clip that he could find, right? And his followers used to send him clips, and he would post them
And that's
every
what
day.
Kala does. Kala go and watch those shit on TikTok, come and he gets so mad and worked up, and then he comes and start
But
cussing out Africans.
you can't put
That's
Tariq.
Tariq's business model.
No,
That's
Tariq,
Tariq's business model.
exactly. Tariq does it every day. He drops at least about 3
Yeah, because
videos.
Kala be like, I was just on TikTok, right? I saw this African lady, I saw this African person talking this shit about African American. I'm not on TikTok. I'm not on any social media like that to see that
You
nonsense.
don't know
Every day he has a
Tariq
video
with,
about
with
a
the
Ghanaian
iShow's
African
feed going to
and
Africa, all the
a
traffic
Caribbean.
that's getting. He conveniently goes to Senegal. I was like, yeah, that was just a convenience. You just going to Africa.
No, somebody said he went to Africa to get a penis medicine to enlarge his penis. That's what somebody said. I don't know if it's true or not, but I know people do that shit. They go get a herb or something to rub, and
I mean,
so who
Tariq is
knows?
just a hustler. He'll do whatever it takes to make money. That's it.
Yeah, Kyler does that every now and then, but he also does that to African Americans to put us, back in perspective. It's like we got stuff we got to work on too.
Big Black, we got enough stress in our lives, right? Me and you, or you and I.
Right,
We
right, right.
don't go on shit on TikTok and get agitated about the nonsense that we see. And plus you got an algorithm on TikTok where they'll show you more of the things that you've watched before, right? So if you steady watching African talking shit, you're gonna see that all through your timeline. You're gonna continuously think that this is the entire African community on TikTok or whatever social media platform you're using, talking about African Americans, right?
Definitely,
So
definitely.
it's like an echo chamber. Once you start going down that rabbit hole, your entire worldview becomes skewed to just that one kind of content.
Right, right.
You know.
It will
I think
definitely.
that the love that Speed got shown on his Africa tour, I think it's a good thing. It kind of counters the narrative that all these people hate African Americans.
Definitely, that was a very good thing. Very good thing, I think.
Man, Big Black, you been gone for like months, man. I was like, what happened to Big Black? I don't know if you heard it. I guess since I mentioned it and Colin mentioned it and you came back.
I wanted the channel to grow, so I had to step off.
Okay, all right.
I said I'll wait till I get 1,000 and come back in. But yeah, I'm proud. Khaled growing this channel. I think his channel going to grow, start really growing. I think it's going to really start growing because
I mean,
I
it'll
think
grow
Khaled.
if I hate to say it, but Colin, you just gotta be a more likable person, man. You can't be. Somebody was saying in the comments today, Colin, you can't end your show without appreciating your audience. He doesn't appreciate his audience enough, giving shout outs. Just copy some of these things that more successful YouTubers do. You know, give shout out to people that's consistent, recognize some people in the audience,
But it do
engage with the audience a little more.
it do be funny when he be kicking people out though.
Yeah, I mean, Carla used the audience as a lightning rod. You go there to cuss people out. To
And then they come back on the show like 2 hours
yeah.
later and shit.
So some people just come in to hate watch. They just come in to see Color crash out and say things to agitate him.
Hey, Colin kicked
Oh,
me
that
off. I
guy
didn't
would
even know
always
I
get
was kicked
kicked
off
off. What's his
yesterday.
name?
It was the day before
American guy,
yesterday.
Patriot guy.
Colin kicked me off. I'm still talking on the screen. I didn't know I was kicked off. I'm like, damn.
What's the name
Oh,
of
he
the
kicked you
guy?
out recently.
I didn't know I was kicked off.
Or did he kick you out recently or a while ago?
Yeah, recently I was backstage talking.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Big Black
damn.
just came back. We was talking about how we missed Big Black and Color kick you off within less than a week of being back. Ain't that some shit?
That shit. But I said, man, let me back on, Colin. Let me
You
back
used to
on.
piss him off, Elvis. He would kick you off like at least once a
Yeah,
week.
I used to get, but as I'm getting older, part of maturing is understanding that I can't let Collar raise my blood pressure, man. I'm getting too old for that shit.
Usually, if the topic of Liberia comes up, I think Colin's blood pressure raises.
Hey, you get real pissed. Be like, you don't let me when I'm mad. You be on some Bruce Banner type shit.
Yeah, I used to get too agitated on it, but Collar says he likes to have control on his platform. So if we go on a neutral platform like Telegram, where he can't kick me off, he don't like that.
Yeah.
So he told him to kick me off the
Maybe I
Telegram
might
group.
get kicked off. I thought I might get kicked off when I challenged him on that video.
Oh yeah, Collar was mad at you that day, boy. He was cussing you out and calling all kinds of names.
What video you challenged them on?
Because we played this video where he said the Firestone Plantation. I was like, what?
Hey, everybody get kicked off.
So
But the phone, and then he let you back on.
Barudi is asking the question, right? He said, will either of Collins' idea or Tariq's really help blacks in the United States? Both reject Africa as a resource and can be used as megas to derail Ubuntu ideas. In the end, both of these people are dangerous. I mean, I think Tariq is genuinely dangerous. Kyle is just an individual who is not really propagating hate as a group. He may say some hateful things, but overall, he's not like starting a group to perpetuate hate against Africans.
I don't think he rejects Africa as a resource. And I don't think he's mega. I don't know. MAGA or whatever.
At least Kyle is different. He genuinely likes, I would say, the continent, but maybe genuinely likes Liberia because of the idea of how it was founded. But Tariq, whether or not he really believed it, he does spill some real genuine hateful rhetoric.
He's just a hustler trying to make money. I wouldn't be surprised if he owns like property in Africa somewhere, just keeping it hush hush.
Yeah. Because I see Kyler try to do some of that shit too. See, these Africans, they don't like us, blah, blah, blah. That's the same rhetoric that Tariq used. So you see people in the comments siding with Kyler, some of these xenophobic FBAs.
Let me ask you, Elvis. Can you see the reason why some would think that, as far as like, you know, brotherhood being shown, from the continental Africans to the rest of the diaspora, especially like African Americans? Do you see a lot of brotherhood being shown that way?
Look, baby, like I'm gonna tell you this, right? And this is my experience. It might be anecdotal, but once you have an accent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I mean, it's not a big deal, but you are looked at as different. If you, when I was growing up, I had a friend group that had African Americans and Africans a part of it, but you are different, and it's like when we come into this country as Africans, our accents, our way of life, it's not like there's a program or concerted effort by African Americans to reach out to us and to integrate us into their culture, which is the dominant black culture in this country. So we see ourselves as different because they make it known that we're different. And one of the things that African Americans are doing is like, see, they're not us. Even the way they look, they don't look like us. So they make it a point to show that we're not the same. We maybe similar at best, but we're not the same. And as such, we have to be separate because we don't look the same. We look more Negro-ish. We don't have the white blood. We don't have lighter skin. So they make that distinction. So most Africans say, you know what? I'm not going to fight myself.
I don't know if it definitely is not the lighter skin. Like,
Hey, they do it all the time. When these guys are doing, even the Hebrew Israelites, right? When they're ready to do it, they'll show the Hamites looking all real black with big black lips, nappy hair, and they'll show you some light skin or medium brown skin nigga with waves, and make it seem like that's how all African American look. That's the African American quintessential look.
Elvis, they got everybody in the 12 tribes except white people. Come on,
That's what I'm saying. So my point here is, some people think that African Americans look different than Africans because and it's true to a degree. Then sometimes they might have that white blood, that 13% white blood, and they might have a smoother skin. The hair might be a bit straighter than the typical full African person. So they think there's some kind of different Negro because they got some white blood in them to give them some softer features.
Have you ever been to an all black town in America?
Nah.
Yeah, if you go to that town, most of the people are dark skinned. Like 85% of the people are dark skinned. Like probably like maybe like 40 to 50% jet black. It's,
But you see it, man. You see it on YouTube or on Twitter where they will show a guy who looks real African, quote unquote, with the pronounced African features, the lips, the nose, and everything. And then they will say something like, "I'm Black American," and then they will show somebody who's light skinned with you know straighter hair, whatever.
I see that from like the FBA crowds, the pretending crowd.
Right, and that's what I say. They do that all the time because they genuinely think that black Africans are not the same as. And Kala even said that shit before. Kala said that
I don't know if
Africans are not like us. They're. And most of these people are proud of their white blood, especially if they got some light skinned people in their family. Oh, forget it. They think they're special Negroes.
But you had some of that too in Africa though, man. Because I'm looking at some African shows. I see some light skinned people in Africa, all different type of shades.
Even Kala was talking about a American Liberian family that's light skinned, like the Coopers. Oh yeah, they have never mixed. They're pure African. They're pure. I'm like this nigga thing. Being light skinned is like a privilege or some shit.
Yeah, bro. I think it's different, but I don't know if he did that. I don't know, but I'll take your word for it, I guess. But no.
And like I told Kala, man, this nigga is almost 60. I'm not gonna be fighting with him anymore. I'm getting there, up in there in age. I'm closer to 40 now. I'm not gonna be fighting with Kala all the time. Sometimes when he's really going off, I just take a pause and I step back.
But you ain't seen like for about 6 or 7 years, there was this whole dark skinned dude, dark skinned black skinned guy thing going on where the dark skinned
the light skinned black guy.
Yeah,
who is
light
looked at as
skins are.
being
Yeah,
effeminate and soft and all of
right,
that.
right. Isn't and that's an African American thing that started. You know what I mean? So there is this affinity to dark skinness, to
Hell no, hell no. The black skin dudes just actually are kind of quote unquote jealous of the light skin dudes because the light skin dudes are what the women go for. They want to have lighter babies, right? So the dark skin dudes started making it seem like the light skin dudes are feminine. They're not manly enough. You know, they're kind of girly, and So I think the real thing is that many people don't like a black baby, like Wesley Snipes. There, like Bernie Mac said, you Wesley Snipes. You Wesley Snipes black. You Whoopi Goldberg black. They make fun of you for having dark skin. They make fun of you for having pronounced lips and a nose and a broad nose.
I don't think it's no jealousy or anything. Even though that's some of that plays out in our black society where some light skinned people there's a little privilege as far as like some of them are seen as nicer looking, right? Uh, but I've seen light skinned dudes get treated horribly. Matter of fact, I've seen the opposite, right? Light skinned dudes act like extremely ghetto just to
That's what I'm
fit
saying.
in.
But black dudes started perpetuating that stereotype that light skinned dudes are soft, they're emasculated. So anytime somebody do anything a bit effeminate, they be like, "Oh, that's that light skin energy." You know what I'm talking about, Big Black. You know what I mean,
Yeah,
right?
but it's what I'm saying is a lot of it like there's waves of stuff, right? So let's say in the 70s, 80s, it's matter of fact the 80s on back, man. Light skin was in. If you was light skinned, you know what I'm saying? It I was like a cheat code to get a woman. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be real. And
Why you think that was?
it was a lot of self hatred what was shown on TV. What was pushed in black community since slavery.
Right.
But when that Tupac, Wesley Snipes, that changed that, and then dark skin was in for about 20 years. Dark skin was in. You was jet black. Women weren't even looking for light skinned dudes. They were looking for dark skinned dudes, even
Yeah,
though
maybe when the pro African movement came, the Pan Africanist.
it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was just
Okay.
it was the thug movement. You know what I mean? When everybody, all women saying they want a soldier and all that, and all this, like you said, the dark skins start to look more masculine. You see what I'm saying? A lot
Right.
more masculine. So it was like, okay, let me go get the dark. If you were dark skinned like in the early 2000s, women would flock to you. You like chocolate, jet
Even
black.
men, take women, right? The men, right? Most men, like Kodak Black would say, Kodak is a Haitian. So, but again, I'm sure that sentiment is shared with other people, and they may not say it, but he said he don't want no dark skinned woman. Even in the music videos, you have the women complaining that most of these models and video vixens are light skinned, they're almost white looking, barely black, and these are the people that will be in the music videos. You barely ever see a woman like Kelly Rowland being represented in, beautiful dark chocolate skinned women being represented in music videos. Even in Africa, the Africans used to get on people like Davidos and Wiz Kids for bringing these white sub African girls or color girls in their videos, showing light skinned models instead of showing dark skinned models. So that
Do you
colorism has been an issue, man.
do you think that's because a lot of that is because of some of the brainwashing the sisters have? Because a lot of them they do want to go for the thug, but they expected the thug to be they expect this super brother, right?
So
He's a
what?
thug.
Be
He's
honest,
a killer. He
Big
has a
Black.
he has a company. He runs a company. You know what I mean? He does everything, and he'll kill for it and go to jail and all that, and sell drugs. He sells drugs by night, plays the stocks by day. Has a company. Some fictitious dude. That they're looking for. That's
All
light
right.
skin, I guess.
But let me ask you a question. Be honest. This is a
Uh,
genuine question. Do you think light skin is more attractive than dark skin?
no, no. I always like the dark skin. Me personally, I always black or dark skin. I like light skinned women though. I mean, but I always like the dark skin more.
Yeah, because I don't know, man.
You
Have
know,
you ever seen
what about you?
that?
Let me ask you the same question.
I prefer. I don't. I've never really dated a dark skinned woman, but I like my complexion, or maybe a little darker than my complexion. And again, I'm just being honest. I'm not saying I would never date a. Well, I'm married now, but I've never dated a real dark skinned black woman before. So I like my woman more. Maybe brown, darker brown, but never really like jet black. I've never been too attracted to that jet black color. But my point here is that we look at, say, Coco Jones, right? The girl, the singer.
Mm-hmm.
She's with Donovan Mitchell, the basketball player. I think they're engaged, right? That's a beautiful black couple.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, right, a lot of NBA players, even if they're women that are black, quote unquote, they're light skinned. They're almost like mixed. So a lot
Yeah,
of celebrities and men who have the means to choose women and can really choose any women they want, they always go for the high yellow, the light skinned women. And we see that, we
there's
see
some
that.
brainwashing there, but it's another element to it too. But it's a lot of I just want to get the whole white woman gonna do what I say. There's that thing to it too. I don't know if you ever saw dudes. Have you ever had friends that just dealt with white women?
I never had friends that deal with white women.
Huh?
But no, I said I've never had friends that dealt with white women. Like, think
They,
about
they,
it, bro.
they're like the whole thing is okay. There's I don't know when races deal with each other out the race. They kind of be super submissive to each other sometimes. You know what I mean? Dealing with this,
Ooh,
dealing with the sex. Like white women, when they deal with black men, they're like super submissive. They're like, I'm seriously, they're usually like.
I've never dealt with white women, so I don't know about that. But
I,
some
I
black
just
men,
seen,
they
I just
say that.
seen, like I said, I done had friends that did, and that you go around.